Hello, I am the Ronan Ball, and welcome to twitch.tv/RonanBall livestream. On twitch.tv/RonanBall. I'm looking at my levels now because since the last live stream, we've upgraded the PC, and that involved breaking it down, putting it back together, and a lot of different things got messed up in that process, including my microphones and things like that. So I'm just adjusting the levels a little bit on the fly. You guys are going to have to let me know how it sounds and if it's too loud or if it's just loud enough. Hello, Snowman Olaf, Pika Pup. How you guys doing? Do I look and sound like I should? Because I don't know. I know how I look. And it'll have to do, but I don't know. I don't know how I sound without actually setting up and streaming here. So how do I sound? Welcome to the live stream. I said last time that we played. Hello, Hijack77. It sounds fine. Good. Good. That's how it should be then. Wait, unless it sounds like this. If it sounds like this, then it shouldn't sound like that. We don't want it to sound like that. Does it sound like that? Because if it sounds like this, then we're fine. I have a number of inline effects being applied to this microphone as we go, and if I turn them off, that's what it sounds like. Your voice is beautiful. Yes, but I mean, how does it sound? I knew that. Welcome to the live stream. So, last live stream that we had before the last live stream that we had, the last live stream we did from the computer, you know, proper live stream looks like this and whatnot. I played Kerbal. I got frustrated as usual. The abusive relationship, mutually abusive relationship between me and Kerbal just goes on, doesn't it? And I said, cluster truck up next. Absolutely cluster truck. Fuck this game, that kind of a thing. And then we upgraded the streaming PC together from a Ryzen 7 2700 to a Ryzen 5 3600, as well as placed an overclock on that Ryzen 5 3600, and apparently I won the Silicon Lottery because we overclocked this Ryzen 5 3600. When I was doing it, I was, it was a long stream. I wasn't really even thinking much about it. Yes, the light above me is flickering. But we overclocked this 3600 that has a stock speed of 3.0 gigahertz to 4.3 gigahertz, and then burned it in with an all-core test plus all cores on the CPU running plus the GPU running at max speed, and it was stable. It did not break at 4.3 gigahertz. It's 700 megahertz over the stock rating, and that's what we're running at today. Will she hold up for a live stream? We can only hope. I can tell you the CPU package is running at 148.6 degrees, and the lights are flickering. So maybe I need to turn down the voltage on that CPU because the lights are starting to They've been flickering since last live stream as well. It's just this one up here. Let me see if I can jiggle the bulb. I can just smack it a little bit. Quit it. Quit it. There we go. Just gotta let the bulbs know who's in charge around here. Give them a little... They're gonna keep flickering, is the thing. Hello, Ghost Golem 10532. I said it was going to be cluster truck, but we upgraded the CPU. We've got it overclocked. I'd like to give it something, a bit of a challenge, and also I just want to. I'm getting so used to the mutually abusive relationship between me and Kerbal Space Program. You know, at the end of these streams, I feel like, oh God, never again. And then the next day, I'm like, I want to get back in there and tweak that SSTO some more. Power cut coming in Detroit. I hope not. I hope not. We were just talking about this morning when I woke up, me and Lady Pawn, about how DTE, which is our energy company out here, DTE, they do, your electricity as well as gas, natural gas. They're great. They're friggin' great, and it makes no sense. They're a company, they're a corporation in a position where they, you gotta have the electricity, so they could definitely screw you over, and, they do. But it's like in the most reasonable, in terms of the service that they provide in Detroit, the quality, the uptime, it's absolutely great. And then as I say that, but I've been here, I've apparently been living in this house for 4 years. about that now. And there is one instance in those 4 years where the power went out for so long that I got worried about the things in the fridge. Went out and bought a pack of ice, put it in there, and the power came back on. I never had to, like, empty the fridge or anything like that. I've had consistent electrical delivery. Every person who I've interacted with who works for DTE, been great. Just a, regular person. Don't treat you like they got a stick up their ass, sucking a corporate dick. They come out whenever I do have a problem, whenever I have had a problem. There's a time where, like, my power was one side of the house didn't have power, the other did. Turns out because one of the lines coming into the house, there's two 110 lines coming into the residence to make for the possibility of 220. One of the sides of the lines was out. I thought it was, this has to be a problem with my house. I go downstairs, I'm, in my electric box for 45 minutes. By the time I decide, okay, this probably isn't a problem with my house, or I gotta call the company anyway because I don't know what's going on. I look out my window as I'm picking up the phone. They're already out there. There's already a bucket truck out there at a pole. I walked around the block. I went over and said, hey, you guys fixing the power outage? Yeah, we're fixing it. It's all cool. I was just about to call. Friendly people. When I hooked the electricity up to this house, guy came out, he had to inspect things. He told me, I can't hook you up today because of this, that, the other thing. I said, okay, thanks for letting me know what I needed to do. Got it done, called them back. They were back out like the moment that I called them. I was able to set up an appointment for them to come back out in like 2-3 days after I had, fixed everything. No big deal. Meanwhile, you try and do that with the water company, which is provided by the city. It's the city of Detroit providing your water. You can't get through to them. It'll be weeks before they can come out. It's just fucking ridiculous. I'm not usually for privatization, but in the city of Detroit can't manage anything. DTE handles it. I'd be willing to give DTE the keys to the fucking 911 centers and police departments. See if they can't straighten that out, too. But it's weird, Stop the flickering with your sheer willpower, says Destros. Hang on, I'll Mudra. Lights didn't flicker at all while I was doing the Om. Ventatsu with the sub for 6 months. Wait, Pawn, in complimenting people, where am I? Oh, wait, he's back to complaining. Everything is okay. Gotta balance it, Gotta balance it so that the complaints completely outweigh the compliments. But yeah, DT is... Thank you, Ventatsu, for the half a year's worth of subs. DT has been very good out here. They have sent me, any flyers saying, hey, if you request it, we'll send you something for free here. We'll send you like a box full of LED light bulbs and faucets that are low flow, so you're not using as much hot water. They're not even the water company. They're sending me faucets with low flow. Why? Because they power the water heaters, so they're that far ahead. And I just said, yeah, I'll take one. They sent me this giant box. It's like that big, full of LED light bulbs and stuff. Rex Skates gifting a sub to Ghost Golem. Thank you, Rex. You've gifted an 8 in total to the channel, and you've taken the leader slot because everything's reset for the month here in chat. #1 gifter so far. Thank you, Rex, and hello, Rex. F-Pawn, I'm at my dad's place here. Well, what? So? Is your dad really an asshole? What's your problem? Holy crap, my light just went out as soon as you started the Om. Well, I fixed mine. You asked for it, Destrotsu. I did my thing. Energy, you can't take it away you can't get some over here without taking it from somewhere. I needed the energy from your light. I channeled it through into mine. Okay? 3 years in a Zen center. I can do shit. Smile, you're being projected on a wall. Wait a sec, what kind of a wall? Oh, shit. But yeah, DTE's been really good to me, and you get out in the suburbs, everybody complains about it. That's my one complaint against DTE, is that whenever I talk to people about how great DTE is in Detroit, everybody else tells me I'm insane. That's my complaint. You guys got a major image problem, and I think some of that is like, unovercomable. People just don't like to have to pay their electric and heat bill. It's like it's that other part of your expenses that people don't... You get used to thinking about it, but, you know, you go to move into an apartment or something, you're like, oh, I think I can, you know, it's more than but it's a nice place. I think I can swing $850 a month for this place. And then you get in and you realize, oh, yeah, no, in winter the heat bill is still going to be like $200. And then they're pissed off at the power company because, you know, energy doesn't... You can't just do an ohm and make your lights... I mean, unless you're me. How's the new upgrade holding up? I haven't actually put a lot of time on this PC. This will be the first time that I've, you know, done anything. So we're going to find out together today, like Guy 89. We're going to find out in Kerbal, which, you know, puts some... It has some issues. And in fact, I shouldn't do this before we actually see how it's going to run. I'll tell you this. This is the one thing that I've been able to note. And I'm shocked that every time I upgrade a PC, every time I put another CPU in, my entire life's history with computers, I've been building computers since I was 12 years old or something. You put in a new CPU and you're like, oh my god, it's so snappy, I can feel the difference. And back in the day, that was just obvious because technology was so, and then you'd upgrade it a little bit and be like a huge difference. But going from, you know, a Ryzen 7 2700 with 8 cores, 16 virtualized cores, running at and I had it overclocked at 3.6 gigahertz to a Ryzen 5 at 4.3 gigahertz with actually 6 cores and 12 virtualized cores, step down in the number of cores, you'd think, you're not going to feel it. I feel it. I feel it in the mouse. I feel it in the snapping of the windows. I mean, it's slight. It's ever so slight, but I feel it. I note a difference. Maybe not real, but I note it anyway. Jim, you said something. You said something, friend, in the Discord server about Kerbal Space Program and settings and reflections. And you said if you turn down the reflections, you get massive, you know, benefits to frame rate. And when you get right down to it, Kerbal doesn't really have a lot of reflections going on in it, so what the hell? You said something along those lines. And if you could point out specifically what you were talking about, I would do that. Not now, though, because I want to see how the game holds up with the new CPU. You know, I want to have like a one-to-one experience without changing settings. So let's go into my normal mode here. Pawn has a Discord? I think if we do Discord in chat. Boom! The official Discord. Have you benchmarked KSP yet? No, I haven't done anything. I haven't done anything to test this. Honestly, yesterday was just a down day. Just a couch day is what I'd call it. Look at the video. Shaking my head. There's a video. Why don't you just tell me, since I asked you directly, and I'm on a live stream, you want me to watch a video? Did you post a video in my Discord? What if you just told me there? Did I call you friend earlier? I'm sorry. Listen, Spaceplane Hangar. Spaceplane Hangar. I did? Oh, you did. Alright, wait a second. This is just, it's every day we gotta do this at least once with Jem. I timed him out. Punishment for being a douchebag. So, ladies and gentlemen, last time that we were in Kerbal Space Program, we were working on the SSTO, the single stage to lunar orbit ship. Now, number one, we built the Underkill Mark 1, and this is a probe-controlled ship that takes 4 Kerbals to LKO, to low Kerbin orbit. So this is a single stage to orbit that can lift 4 Kerbals there, just barely though. It has, if you fly it right, it's like 100, maybe you got 100 delta V by the time you make it to orbit. So it just barely gets there, but it was our first SSTO trying to figure out SSTOs again. Love the design, and it gets the job done. Very pretty, very lovely. And then we moved on, and we tried to make ourselves something that could go to the moon. And I think, at the end of last live stream, I think we were maybe at the Mark 3 or 4. Let's have a look at the Mark 3 of the SSTMO. Now, there's been some major changes here. We've downgraded just 2 Kerbals because we need to have, once we hit orbit, I don't know. a lot of delta V. You know, to get to the moon, it's like 1100 to, I think it's actually 1200 to get to like a low circularization by the delta V chart. And that's a low circularization, so that's like, you know, 8 kilometers, 13 kilometers above of the surface of the moon or something like that. 13 kilometers with a tight orbit on either side costs that much, so we don't have to do that. We can come in eccentric and high and take advantage of O-berth in order to kick ourselves in and kick ourselves out. So I don't know exactly what we need in delta V, but if we assume it's 850 or so to get the flyby of the moon, and we assume that it's going to cost us, let's say, 150 to get the weird capture of the moon that takes advantage of O-berth, then we're talking about 1,000 delta V right there, and then we got to be able to leave. So if we presumed it was 150 in the opposite direction, we're talking around, let's just say around 1,200 delta V to be able to get ourselves in orbit of the moon with 2 tourists and come back. And this craft got us to orbit with 900 meters per second of delta V, which is close but no cigar. So, you know, but it was good. It took a long time getting here. We fought a bunch of little, like, bugs and things in KSP, and the fact that things, you know, even though they're underneath a fairing or embedded into a part, they still produce drag, and there's so much shit going on in this goddamn game that they don't give you the tools to even find it out. You turn on the aerodynamic mode while you're flying, you gotta trace fucking arrows back through the core of the ship, zooming through, trying to back out and see, is there something in there that's causing drag? It's... But anyway, it was either the Mark III or the Mark IV that we left off on. The Mark IV... The Mark IV, I think, is... No, that's pretty much what we had before. Maybe I've recolored it and that sort of thing. Maybe I've made some slight improvements, but I want to jump forward to the Mark V, and this was after the live stream. I came back and tinkered. The next day, I came back and tinkered with some ideas here. You'll note that I made the fuel tanks like bigger so that we get more LFO on the back here, and then underneath this little air brake, I actually squeezed us down to pass by those with some smaller ones, and tucked this in here when the air brakes are up, and it was a really cool looking design. I love the fact that it's like big and hefty on the outside, then it squeezes down in the middle. But that didn't do, friends. And the reason why I went this way was I was trying to see if the Panther engines, our jet engines, if we could get it to do the kind of runaway speed we need with just 3 of them instead of 4. And this is actually a lighter weight setup than having the Bobcat and 4 Panthers, was to have 3 Panthers and 2 Reliant engines. So it would have been more efficient. It was less weight for them to have to push. I ended up actually trying to put Junos on there as well in order to give it the kick that it needed in order to make the runaway speed you need for an SSTO. It didn't go. It just didn't go. It wasn't enough. It wasn't going to happen with that. So, okay, you have to have 4 Panthers with this kind of weight is what I came to there. And apparently I went right past the Mark 6, or the Mark... maybe I deleted it? No, maybe I just jumped past the Mark 6 and went right to the Mark 7. And this is where we stand today. Friends, lovers, true. This is the SSTO that we're going to be flying today to try and get to the moon with 2 tourists. So this is the new design. The wings have been rebuilt yet again. A lot of things have been rebuilt yet again. Instead of having the equipment under a fairing, the equipment is now in a service bay. We've also got our, to eliminate more of the drag, we've got our solar panels are in the service bay as well. Track those solar panels, thank you very much. We've got the electricity under here, we've got the probe core under there. I don't know what else I've wedged in there, but there are things in there, trust me. Hello Aerospacer K, welcome to the stream. This is the SSTO that I worked on and that I designed off of stream based on our, previous model. In here, this is just structural fuselage, there's no fuel there. But this is a much simpler, more simplified design where we just come back. We've got a lot more LFO in the main trunk here, and it is all LFO all the way back there. And then here, it's all LFO behind these, where we've got a little bit of liquid fuel. I've left just 56 units in here because we don't need all of it that it could store for the SSTO stage. We've got a full tank here, though. So we got a full tank on there and a partial tank on there for the just liquid fuel for burning our jet engines on the way. These, by the way, not Junos, or, you know, these are just the small circular intakes. I put them there because I like them, because they look good. They give us 1.0 in terms of, like, you know, air intake, 1.0 AIs, air intakes, I don't know. And then these give us 2 each, so that's 4 between the 2 of those, and 5 with that. And 5 air intake seems to be enough to get us the speeds that we need when we're flying, but this is a way more straightforward design. And I've also included some little side mount twitch liquid fuel engines here, these little boys, just to give us a little bit more TWR when we kick off to the Bobcat, because it's gotten heavy to the point where without those, the TWR is just above 1.0. It can push itself, but barely. But also because once we're in space, we could actually switch to these smaller engines for, you know, small maneuvering kind of things. Interesting design, very. 4 Panthers, no nuke. Yeah, we're playing in career mode here. These are the parts that I've unlocked. So we don't have nuclear engines. We don't have, what's the one that switches between, you know, these switch between dry and wet, but they're always a jet engine. But the, you know, the ones that fire the LFO and mix it in. No door, though. There is no door for the tourists to be able to come and go. However, they do have a, you know, nice little hallway. If there were a problem in the ship, we could get on the comms and they could step out through this door. See, there's a door. And they could step into the... I wonder if that would count, if you could get them... and then they could step through here, we can get them to take the panel off, and then they could try and, you know, repair... Hey, the thermometer, the barometer, the probe core, and the batteries. And apparently the solar panels as well. The rapier changes between rocket and jet, that's it. I don't have rapiers, I don't have nukes, so this is a... Hopefully it can go to the moon and come back with 2 tourists. SSTO. Single stage, nothing breaks off of this ship. We come, we go. I have also set up flaps. Dramacian, and hello Dramacian. The last time, and hello Rudy, we were here, talked about, you know, using flaps and stuff. I have set up flaps here. I've got the elevons with the deployment angle and things like that. You're a 20? And you're a 12? Is that how I wanted it? I guess that's how I wanted that. The idea being here that I've got 2 of these that could be used for, like, takeoff lift is when I combine them. Is that what I'm going for? I think that's what I'm going for. We combine them both. We turn both of these flaps on. They're controllable in the action groups to, you know, go into their deployable mode. Custom 1, we toggle pitch control and we toggle deployment as we do it. So pitch control is disabled when they're in flap mode. But yeah, having both of them on gives us the kind of lift that at low speed when we take off, we will fly more or less with the horizon. You know, it won't take, it'll keep us aloft. Then as we build speed, I can actually switch between the 2 different elevons here in, you know, acting as flaps in order to give myself the kind of control that I want, especially in relation to the SAS, so that the SAS isn't working so hard, pulling hard down to keep us into the wind. If I tell the SAS, hold me at 20 degrees and there's no elevons engaged, no flaps engaged, then the SAS is going to be pulling really hard down, and if I try and make any adjustment to the SAS, it's going to want to, like, run away from what I'm doing while I'm doing it. But if I've got the flaps deployed, and it'll be one or the other depending on which makes the most sense for that speed and what I'm trying to do, then the flaps will be giving us the amount of lift that will allow the SAS to just be a little bit of push, and then when I make the adjustments, it'll be way easier on me, basically, on trying to control the ship without flipping it. Are you really want to moon on this? Yes. Not landing. We're just trying to orbit the moon. SSTMO. Single stage to mooner orbit. With 2 tourists. And that's the plan, and we've got 2 tourists. Right? I don't know which ones actually want to go to the moon, though. We're going to have to check our contracts, and it's under chat, so you just have to trust me when I tell you that that Ankas's travel itinerary wants suborbital spaceflight on Kerbin and orbit around the moon. Somebody gave Ankas a coupon so that they were allowed to get the orbit of the moon without having to pay for going suborbital around the moon. We can't do that. Charge them for the whole package. God damn it. Other people want to land on the moon. Is a bit of a thing, but that's Ankas. And then we've got, there was a VIP, and it was Zeldrin's Zeldrin. Zeldrin also wants to just orbit the moon, doesn't want to land on it or anything. So Ankas and Zeldrin are the two who want to go to the moon. And I have not tested this ship, flown it to the moon. I've flown it to orbit and seen, okay, that's enough delta V that maybe it could make it to the moon. But we're going to give it a try today. We're going to give it a try, you and me, for the first time that it's ever flown to the moon anyway. Make sure the staging is correct. It damn well should be. We're going to give it a try. Moon Orbit Hotel are planned? That'd be cool. That'd be cool. But for now, we're just getting our tourism program. I like tourism. I like that idea. It makes it, you know, you get a bit of a story, a bit of an idea behind why you're doing what you're doing. You get these plans for Kerbals, and they want to do this or that or the other thing. Well, why not send them somewhere where they can actually do a thing? And you know what? What do I know? Turn the brakes on for a second. I'm going to turn the interior overlay on so that we could look in and see. Oh, it's two ladies, too. They're just having a conversation about, you know, whether or not they think they're going to die, because we don't know any better than you do. Good luck, says Aerospace UK with the sunglasses on. All right. Don't they all want to go, says Jermaine? They want to... Some of them want to land on the moon. These are the only two who will let me orbit the moon, and then they'll pay me for it. So these are the two that I planned to take up on this craft. And let's see how she flies. I'm not going to SAS this. I'm going to throttle to full, and we're just going to go. Houston, could you give me a countdown?
We've been over this before, Paul, and there's no reason to do a countdown when you're flying a plane.
Yes, we have been over this, and I keep asking for it anyway. Could you just give it to me?
In 3, 2, 1, the fun don't stop.
Okay, are you taking up a career as a rapper?
You don't know me. You don't know what I do on the weekends.
Oh, jeez. Okay. All right, Houston. Just you keep doing you. Okay. Now, there is an issue with this plane. There is an issue with this plane that we'll get to eventually. This is entirely the wrong engines that just fired there. Those are the wrong engines. I don't know why the staging was flipped. Oh my god, that was very fast that it popped back here, but the staging was flipped. It's the jet engines are supposed to go first. Must have been looking at Delta V's at some point. Is that staging rights had been taught to? When did you say that? Hello, Prosecutor Walton. Don't want to say that it's because of bad game design, but you know, jet engines and rocket engines all have the same icon, which would have been so much work to just represent them slightly differently, wouldn't it? SAS on, throttle to full. Houston.
Yo, bro, what's up?
Never mind. Let's go. Open it up. I don't know why, but you're about to see the problem, presuming it still exists, if the Ryzen 3600 didn't fix it. Anyway, you're about to see the problem that I have with this craft as soon as we lift off. Are we in? Yes, all of our flaps are deployed. They have started deployed. About 5 seconds before you staged from my POV. Pull, lift up. Lift up. Okay. Well. Oh, did I turn SAS on? I didn't mean to turn SAS on. So here's the problem with this craft. It is, pull the gear in, it is constantly rotating to the right. It constantly wants to go to the right. I have no idea why. I don't know what the problem is. But right now I'm going to lose one of the flaps. I'm going to turn that flap off, so now we're down to just one of the flaps so that it's not banking up quite as hard as it was just a moment ago. But so my only solution to this, I have ripped the wings off. I've tried over and over again to find like which part is it that's causing me this issue. I can't find it. I don't know what the problem is. Without SAS is aerospace? Yes, without SAS, it constantly rotates. I'm going to engage the other flap, because it's more powerful than the first flap here. I'm going to try and get us on the 90, and then I'm going to actually, without SAS, I'm trying to trim to compensate for the rotation, and once I've got that done, I'm going to SAS on the 90, and this is a proper SSTO now, so we can just go from this height. We don't have to make height, because this is a proper SSTO. All of our previous SSTOs had to get up to like 4 or 5K before we even started, but this one just does it, baby. And the pitch right now is pretty out of control, so I'm going to drop the flap, this flap, putting you down. There we go, and then we see that the pitch on the SAS no longer has to fight as hard against what's going on here. In fact, it's having to nose us a bit down. I'll put the second flap, I'll engage the second flap, and then the pitch will be below for the SAS, which means that if I hit F, if I just make the slightest maneuver, it'll be slightly banking me up as we go. And you see that it really wants to rotate itself. There we go. It really wants to rotate. But we're not worried about that. Let's go ahead and pull up our liquid fuel output. We do have the fuel flow priority set up so that we can observe just the liquid fuel being burnt like this. So when this hits 0, then that's all of the liquid fuel that we have on the entire ship for, you know, that we intended for a liquid fuel burn. I'm kind of, because I'm talking about what I'm doing while I'm doing it, I'm not necessarily doing it as good as I have in the past. Let's see if we can't bank down a little bit. Bank down a little bit, 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 bank down a little bit. Hold you there. 840, we're not going to make any more speed with this. We got a lot of liquid fuel that, well, you know what, Quad? What? Let's drop the second flap, and then let's nose down. Nose down. There we go. Get that speed back while we continue making height. These engines are going to die on us any moment now, but before they do, I want to switch over to our jet engine. But I mean, look at this. Look at how much we're sipping through the liquid fuel. We've got more liquid fuel than we actually need right now. And we've hit max speed, so let's go. Let's get all the engines engaged. Ooh, just before they pitch out, I'm going to want some more flaps here. More flaps. Okay, and now I'll nose up. Now I'll nose up. Still trying to keep it, you know, wings on the level. But we'll go up to 15 degrees. Not sure exactly what the best, you know, angles would be for this particular ship, but this is what I've been doing. If we check our apoapsis, it's just ahead of us right now. We need to push for more height. So I will bank up a bit more. There we go. That's rather high, is what I would say, in terms of height. Apoapsis now at 27K, and we're at 23. At about here, I'm going to nose back down. Like to keep it between 5 and 10 above me as we go on this, so that we can have the longest continuous burn that we can get. It's at 31, we're at 26. I'm going to check my controls here just to see that the pitch is more or less like at a good place where we'd want it to be. The SAS isn't having to do a lot. 36 kilometers at 29, I'm going to bank down again. I'm going to bank down again there, and as I'm banking down, pitch is having to pull down for us. So let me just drop one of these flaps. Pitch is more central again. Back to here, we're looking at 45K on the apoapsis, nose down a lot because the apoapsis is now over 10K, you know, ahead of us in terms of our height. So I'm going to bank down and get completely on the horizon for the last of this here. I just get my wings flat. Not that it necessarily matters at this point, but, you know, I like it. Alright, we're in space with a 73K apoapsis. I'm going to have it follow prograde. And I'm going to check on our pitch controls. I don't think we need the flaps at all anymore. Okay, flaps are completely disengaged, and it is making little adjustments for the turbulence and that sort of a thing. But we made 2,200 and some seconds. Sadly, we've only got 535 meters per second left in the craft. You see that right there. Just kidding. Once I turn those jet engines off, we see that what we have in the craft is 1,112 meters per second in Delta V. It's not the most efficient flight up here that you can get with this craft, I do not think. But, you know, despite the fact that a lot of things wanted to burn, none of them did. And we are in orbit. Zombies on the bus with a rating with a party of 2. Hello, zombies. Welcome. Dad, I want to go into a polar orbit. We've been over this. There's no polars for today. There's a bug in the stock Unity physics engine. That could be the cause, says Ventatsu. Of the rotation, I've seen this bug before, too, where it's like rotation. You go through the whole goddamn ship trying to find out, is there something that's not symmetrical? I've taken the wings off, put the wings back on. I've checked, you know, is there enough fuel in both sides? Is there something up here that's creating drag, even though it shouldn't be, that's pulling? And it could be that, because it's really hard to read. But at the end of the day, I got nothing. So it rotates a bit. Not so much as you can't steer it. You can compensate it for it with trim when you don't have any SAS, and SAS is more than powerful enough to compensate for it. You just got to tap Q a little bit as you fly it, and as you're adjusting for SAS controls and that sort of a thing. But that was a very good flight. I'm quite happy with this. You like the emotes? Oh, right, because you went affiliate. The Zom19 driver and the Zom19 dumb. Where did you get zombies with pilot? And there's some with sunglasses Kenneth just gave you. Where did you design those yourself? They look good in the little they look a lot better than the crap that Twitch designs for themselves. Can we get a look at the underside, Paul? On the underside? Sure, we do have, I did put one light on there. I had lights that were intended to, like, shoot back and light up the craft, but it just never really works, doesn't look good, and there's drag and weight associated with them. I tried, it didn't work out so well. But there's the underbelly of the craft. Coming up now to space, getting very near to space. We have made 2,100, we've managed to keep over 2,100 meters per second worth of speed here in orbit, and our periapsis is just negative 100 into Kerbin. I think with just 1,100 meters per second of Delta V left, though, I don't think this one's going to the moon and coming back. Gotta say, don't think that's gonna happen. It takes us 860 or so just to get the flyby of the moon. Then we have to make, you know, the orbit, and then we gotta blow it back out. I would want to be leaving from orbit with 1,100 meters per second. Or rather, 1,200 meters per second, really. But that could come down to just where, like, how I flew it. And I think it probably does. I had a friend do it. Well, it came out very well. Anyway, gotta head out, have a good stream. Thanks for the raid and stopping by. Good to see you, zombies. Glad that you're doing good on Twitch, apparently. Maybe free return flyby? We could do a free return flyby. But what's the point? Why would we even bother? Get ready to circularize here on our AppWaps. Start up them engines. Hold the AppWaps out in front of us a bit. Watch as our periaps starts coming up out of the surface of Kerbin. Nose down as we go. We came up dead on the equator. Go ahead and give me some more power so the AppWaps doesn't run away behind me. And nose down a bit more, so the AppWaps doesn't run away behind me. I may have mentioned previously. No. Alright. We've got an orbit right now, and we've got 989 meters per second at Delta V. That is like 120 meters per second in order to circularize and return if we tried to circularize and return on this run. Can't be a weight issue. Otherwise, the whole craft would bank to the right. So it has to be something pushing on the right side. So you think it's drag? Because the wings are exactly the same on both sides. I would think that the craft at about 40 tons, how much does it weigh once the fuel is out of it? It's down to 20 tons, but I would think that a craft 20 tons wouldn't respond to a little bit of drag caused by some you know, object that, even though I've put it inside of an object that's supposed to occlude it, is not occluding. But it could be. Does Oberth effect make it more efficient to try to do one continuous burn to circularize, or is that unreasonable? No, I've definitely... I go for that, like, when I can get it. I'm curious about that myself, Derek. Like, in a craft like this, because it's a plane, you know, and the wings and the drag and all that kind of thing, we could definitely do a continuous burn, and I'm totally ready to, like, I'm open to revert and just do the launch again and see how good it can fly. But, yeah, this is our craft. It gets up here. Let's look at what it does once it's up here, what the plan would be. So, I do have controls for these engines on... I can turn off the... that's the Bobcat. So I've turned off the main engines, and now we're just down to the Twitch engines. I can actually get more delta V by turning the Twitch engines off. And that gives us just a little bit more delta V, because the Twitch engines apparently aren't as efficient as the Bobcat is alone. Could turn those off as we're coming up to orbit. You know, I could just have them off entirely and see how it flies like that. They were a thought to add a little bit more TWR when we transfer over to the liquid fuel, the LFO stage, and then thinking that they'd be more efficient in orbit, but really their only use at this point would be if the TWR is necessary, for small maneuvers, where, you know, the Bobcat, which you could just reach in and thrust limit, they're kind of, we don't need them. Is what I'd say. We don't need them, I don't think. We've got some excess oxidizer on the craft. Oh, that's another thing that I believe I forgot. When I rebuilt this, I lost the fuel drain. So that's another thing we could put on. So if I put a fuel drain on and then took the Twitch engines off, because I don't think we actually require them. But there's a couple of things that we could do if we reverted. Once we're up here, though, the idea would be that we open the bay. So, open the bay, and then deploy electrics and the antenna. By the way, nobody needs you anymore. For a long time, if we needed you. And that's our craft. And we're up here with a probe-controlled craft that's got 2 tourists, you know, in it, waiting to go. We've got 1,000 meters per second of delta V. Shall we just go for it? I mean, what the hell, right? I don't want to, like, I'm not going to revert. If I revert, I'm going to revert all the way back. So there's F5s, F9s don't really matter, but I'm going to go ahead and F5 because I don't want to F9. Don't let me F9. We'll just revert all the way back. But with 1,000 meters per second of delta V, what if we went for it anyway? You know, I seriously doubt it, but I really don't know when you're making such a weird kind of eccentric orbit, you know, what the effect is going to be there. So I'm going to go over to the thing that's behind me that you can't see and that I can't drag, to here, and I'm going to actually just move you around to see the Lunar Periaps. Which way are you going? Getting closer. If I leave later, okay, and then give me some more prograde. And then later. No? Earlier. Alright. Some more prograde. Don't have to be this specific, but since we are running on a tight, you know, we're trying to get real damn close. Yeah. I'm going to try and be this specific. So it's going to be somewhere around there. More prograde, please. Up to 851 meters per second. And there, keep going. Looks like we could have gone to, or maybe we hit it on the way back. There's a second encounter with the moon right there. I don't want to do anything tricky like that. Just gonna do that, and then closer. Just finding the ideal place to leave once we've got all that prograde speed. Go, 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 go. And stop, and then ideal place to leave. Still about there. And there we go. For 857.4 meters per second. We hit the moon. We hit the moon, and then we come back and hit the moon again, apparently. At 10K. F5 from there. Maybe it's even enough for flyby of Minmus. We could definitely get to Minmus from here. I don't know about setting up the return and everything, but we could definitely get to Minmus from here. So what's that burn? That's a 38-second burn time just using the Bobcat, which is what we want to do. Go ahead and warp me to that maneuver. And if it's 38 seconds, then we want to do half of it on either side. Out of 38, we're talking about, we should leave about 20 seconds, I guess. Give me stability assist here. About 20 seconds before the burn, for the estimated burn time. And actually, if I point right on the target now, and as the target comes around the planet, we should follow it. SAS should follow it for us. F5 again, and let's say a little bit more than 20 seconds so I can do more of the maneuver after, you know, I can slow it down. So let's say 22 seconds, we'll go full burn. We're going. We're going and going and going and going and going. Need a bit more speed, in my opinion. Speed? I just watched that movie the other night. Me and Lady Palm watched Speed. It's a fun movie. It's impressive what they do. I mean, the movie just never stops. It never stops. The moment it starts, the credits end, and it's like, this is Bob, the bill, the elevators, this is terrorist, he's got to do. It just keeps going. It can, it won't, and it don't stop. Whoa! Stop! I missed the X button. I was pressing, apparently, all of the buttons that aren't X. Just talking about speed. So Netflix and chill, bro. What's our actual, well, I've gone past it. Go ahead and flip me around and we'll correct it. After all that time spent trying to get just the right McMadoodle, and then what happened? I was just chatting about, you know, Sandra Bullock and Keanu Reeves and ruined my burn. Happens to the best of us. Who can not chat about Sandra Bullock and Keanu Reeves while you're trying to do space maneuvers? It's just gonna happen. It's just gonna happen. There you go. A little bit more. We'll touch it off. It'll be perfect. It'll be a perfect node anyway. Where it'll get us, who knows? But it's perfect. Fuck it. That's close enough. Where are we? What's going to happen here? First periapse with the moon. It's not that good. 100 meters per second. I said we'd have 100 meters per second, though. Could have had a little bit more, couldn't we? Yes, we could have had a little bit more. But we got 100 meters per second to go out to the moon. Where's my... You just bring me to here, because I don't trust you. Warp to there. And we'll leave. Electric charge is good and full. One of the things, the other thing, can you do this in the VAB? So there's 3 things on my list to do in the VAB. Rip off the Twitch engines, I don't think we need them. Reduce the amount of liquid fuel that we're bringing, I guess, because we've got too much oxidized, so there's 4. If I can set this to hibernate and warp auto from minute 1, like the game should do for you, without you having to do that, just because there's no reason, except for that every time you use a probe, you have to go out and set it yourself. Fucking lack of design in this fucking game. And then what's the other thing? Twitch engines off, reduce the liquid fuel, set the probe core up that way, and... I don't know. I forget. So we didn't get as low to the moon as we'd intended. I'm pretty sure we're reverting this one way or the other, but hey, let's see how close we get to making something work here. So you, down to the periapts, please find your retrograde. Oh, we're almost there. Okay, F5 from here as well. Me right up to that apoapse. And I'll start burning it. 40 meters, 35, 19, 18, 8. Ah, didn't quite make it. Did not quite make it, yeah. You know, we were so close though, like if I wouldn't have fucked up the first burn, we might have had enough delta V to get the orbit. Couldn't have come home, but we might have gotten the orbit. We're so damn close to getting that orbit right now. Wait, Pawn, you have oxidizer to spare. Isn't that what you should be reducing? That's... How is that the case? How is that the case? Revert back to the spaceplane hangar. How is it the case that it's oxidizer? Oh my god! This fucking overclock is just snappy, baby. I'm loving it. So far. Hello, Frackle. How is that the case? If we have excess oxidizer, and that means I need more liquid fuel, but when we, like, well before we started burning, you know, our main engines, we still had, you know, excess liquid fuel lying around. So how is it that, you know, I start burning my main engines when I still got 14 units of liquid fuel left, and I end up with more oxidizer instead of a waste of liquid fuel? Because we started them up, the liquid fuel didn't burn for long on those jet engines before. I mean, it was like I started them up, 3 seconds later they turned off, and they weren't burning fast because they didn't have the air for them. So how is it that we end up with more oxidizer than liquid fuel? Your rockets use the liquid fuel for the jet engines. So they pulled the liquid fuel from here for the jet engines, which again means that we should be left over with an excess of liquid fuel, not oxidizer. If they sucked the LF out of here, then in these tanks we should, you know, we should end up, when we're done with that burn, we shouldn't have an extra 100 oxidizer lying around, we should have an extra 100 liquid fuel. Is there something wrong with my brain? Because even if they burn them out of here, it doesn't matter, it's all on the same ship. At the end of the day, if we started with an excess of liquid fuel, we should end with an excess of liquid fuel. Maybe when your rockets kicked in, the increased speed brought back intake air and restarted the jet engines, and really cranked them for a minute? I guess. I mean, it wasn't that big of a kick of speed. The TWR on this craft is not that great, but it doesn't make sense, I'll tell you that. But it does mean that we should bring more LF instead of, oh, I should actually be putting fuel back in where I can. So I will. I wanted to try this. Let's go ahead and, you know, go up to the Mark 8, because we're together. We're building here. It's the final refinement, hopefully, of this craft. Mark 8, let's go ahead and throw the Twitch engines off. Now, when we do that, I'll show you what the TWR is. It's 0.96, but that's at sea level. You can see the 0.96 anyway. I'm going to drag the altitude up to, when these engage, we're more at, like... let's say, I think we engaged them at like 18 kilometers last time, but let's just say 16 kilometers. TWR will be 1.02. That's why I put the Twitch engines on. But that is also assuming that we have all the weight of all the liquid fuel. If I drain all the liquid fuel out of here, we're no longer carrying that. That's 1.04, and that's 1.06. And then they start burning their own fuel, and it just gets better and better from there. It's not a lot, but hey, it's a controlled burn, I guess is what we'll say. So put that liquid fuel back in. We started over here. Which one? Where's the one? Okay, if you've got all the 80, and then I put a little bit in here. So we started at 56 on the secondary engine, and apparently we needed more. Put it all on? I'm going up to 72. I'm going up to... I'm going to have it full. You could be full. I'm going to give you full on both of those cases there. Okay. We've lost the Twitch engines, so that's less weight that we're dragging up. Apparently uselessly, because the Bobcats are most efficient on their own. Which is weird, because the ISP... Well, but it's vacuum over space. Yeah. I think the in-air... I don't have the link anymore, but Noah sent us a link to where the website, the Kerbal Wikipedia, lists all of the engines, and you can sort them by ISP and in vacuum and in at sea level. And I believe those little Twitch engines, or whatever they're called, are actually really, really good at sea level for, you know, the fact that they're also pretty damn good in space. So the 3600 does KSP well, but can it do skinny trucks in World 9? That'll be the next thing to test. And we'll see as time goes on across this live stream whether or not KSP holds up. The longer you run it, the worse it tends to get. Isn't that the truth, though? CPU package running at 160 some degrees right now. Low 160s. So it's a bit hotter than it used to be. But, you know, we're using just, we're popping back and forth between how much we're using, but around 50% of the CPU. A little bit over 50% of the CPU when I'm dragging like this. We wanted a duct, a fuel duct by mass. Give me a drain, that's it. That's what you call them, a drain. And I want it in a place that makes sense to me. Let's have it. Let's see. So you wouldn't be there. You'd have to be like, you'd want the drain on the lowest part of the ship. When it's in gravity, it would actually be able to drop things. So we'll have you right at the bottom here. Snapping. That must be dead center, right? Put you there. Just one of them. Just on the bottom. Now we've got a valve that we can drop any excess weight that we might have. What else was on the docket for things to be changed? I have been thinking about the only Elevons that I've got that are actually allowed to do anything for roll, even when they're active. These aren't active right now because they start in flap mode, is these guys. And I was wondering, is there a way to set them up where they're still tied as a unit, but they start with a default roll state to counteract the bullshit in the game? Here's the other thing that we wanted to do, though, because that's above my pay grade. But if I can get a grab on... Ooh, I think I had a grab on it. On the probe. Hibernate and warp. Auto. Always. Auto. You fucking idiot. People who made this game. So that's an improvement. What was the other thing? There was a thing. There was a third thing that was like, we could do this, we could do that, we could do the other. Very suitable that the Twitch engine is useless. No, it's not on this craft, but it's a very good engine. There was more LF left over in the LF tank for the jet engines. The rockets drained that before the LF in the rocket fuel tanks. You need more LF to balance out the load. Well, I understand that we ended up with oxidizers, so I got to put more liquid fuel on. I just don't think it makes sense that we ended up with more oxidizer. You know, it can pull its fuel from anywhere and everywhere at once, so it doesn't matter where it's coming from. And if our jet engines were almost dead in the atmosphere, we had 14 units of liquid fuel. I fire up the main engines, they start burning LF and O. You know, like the jet engines, the LF has to go somewhere. Where did it go that we ended up with too much O instead of just LF? I don't get it. If you were firing your engines, the drain should be as far back as possible. Well, I won't be draining while I'm firing my engines. And wait a second. So you want I drain my engines while I'm burning, then just fireball. So it's more delta V in space. I get where you're coming from. That's not going to be the way we do it, though. Ruin Pawn, are you have better intakes? I does not have better intakes. The best intake that I have would be the engine nacelle, which is why in the earlier build of the ship I had just one engine nacelle. That gives you 5 AI. Gives you 5 air intake. But it's very draggy, and it stores its own liquid fuel, and it's a big part, and design-wise, I'd rather do something like this. I'm not... Like, we're fine for air intakes on this design as it is. It'd be great if this could get up to, you know, thousands of meters per second. I don't think you could get it up to thousands of meters per second just having the Panthers on it. Well, if I had a 5th on there, but that's a completely different design. Where we are right now is a very good balance. We can leave... Another way that I could probably save, like, liquid fuel would be if I did actually lift to a height before I tried to leave with the, I don't know if that would work. Before I went wet on the engines. Who gives a shit? If you drain only fuel in space, it won't catch fire. Ah, yes. Okay. So as long as we just drain the LF. RCS? No, I'm not attaching anything like that for it. This is, that's beyond the spec of a tourism ship. So I don't want to put monoprop on it. What the hell was it that I was like, ooh, there's one more thing that we could do. There's 4 things. The 4th was for... And now I don't remember what it was. I guess we're going with this. Let's make sure that the staging is back the way that it's supposed to be, which is U2. Like so. Also, let me check my action group. For you, where are you? You're on custom 5? Yeah, and the Twitches were on 6. That's how I want it. You guys flip on and off. 3 does that. 4 toggles the Panthers. 5 toggles the Bobcat. 0, 9, 8. Nothing else that I wanted toggled. No? Need more fuel. I've put the fuel in. I've put the LF in. At least the LF, you know, I've put that in. But yeah. Let's give it a go. Let's give it a go. Make sure the tourists are back in there. It was Zeldrin and Ankus. That is correct. That sounds very correct anyway. Let's put her back out on the pad. Give her a go. Did someone say more boosters? No, there's no boosters. We're not gonna have any boosters. It's an SSTO. Nothing breaks off. We just ripped off some engines. We don't... no SAS, throttle to full. Go ahead.
Hey, buddy, what do you think? I don't work here? You're supposed to ask before you do that.
Well, you keep giving me crap about it being stupid that I ask you. 3, 2, 1, countdowns and whatnot, so I figured I'd just skip it.
You can't skip me, buddy. It's in my contract.
Alright, well then let's hope that this counts as not skipping you, because I'm trying to fly a plane right now, I don't know if you noticed. And... pull the gear in, with all the flaps deployed, that's the sort of takeoff we get. I'm going to immediately try and compensate with trim on the roll. Pretty much got it. I'm going to drop the secondary flaps so that we're not going quite as high. And then I'm going to get our wings steady if I can. I need to trim in the opposite direction. I over-trummed. We got over-trummed. The SAS. That looks pretty good. Get you over on the 90 if you can. Just a little yaw to get me dead on the 90. And then SAS on. Good. Let's go. And I'm going to nose up a bit. So pitch. Pitch is good. If I engage the other flap, no. If I switch flaps, the pitch will be better. Will be better, more where I want it to be. More controllable. 15 degrees as we go wet. Pull up our liquid fuel consumption. And we're burning hard and fast for go-y uppy. You know, we want to go-y uppy is what we want to do. I could go higher. I could be talked into going higher here in the lift. We get that upward speed at these high speeds, and then bank down a bit. Before 10K where these engines can do a thing. I want to be banking down now, really. Bank down, bank down, bank down. Should making the speed. Ugh. If one of the flaps turned off. Yeah, turn off the second flap. I should be able to bank down. 12K. $860 some, and we're losing speed. If I can bank down a little bit more. Okay, still gaining the speed at 14 some kilometers. Alright, this is the best speed we're gonna get. And engage those engines. I'm gonna nose up again. I'm gonna also turn on some of the flaps. And those engines cut out at 14 point something. I'm gonna need more flaps. Flaps are now with us. Not a lot of TWR on this engine, but we are starting from 900 and some meters per second when it engages. And it will only get better as we go. 100 meters per second vertical. Maybe that's... I don't have a lot of experience flying SSTO. I'm kind of making it up as I go, so maybe that's what I want to do, is just keep all that speed going up in one shot. Let's go ahead and disable the jet engine so we can see more what our Delta V actually is as we're trying to pull this off. Kill the jets, have done. We're very, very often on the same page, Tremacy, you and me. And the way this works is that you think it, and then my brain picks up on it, and then I do it. That's how it works. And if you don't believe that, then I've got a bridge in New Jersey that... I don't know how that makes sense, any. Fuel balance is okay now. Is it? I can't tell. We're going hard up here. What are we at? 24, let me look at our APWAPs. 32, 25 and 32, 26 and 33. I'm gonna bank down a little bit. You know, I want to make the height so that we're not generating a bunch of drag with these big old wings when we're in lower atmosphere. Well, we're still in some form of atmosphere. But I do want this to be the longest, you know, most continuous circular burn I can get, which is I could just keep burning the whole time if I flew it right. 47 and 34, 48 and 34. I'm gonna bank down. I'm gonna actually put us under the horizon. And pitch is having to fight my flaps now, so I'm going to disengage. Both flaps are disengaged, confirmed. Oh shit, the apoapsis has gone crazy on me. God damn it.
Must open a food truck on the mine.
We're getting there. 420, thank you, Frackle, for the 420 bits. That's a scrubbed flight. We're going to do it again. We're already at 1,100 meters per second. I learned a lot on that flight, and also I was reminded of how, you know, the fact that they put this here so that you could read apoapsis and periapsis still doesn't replace the mod Kerbal Engineer, because I really need to be able to see this and this at the same time. But, you know, nice attempt again on the UI design. So, yeah, probably Kerbal Engineer would be a good thing for me. Back to the launch. The ship is fine. Back to the launch. Scent profile needs more optimization. Alright, so we go uppy. More uppy? Just go straight up. Throttle up. No SAS. I hate SAS on a plane. Go install Kerbal Engineer during the break. Yeah, because that's what that would be called a break then, wouldn't it? But yeah, it's funny how like the mods solve problems and then the devs come along and see, oh yeah, that mod really does solve a problem, doesn't it? Hey, what if we changed it so that it doesn't actually work the way that you know that helps? What if that? No, guys, actually, what if not that? What if not that? Okay, I'm just playing with the flaps a little bit, and I'm gonna trim you out. Whoa, okay, over trimmed, under trimmed. One more tap. One more tap. Okay. We've got a little tap there. Got it. Got it. Get on your there. Give me SAS, and well, actually, yeah, build some speed here. What would it hurt? What would it hurt to build a little speed here? Well, we're just sipping the fuel in non-wet mode. I'm playing with flaps, pitch, seeing how much speed we can get, getting myself right on the 90, and go! No, go! Press the wrong button. Okay, that's way too much pitch. Go ahead and bank up hard. Just paying a lot of attention to the ball and the pitch, like my eyes are very much on the readings. Okay, 20 degrees on the ball. We just go straight up from here. Fly level for a while to build up speed before you get it wet. I did that this time, hey. Go up to about 12 to 13 before you cut in the afterburners. I can't get to 12 to 13 kilometers before I turn the afterburners on in this craft. That don't happen. Most of our speed is uppy speed, and we need help to keep pushing. So let's go ahead and burn. Drop you now. You up to 900? Ah, damn it. Just before 900, the jet's kicked out. We've got a much more ascent-y kind of a thing going on here. Before I switch out here, what have we got? It's U active, but not the other. I'm going to switch flaps. I'm going to turn flaps off entirely. No, you need both of them, actually, at this stage. Both of them to maintain that kind of a pitch. And now we'll go over and look at our AppWaps. 32, well, we're at 24, we're at 25, it's at 33. 34 to 27, 35. 36, 37, 28. I want to tilt down, but I'm trying to make that height first. 41 and 32. Alright, now try desperately, Pawn, to keep them no further than 10k apart from one another. There we go. 42 and 34. Okay, yeah. You can actually go a little bit. It's on your prograde from here. 43 and 36. 37, 44. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Okay, let's turn off the jet engines. Should be you. There we go. 1500, 40k. We're getting the speed. Apoapsis. Let's nose down more. And more. Watch the apoapsis now, Pawn. It's all about the apoapsis. Right dead on the level with all this speed. 63, 65, 66, 7, 8, 9, 70, 1.3. Follow prograde. Okay. We're at 1,444 meters per second instead of 1,100 at this stage, which was our previous best. You can set up the close intakes on an action group to see if that makes a difference as far as arrow. We did that last time, and then I heard in chat that it doesn't actually make a difference, and I couldn't see if it did. If it did, I didn't notice it, so I'm gonna stick with just this. I have a bit excess oxidizer, so again, not quite enough liquid fuel. That's crazy to me. It's crazy to me. Maybe because we were flying, you know, in lower atmosphere for so long. But this is a much better ascent so far. Our periapsis is negative 81, and you have less than a 3-digit negative periapsis after the first burn. That's very, very good. Very, very good. And because this is a plane, even at the heights that I was at, I hesitate to, you know, do the kind of maneuvers where you burn below the horizon. I still do them, but I tend to not want to. I'm thinking, man, that doesn't seem like a good idea. But this could be the one that actually goes to the moon and gets this job done, and then I'll find out that I brought the wrong tourists or some shit. Actually, yeah, no. Just, all right, you won't warp me up there. Don't worry, I'll warp myself up. Thank you very much. Good point, Jermasian. I was told that the intakes didn't work. I couldn't tell the difference, or didn't make a difference. I don't know. Do they? Delta V is cycling weirdly, yeah, because of the jets. That's what I needed to do. I look back and see what you guys were saying. I got to keep my eyes completely on the bubble while I'm, well, really bouncing between all the different data points, and still lacking a few. Kerbal Engineer, just what if you just did what everybody already knows works instead of throwing your own twist on it there, dude. Fucking devs. Alright, AppWaps is coming up in 5. Start burning these engines a little bit. A little bit more, a little bit more. Hold you out in front of us. Nose you down. Periaps is coming up. Nose you down some more. And we have a circularization. 70.9 and 70.6. And we've got 1,291 meters per second remaining in our... What was this called again? SSTMO. Our SSTMO. A guy called Pi finally made it home. What I meant by the reflections thing is that you might want to try turning the reflection resolution thing way down. Tripled my FPS for some reason. Is that in the settings in the game? Or is that like an EVE thing? Or does it exist in under settings graphics? If it does, then I'll just find it. We'll find it later. Better attempt indeed. Yeah, almost 1,300 meters per second of Delta V remaining here, and now that we are in orbit, yes, but it's very anecdotal. Only had it happen once. Really? That it tripled your frames per second, or just that you saw it as a thing that existed? I think we're gonna F5 from here, and you say that I've got too much oxidizer at this point? We could drain some oxidizer in order to get that Delta V out, you know? It's a thing we could do if I set drain mode to the vessel, and then set oxidizer on, and then set the drain rate to something low. 1.6. Don't do it, you'll drain too much. Well, I F5'd. I F5'd. 823? That's all I need to go down to? Alright, I'll put the drain rate down to 1%, and I'll click the button. And 823. $823. Did that work out? Did we get more? Because I just watched for 823. Is that right? 673 to 823? Those are 862 encounter, 280. I'm sorry. Should I keep going? I wasn't watching. I was just taking. Was 823 a different thing? 860 to the encounter, 280 to low orbit, except I don't need the low. Then some small amount to return. So you're solid, says Derek. I think so too. I think so too. Is that good? Is it a good balance? I don't know. I don't understand. Oh, you meant Delta. Well, but Aerospacer said 823. And do you have like a calculator open, Aerospacer, that just tells you how much O you should have as it relates to LF? F5, because that would be handy, actually, instead of having to just, like, guess. Okay, so we're up here. Let's pop that, and let's deploy the antennas and our electric charge. Calculator, yes. Okay, cool. Well, I'm at 673 to 823, and we're fully deployed and in a nice, stable orbit, LKO, ready to go to the moon. It's time for a live stream break, then. I drive SSTOs a lot, says Aerospacer. Yeah. Is there... Don't worry about it, Paul. Just like, is there a mod specifically for... Kerbal Engineer, right? Could Kerbal Engineer tell you that kind of stuff? Fuel imbalance. You know, like, what if the game that was in development for 11 years, what if the game that's been a 1.0 for all those, what if the game that people have been modding for, 11 years in order to put, what if the game gave you the information that you most often used on the most common types of missions, in the game? I didn't mean to scare anybody. Sorry. We need a break after that. We're going to take a 7-minute live stream break. Opportunity to pee. I need to. Join me. Grab a snack, grab a drink. 7 minutes, meet me back here, and we will attempt to get these Kerbals orbiting the moon and then home. That's going to be the goal. Don't go anywhere. 7 minutes. Pawn not ready to not out. Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn livestream on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. We're a Kerblin, is what we're doing today. It didn't quite work out. I was trying to hit a button and make all the music stop and everything. It was gonna happen all, but it didn't happen. Cots of Shame, welcome Cots of Shame, and Kenneth, looking for the list of quotes? Maybe quote list? I don't recall myself. I don't know. You guys know the commands better than I do. Absolutely. I didn't write the damn thing. Noah did, and it's very well built for all the things that it's done for us over the years. It's a little bit naff right now because of pieces that it's just not integrated correctly anymore, is it? But we might fix that. I don't know. It's really up to Noah what level he's willing to put into it and when I'm willing to move the bot over to Amazon, which is what we've got in mind. But that's neither here nor there, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We have flown this SSTO to O. Now it's time to MO it. We've taken it to low Kerbin orbit, and our target is that there moon. And that's where we're going. Set you as the target. We really need you as the target. We'll set you as the target, and then if it's on there, it's somewhere, it's right around our periaps. And we're going to set up this maneuver, and I'm not going to be as careful with this maneuver, but I do want to see how long the burn's going to take to try and do it somewhat well, because we've got the Delta V, probably, here, so let's not overkill it. What do we got? 894 meters per second? That's a fair bit more than you really need for a moon kind of a thing. Give me 857, and then show me the moon periaps. It's over there, and I will just with the controls that are behind me right now, the Delta V thing. I'm clicking the middle bits where it's gray and it's got little those. I'm clicking those to move it slightly forward, slightly back. So. Slightly forward, the periaps gets higher, slightly back, periaps gets lower, and that's what would happen if we left there with 218, so I'll put a little bit more prograde burn on it. We want to get real damn close to the moon here, folks, and once I get low to, like, there, I'll click on those little move when we leave buttons again, because once you've added some prograde to it, it's going to change that. And then again, a little bit more prograde. There you go. So for about 860, we're getting right up in the moon's grill, right up in its business, like the resurrection, is what I've been told. We are coming in at hitting it with a little bit. It wants to send us flying out for some reason. Could I adjust that in the burn itself? It's a bad time to adjust it in the burn itself. Come on, don't mess with that. 859.1. We'll do it. Hey, Pawn, how many of those guys wanted to have a suborbital trajectory at Kerbin? I know some of them are picky. They actually get to be in space with no Kerbin periaps. I don't know, actually. Look at the mission profile. Why? Why? What do you got in mind? Let's see. Ferry 3 tourists safely to their destination. Land on the moon, orbit the moon, orbit the moon. All we got to do is orbit the moon, and Ankus will be happy. Land on the moon, fly by the moon, and orbit around Kerbin. Ooh, Froven wants to do a lot of things that all have to happen, but he's skipping some of them and adding some of them. Pretty sure we can't go straight to the moon, but missed a bunch of this. What's the goal for today, says a guy called Pi. We're getting these tourists to the moon right now, and then I want to address the fact that we've got a Kerbal stranded in orbit of the moon, and we've got a whole bunch of, I took like 9, yeah, there's 9 events that need to take place of observational surveys at the moon. So the idea would be build a craft that is probe controlled, pick this guy up, maybe he's a pilot, maybe he isn't, put it in polar orbit of the moon, and then go through the tedious monotony and grind of collecting all of these surveys. But we do need a little bit of money. I'm down to like 200k. We're in normal mode. I should be a billionaire, is how I feel about it. But so this burn is 40 seconds long. Okay, that's similar to what we did before. Apparently we're a little bit less... I think we're just not as high around Kerbin, where we're starting from. So 40 seconds. So we'd leave at, let's say, 24 seconds, if I can do that. It'd be about 24 seconds when we leave, so that I can slow down the burn on the other side and still have done most of the burning, you know, one side and then the other. So coming up on this now, F5 me, could have just clicked that button, couldn't you? I suppose I could have. I suppose I could have, but what would the fun of that be? Yeah, and we will get ourselves on the target. And prepare to burn at about 24 seconds. How does a streamer with 132 subs only have 20 to 30 viewers? Oh god, that number's wrong for right now. Oh, you distracted me. You distracted me. I forgot to open up stream labels. But that's my standard, too. That is my standard. It's just how it works. Open up stream labels, Pawn. Well, the game plays itself. We're just doing a burn in space. Because this has probably gone down. Ah, it's 128. Still. But, you know, mainly because the small and passionate community that, you know, does watch this, thank you guys so much. This is my way of loving you, is just easy because you're beautiful, is saying this. You know, you guys, like, donate so many subs and things and just, you know, pay my bills despite the fact that you're the only people who watch me. Stop. Okay. Okay, get us back on the target. I'm gonna waste this one. In fact... Okay, I'm gonna drop that so that we can see our actual moon periaps as we approach. And go straight to prograde. F it. And our mooner periaps, getting closer. A little bit more. There we go, 15K. See, this is what I'm talking about. Little magnets with the 6 subs gifting. Dirty ads. Derek614, Noah Crow, Lord of the Ing, In Jay's Brain, and Poppy Silver. Welcome to the Big Dick Club. Thrust limit your engine? I could have, but we got there anyway. Thank you so much, Little Magnets. That puts you in the lead. Little Magnets for the month. 6 subs. Rex Skates with the sub earlier, with the gift sub earlier. Thank you so much. Yeah, cringe. Stuff like that, basically. Yeah. Large Penis Society. There we go. The LPS. Welcome to the LPS, everybody. So we're going to the moon. I'll F5 from here. Let's go ahead and just warp out to... Everything's open, right? I deployed everything. We're all deployed. We set up the probe from in the VAB, so that it should be auto whatever mode when we warp. Auto don't spend all my electricity mode. Warp there, please. And then we can watch as we leave Kerbin. Goodbye, Kerbin. We'll see you another day. Well, we'll see you later this day, I think is how that's going to work out. If everybody has large penis, are they really large anymore? That's what I'm doing. I'm making it so that everybody's even in the world. Give everybody a big dick. Boy, if you could just give everybody a big dick, do you know how many problems in the world would just suddenly go away? Get me back to a, okay, yeah, one of those camera modes, I guess. How many problems would just go away if everybody could have a big dick? I'm not saying that I got a big dick, I'm just saying, like, I'm pretty sure most of the world's problems relate to people compensating. I definitely don't have large pieces. It's decidedly average. And that's what I'm doing, is with your subscription, I will be sending you, lovely viewers, friends, lovers, true, I will be sending you 3.2 inches of additional penis that you can increase your size with. Not any kind of, it's not like something I give you and then, you know, and then you use a device and then your penis, no. I'm just going to be giving you a bigger dick. Bigger dicks for everybody. This is a bad time to be doing this. Could have done it earlier and not cost as much Delta V. Don't really need to actually do this either. With 437 meters per second, I feel confident to go ahead and just make us a little bit more equatorial at the moon with a bit of a burn like that. What the hell? What the hell? I don't need don't need a maneuver, just wanted to see what the delta V was on that. So we'll get on our happy triangle. And we'll burn it a bit. Should still have 400 meters per second and more by the time we're done with this. I am raising the periaps though. If I dive down here, does that help or hurt? I don't know which that does. It's doing neither and both.
Look,
well, here we are.
There's
What are you gonna do?
Klingons on the starboard bow, starboard bow, starboard bow. There's Klingons on the starboard bow, porn.
I don't. Oh, they got cloaks? Personal cloaks? I saw that. Janeway told me about that. Shit. Thank you, Darth Angelus. Is that a song or something? Is there a new song? It's worse than that. He's dead, Jim. Who's dead? 402 meters per second at Delta V remaining. We're coming in, you know, equatorial-ish at the moon. I did lose some of our nice deep height by doing that, but what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Go ahead and give me a, yeah, give me a maneuver, just so that we get this right, and then drag you down. Take that retrograde. Oh, okay, that's a bit more than we need. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Like that, and then if I do from there, and then Okay. That'll get it for 81.2 meters per second. We will get completely grabbed by the SOI, and we'll have an orbit of the moon. That burn time will be 3 seconds. And Kenneth, your suggestion earlier, now I'm on board. Let's go ahead and thrust limit this to like 30, something like that. Yeah, give me a burn time on that. Give me some kind of burn time, and go ahead and warp me up to it as we approach the moon. This, by the way, will be a retrograde burn. When you come out of warp, go ahead and find your retrograde for me. Yes, Pawn, it's a parody song. I think the title is Star Trekking or something like that. Google the firm Star Trekking. The firm Star Trekking? Not like the loose, flabby, but the Star Trekking that's been working out a little bit. Okay. We come in peace. Shoot to kill. Shoot to kill. F5 one more time. I wanna see the pretty side of the ship. Well, this is the pretty side of the ship, apparently. Let's do this. Let's get our tourists here, and let's show them the moon. Okay, you came here to see the moon. Are you happy? You feel happy? They're like, yeah, but we're not orbiting it yet. When do we orbit it? We paid to orbit it. So now we've got, the tourists can see, and then also if I turn the lights on, doesn't make a damn bit of difference. Oh, lights on, doesn't make a damn bit of difference for us. Okay. So yeah, there's the moon, everybody. Burn time, 10 seconds. We're burning now on our retrograde. Head on out. Watch as this happens. Slow it down. Slow it down. And boom. We have the weakest little catch of the moon that we can get that keeps us in its SOI. We done did it. F5 from here. Check my contracts. And we see that Ankus has gone orbital. She's a happy camper. And Zeldrin has gone orbital. She's a happy camper as well. I didn't know that Zeldrin and Ankus were women's... I didn't know that they were names, though, really, when you get right down to it. How you guys feeling in there, huh? You happy? You see the moon? It's right over there. You want to... Hang on, let me show you on the side that you... Look out to... this is your captain speaking. If you look to the right of the craft, you'll see the damned moon that you paid us not enough money to spend all the development that it took us, and it did cost us money to develop it as well. Not all of those reverts actually took. But welcome to the moon, both of you. Have a look-see. Here you go. We're going to go around it just so that you get all of your money's worth. We're going to go around it once for you. Okay? You can see it from the high and you can see it from the low. So go ahead and warp me to there. Woo! Huh? Did you see it? Did you see it? It took us a bit, but we did it. Did you see the moon? Good for you. Now our retrograde is, you know, off the back there. Don't know exactly when I want to burn. Let's put a maneuver here and burn, I guess it'll be prograde. And that will kick us back out of the SOI of the moon. And while we're in the moon's SOI, we can do all this work of dropping the curb and periaps down to a return for just 80 some meters per second, a delta V, and we got 321 in here. Yeah, it'll be something like that. If I were to leave, I'm just curious, like, if it gets better or worse, if I left earlier or later. Later seems to be the place to be here. No, I hit it very good. Like, we were right around the spot where we'd want to leave, where I dropped it. Okay, and look at all them missions. Those are missions we gotta come back for, everybody. We could come back and do, at least they're clustered. 9 of those are ours. I guess all of those are ours, because we're not in the tracking center, so I guess 10 of them are things that we need to do. They're all orbital look down at the moon's surface as you pass, and you need a Kerbin on board because it's a crew report kind of a situation. We will get to that. F5 me, and then zoom me up to my node. It's a burn time of 10 seconds with the thrust limiting that we've got here. We're going to be burning primarily progrades, so go ahead and find your prograde for me, hon. Don't linger, boost back to Kerbin. I think this is the best way. To go around the moon once and then come home. So, back to the prograde. Again, don't really... Well, you took the time to set it up. Use it. Okay? So, if it's a 10-second burn, we'll leave it 5 seconds. There you go. Burn now. Oh, shit. Nope, nope. Watch it, buddy. Watch it. Fuck. Alright, you can't see it, because, you know what? We're fine. We're fine. Close that down. Show me the real periaps. Yeah, no. Actually, just hold the thing. I love this game, I gotta say. Fucking love this game. I'll just put my mouse over it, and then we'll continue the burn. Curb and periaps. How low do we want to be when we're coming in? I'm thinking, like, above 40. Maybe 45.
Hope this isn't too premature. Like a great man named George W. Bush said. Mission accomplished.
But who said it? A great man like George W. Bush. Who was it that actually said it, though? From the deck of an aircraft carrier. You know, right at the beginning of 10 years of fucking occupation on the worst plan that didn't have anything to do with anything ever undertaken in military history. Mission accomplished! Tens of thousands of dead soldiers and Iraqi citizens later. Mission accomplished. Gotta tell you though, looking back, Derek says, great man, war criminal, George W. Bush. Gotta say though, looking back from where we're sitting right now, I'd take G.W. Bush. I'd especially take G.W. Bush, like, today, because he's spent, apparently, like, the past decade and a half, he's spent, ever since he's retired, he's been painting pictures of soldiers who were wounded in the operation that he sent them to. So he's been processing some karma that he recognizes is, you know, was his for a very long time, and it seems to me to acknowledge, you know, that's the interesting thing about, like, a presidency, is that it's a job that there's nothing that can possibly prepare you for. You know, oh, I was a CEO, oh, I'm a big blustering jackass with orange hair, he's got a bunch of fucking failed businesses and a couple of sitcoms. So, you know, there's nothing in the world that would prepare you for it, and the interesting thing is that, like, the people who I would love to see running, you know, being the president today are all people who used to be the president. And I wouldn't have thought that George W. Bush would be on that list, but given where we're sitting right now, and given, you know, his recent publishing things about COVID and about people needing to come together and stuff like that, I would take George W. Bush. I would absolutely have Bill Clinton. I would, you know, we could have Obama back. I think Obama needs, I'd rather him have some more time off in order to get more perspective, but it's the kind of thing that you really need to do the job for a while, then go away from, and then come back. But yeah, it's weird because of our, you know, thank God we've got term limits, considering what the fuck's going on in the Oval Office today. But, you know, it's a weird situation that you'll never be ready to do the job, then you go in and do the job, and by the time you figure out how to do the job, you're leaving. I think, like, it would... I actually, with that in mind, I think it would be a good idea to have, like, term limits, but non-consecutive terms would be allowed, you know? Something like, you can be the president... honestly, we would actually probably benefit from having 4-year term limits. And being like, you can be the president as many terms as you can get, but you can't do it for more than 4 years at a time. And so you could be 4 in, 4 out, 4 back in, 4 out, 4 back in. I think that would be a decent idea. Because you'd end up with presidents coming in for a second term who know how to do the job, and the public would have, you know, whatever opinion that they have of them at that time. Like, if the public's willing to vote them back in, they would be more prepared to do it than they ever were before. It's a weird concept, but I've thought about this before, and like the ways that we could make this government better. I think it might help. Pauline, you can't be foreign if you want to get elected. You mean, Trump's wife? Yeah, I guess she'll never get in office. And her parents that he brought over, well, he was simultaneously saying, like, God damn these immigrants bringing their fucking whole families over here, and then he got the... Is that who you're talking about? Ronan Putin. Careful with that. Putin used to keep Russia his for decades. Well, that's the idea, is we, you know, non-consecutive terms. Non-consecutive. And for, you know, those people who actually believe in, and I don't, but those who actually do believe in the whole, that, you know, the reason this democracy works is because you've got two big parties at war with each other. It's a really horrible idea, but you know what? This would be more of that, you know? Couldn't have the same person in office. Could not have the same person in office for more than 4 years. Which means the hands would change more often, and the people would come and go and get experience and walk away and learn and watch someone else do it and go, oh no, this person doesn't know. Like, I think we'd end up with better leaders. He used non-consecutive terms to retain control. His guy kept the seat warm, says KFR 8-bit. Oh, really? Oh, really? So he controlled from the sidelines. And given where we're sitting right now, that would totally be how they would run it, isn't it? Wouldn't it? Doesn't it? Ultimately, any democracy, though, does rely substantively on, you know, the people. So where systems like that have failed, who's really to blame? But, you know, what we could do then, you know, and I leave it all on the table for discussion, but you know, at the very least, you could say you can serve 2 terms and they have to be non-consecutive. I think you would get better leaders. I think you would get better leaders, and you'd get more done from the leaders who come in, you know, 4 years after having to step out of the office for 4 years. And maybe additional rule, you can't hold any other office during the 4 years in between. You have to be a completely private citizen and go do whatever you're going to do. I think we could get way, way better leaders in the long run there. Europe works well with hundreds of parties. Yes, wouldn't that be lovely? Wouldn't that be grand if we had more than just 2 goddamn parties? I'm definitely not a fan of that. But, you know, trying to solve the problems in the system as it stands now, instead of trying, you know, just wishing that it were different. Although I do. So let's go ahead and warp out of the moon's SOI.
22nd Amendment. Until the amendment's ratification, the president had not been subject to term limits, but George Washington had established a 2-term tradition that many other presidents followed. In the 1940 presidential election and the 1944 presidential election, Franklin D. Roosevelt became the first president to win 3rd and 4th terms, giving rise to concerns about a president serving an unlimited number of terms.
Okay, so it was FDR being so popular amongst the people that, yeah, and fair fucking, you know, fair enough, fair criticism, because the situation that we're looking at right now is, you know, drawing closer to the election. We got a guy who's willing to send military police out to, you know, attack the citizenry, expressing their First Amendment right to protest and free speech, you know, and calling them terrorists and shit like that. His own people, you know, or rather, the people whom he is meant to serve, because that's the job. He's our bitch. That's the job that you sign up for. Obama was our bitch. You know, you're asking, can I please be your bitch and do your will and try and do, you know, the best that I can for you? Can I be your butler? And this guy thinks he's fucking a king. We don't have kings anymore. You're our bitch. That's how that's supposed to work. Did you see the episode of The Orville where there was an absolute democracy? Every had badges with up and down votes and maiden feed which displayed the up and down votes. Some places wouldn't serve you coffee if you had more than 500,000 down votes. I did not. I did, however, see the explosion. Where was it? Is it Beirut? I saw the footage the other day of that, and the reason that that pops into my head is that somebody posted, like, not even the footage of these, but just posted, like, a, you know, graphic showing the damage and, you know, the impact and that kind of thing and where the damage reached. There were 3,400 thumbs up on the image. And, like, fair enough. It's just weird to me that we've come to a culture where you see, like, somebody links something showing the horrific amount of damage, you know, just killed a bunch of people, destroyed city infrastructure and all these things, and it's like, oh, good, that's the graphic I was looking for. Thumbs up! I just can't imagine myself ever clicking thumbs up on a horrific event, which, you know, I guess you have to because of the way that the system works. It won't ever get spread around if you don't click thumbs up. But, like, in the world that makes sense to my mind, you know, it just points out that social media doesn't work, because I would never click, yeah, on, like, a video of police brutality. Just wouldn't feel comfortable doing it. Right there with you, Pawn. Likes are toxic, says KFR. It's just fucking weird to think, yeah, you know, it would feel incredibly unnatural for me to click a thumbs up on something like that. Pawn, have you watched your stream videos? It's literally people enjoying watching disaster. Well, that's okay. Let's go ahead and zoom back up on Kerbin here. It's been a very successful mission. We only have the return that we have to pull off. Where the fuck did Kerbin go? There you go. We only have the return that we have to pull off, and I've stayed a bit high with this return because we are a plane and we have very large flat surfaces that we're going to put into the wind and just try and grab it to slow us down the rest of the way, and we want to not generate a ridiculous amount of speed as we're doing that. We want to scrub, we want a lot of drag before we're into the parts of the atmosphere that can topple the ship and throw us into free or gimbal locked bouncing around toppling kind of modes. So thought everyone liked their daily police brutality video. Am I the only one? No, you're definitely not the only one. It's just for me though. Give me the view that I like. You know the view that I like. It's free? Yeah, I think it's free. I'd rather be coming down. No. There we go. So let's rush down at the atmosphere here. Oh, and before we do actually hit the atmosphere, you're going to want to close up the ship, Pawn. Okay, let me just get a little bit lower. You guys happy? Make sure that everybody's satisfied with their... Okay, please return your tables to the upright position. We are retracting all of the things and the stuff in the guys. It's time for everything to come home. So, yeah, we're retrograde right now. I don't need to be retrograde right now. What I need is just take me to the top and flip me over. Let's have the bottom of the ship into the wind. This is going to be the bottom of the ship into the wind, eventually. We're not quite there that this needs to be done yet, but hey. What are you going to... F5, and then go. Okay, I don't want to hit the atmosphere, or, too quickly. I predict an atmospheric thermal failure leading to a structural failure leading to a total loss. Alright, but okay, how much money are you willing to put on that? Let's get some bets going around. Betting is open. Parlors, which horse are you gonna bet on here? You going for the Ronin pawn or not the Ronin? Whoa, what? You're immediately really hot. Why does that part... Uh-oh. I've never seen this before. I didn't have this fuel tank on previously. I've never seen that fuel tank gets that heavy. That hot. Okay, well, I guess I'm nosing down. I'm going to put some flaps on. Okay, that's too much flaps. That fuel tank is bad for... It has very bad thermal conductivity, more so than anything else. Goodness. I've never seen this many heating ticks on this craft return. I mean, we haven't flown this craft before, but we've flown craft very much like this. And which of these do I have up? I've just got the one up. Okay. Just checking. We are scrubbing a lot of speed right now, and we're staying good and high. We're actually coming back out of the atmosphere, which is maybe not the best thing. How's our APWAPS descending? Alright, we might want radiators on the next version of the ship. Yeah, swear I've landed, something very similar to this craft. Okay, now that we're deheating, let me go ahead and put, everything back into the wind, because we are still in atmosphere here. Okay, both of our flaps completely up. Well, you need to be up as well, no? So we can get as much slowies as we can.
SCRU Bing speed porn. But you have female passengers and I was reliably informed women don't want no scrub. They said a scrub is a guy who can't get no love from them.
But, you haven't considered that they're sitting in the passenger side of their best friend's ride, and I'm trying to holler at them, so... How old are we? Too old. We're back in space. How did that do for pulling our APWAPS down? 2.3. Periap's now at 44. Good thing that I came in nice and high, huh? Plan your NT to land at the KSC. I can't actually... I've got LFO on this thing. I could be burning against, couldn't I? I could slow us down myself, is what I could do. But where is the KSC? KSC's here. If I... No. Yeah. No. You. KSC. If I activated navigation there... Yeah, I didn't even think about actually slowing. I just imagined that the wings would do it whole for us. Okay, I was not prepared. So you don't burn so much next time. Pawn, now that you're in space, you can maybe raise your periap, so I'm not on fire as long. That's a decent idea, isn't it? That is a decent idea. Let's head on up to the APWAPS. Do some science things for Rocket Match. Head on up to the APWAPS, find the prograde, and then we'll burn our periaps a little bit higher. And then I can actually put the plane on the retrograde and burn against while we're in atmosphere, slowing ourselves down. That's my new plan. F5 from here. He will be slower, so it's not going to be as hot. Yeah, I suppose I could just come down on it, couldn't I? Let's see, I don't know where Kerbin's going to be when we come back down. Or where the KSC is going to be. It'd be cool to actually hit there. I'm going to go ahead and do this anyway. Just raise it up a touch. 48. I don't think you're ready for an in-atmo burn to deorbit yet. No? All depends on the periapsis. Alright, go up to 52. 52 and we'll try. We'll give her a go. Give me, down to here. 100% agree. With who? With what? What's about to happen? But, yeah, putting a radiator on here would not be a bad idea. Retrograde, actually, was what we were planning. Although, really what I'm planning is to stand up in the wind, with my ass a little bit toward where we're going, and then we'll see. We'll just see how she goes. What's up and what's down here? You're up? Okay. And down over here, F. No. F. Give me like that. Run and pull on. Land to runway? Where is the KSC at this point? Okay, it's just an entire planet away from us. That's fine. See that'll be a problem. I wondered why there were so many vampire stories from Europe, but none from Africa. Then I remembered holy water kills vampires, and they bless the rains down. Okay. Okay, with your catching my attention, channel points and whatnot. Now, if you look out the window on the right, you'll see everything is on fire! Paul, when you go to break, look at my video that I posted. Noah was right. Noah's right about... what? I don't know. I haven't seen... I don't look at the Discord. It just exists so that I can say I've got one. You can't be in this business and not have a Discord. Those are the rules. Apoapsis? Oh, it's diving down pretty quick. Yeah, we're scrubbing some good speed like this. We're scrubbing some good speed like this. But yeah, I am not happy with how badly this part overheats so quickly. I guess maybe just because it's got a slight incline to it, but I don't know. The fins are the fins, you know, they can burn off if they need to. They're not necessary, they're there for style, and I was putting them on to see if the yaw, if it would help with the roll issues and the yawing. Oh, they're gonna go. We didn't, those are it's intentional. A little bit of fireworks for you in the pod there. Please do not be upset. The fire that you're currently surrounded by is intended. It's part of our descent. It's always been what we intend. Apoap's down to 1.3 million, coming up on the periapse now. Let's see if I can't do something. Here, we just passed the periapse. If I fire up our engines. Keep that Apoap's descending while we're slowing ourselves down. And a height of 50k. Don't really want to fight it too much on nosing it down. Just gonna let it be where it is. So we burn some more speed. I'm gonna go hotter. Fire them up. Thrust limit, even. I'm gonna keep a little bit of fuel on board there. It doesn't look like we're actually gonna, you know, come back down on this loop either. But that was the as planned decouple the fins thing. That's what that was. Whoa, you heat up quick. Okay, when you're into the wind. But do you heat up though? Oh, but how you heat up? Let's put both flaps away and be fine. Yeah, wow. That tick just appears immediately, doesn't it? Myself still, you know, against the atmosphere. Shut down rocket so you don't accidentally finish off that fuel. Let's turn the jet engines back on. We'll have those available. I have a question. Who wants a taco? We've got beef. I'm not really in the mood for a taco. I wanted to make spaghetti last night, but we had burgers, and the burgers were really good, and I didn't have to make them because Lady Pawn made them. So that was good. I don't know if I really want spaghetti tonight now. You know? So I don't know what I want. As most men do not. No. Alright, F5 and then down to just warp me back around. Ankus and Zeldrin. This is the final descent. Please put out your cigarettes. I've seen you smoking. I've been watching. You guys can barely see them back there. They're trying to hide it. They're like... The whole time I've been watching. Please put them out. It really was way too long. There's a Lady Pawn. It's only in the past 3 months. 3 months? 3 months, maybe. Coming up on 3 months, I think. Zombies on the bus. There are no photos. Oh, Zombies is back. How do I not know about Lady Pawn? Yes. I cannot... She's very secretive, right? She's not chained up to a wall in my basement. She's just very... doesn't want to be in the public's eye. Which I told her, it's my live stream. You couldn't be further than the public's eye. But she's still... Pawn wears a wig? No, what? Are you cheating on me? I thought it was an open relationship? I thought we had that conversation? Or was that with the other one that I've been sleeping with? F5. Alright, we're back into atmosphere, and yeah, just gonna lots of wing against the wind from like 35. I thought 35 degrees on the bubble there. That's what I'm gonna go with for now. Another F5 for us. Apwaps descending quickly. We could also watch it over here, or the periaps, rather. The Apwaps is coming down, the periaps is and the other thing. And yes, you're hot. I get it. You don't like being heated. Shut up. The other one? Yeah, you know, the other Nothing. It wasn't me. I even had her in the shower. It wasn't me. How could I forget that I had given her an extra key? All the time she was standing there, she never took her eyes off me. So the heat tick is from internal fire set by travelers. Oh, because of the smoking. If possible. Possible. Likely, in fact. Apwaps down to 370 something. We're coming in at 2,500 meters per second. I want to set this up with radiators and be able to hit the atmosphere, well, with one radiator, one good radiator, so that it doesn't take multiple, passes on descent. We've got a craft, presuming that we actually can land this after, but we've got a craft that can descend. It can go to the moon and come back, and just a few more little tweaks, and maybe things will not suck. Still headed toward the periaps. Apwaps is definitely going to be, dropping into atmosphere this time. Don't need to keep checking on it, Pawn. Well, I'm just a little bit slightly worried. Hey, Pawn, quit harassing your women passengers by saying they're smoking hot. No, they're smoking. And I do like the hairdo, though. I wonder what's under that space. But it's, no, their smoking has been the problem. Needs more radisters? We should register it up. Weed or... you know what? Because it's space, I wasn't able to smell, so I don't know. It could have been either. Oh, yes, here we are. Now we're coming down. We're coming down, friends. It's coming down. It's coming down. It's coming down. It's coming down. Make fun of him, but I like his singing style. I like his singing. Where's the KSC? It's, behind us. We can make it there. I can land this anywhere. Except for a mountain. Where are we coming down? Mountain? Very possibly. Alright, I'm going to F5 again from here because I think we're at a very safe speed now and it's not going to get that, it's not going to get any worse. I will even fizz warp us as we go. You just look at the pitch that we've got here. If I turned you guys off, yeah, that's even worse. So having you guys on, I don't know. I don't know what it's worth one way or the other, but we need to nose down is what we need to do. Let's nose down. And try and hold like there, I suppose. Let's see what the pitch has to do to make that happen. If you're having to nose us down, come on now. Looks like you're having to nose us down, which means I can kill one of these flaps at least. I can kill both of these flaps at this height. So, oh no, you weren't killed. I don't understand what's happened here. You look like you're deployed and I have control over you, which is not supposed to be how that happens. So deploy inactive, wait, pitch inactive and then undeploy. Yeah, they got out of sequence somehow. That's how it's supposed to be. Okay, what do we got here? Pitch controls, not bad. It's bouncing a little bit. I'm going to give you one of the flaps to try and just stabilize as we come down, and F5 again, and give us some fizz warp. Give us some fizz warp to get us down. Where are we going? I'd like to land, you know, in the water would be a nice place, actually. I can belly flop a plane down in the water pretty well, but, you know, if there's flat land around, I'll take it. I'll take it. And we've got lots of fuel, you know, for lots of liquid fuel remaining, by which I mean apparently 19 for flying this thing back under its own power if we wanted to. Pitch is way... Okay, you're having to do a lot. I'm trying to control it, but I don't know what the hell it wants from me. Go ahead and get down and try and hold there, I guess. F5 again, and give me some fizz warp. Ooh, I think the actions leading up to you know would upset your momentum first. Sorry, water's for planes and land is for parachutes in KSP. Okay, now we're getting some of that good aerodynamics and whatnot. Do you want to maintain some nosy uppy? Nosy uppy would be good here. You're really having to fight for that. I'm going to turn that... Ooh, no. Turn that back on. And maybe turn the other one on as well. I don't know what state you're in. Okay, they're both on now. And they both seem to be doing like they're supposed to be, which is disabling my pitch control, well, when they're in flap mode. 4 times fizz warp. I probably could, but you know, we're bringing these tourists back, and I don't really think I need to. What do you guys? Oh Jesus, wrong thing. Free cam. Well, the camera sorts itself out. How you guys enjoying the flight, huh? Just. Are those bots? Are those bots? God damn it! All right, no, the camera needs to just get me back out of here. Alright, down to a nice, slow 1400 meters per second. F5ing from here as well. And where are we coming down? Ah. Yeah, everything's on the other side of the planet. Why did we have to... Oh, that's the Woomerang launch site? There's another... I didn't even realize there was an Arctic launch site. Okay. Okay. Now upon is checking out the lady passengers' butts. I'm just inspecting their butts. It shouldn't be there. Shouldn't be as they are. Anyway. I don't go much on the in-flight food. You just need to get the kosher meal. You know, those are the ones that they can't prepare a whole bunch of, so they actually get prepared well. I don't know anything about it, really. I've been an uncle since I was around 5. Really? Well, shut your... No, never mind. You guys are just very active in chat, and you're being silly, and it's making me try to keep up with you, and I shouldn't compete. I shouldn't compete. If I turned one of you off, you have to work even harder on the pitch. I'm not trying to be that high, though, you know? Just pull you down. Pull you down. You can go ahead and follow your prograde a little bit. It'll be fine by me. 32 kilometers and descending. Zombies on the Bus gifting a sub to Tarabar. Thank you so much, Zombies on the Bus. Tarabar, welcome to the Large Phallus Society, the LFS, recently rebranded. You may be familiar with us as the Big Dick Club, but things have changed it. We changed it on Upton. But yeah, thank you, Zombies. I missed it, but what blew up on the first pass? It was, I had two little, you know, fins out here. Two little fins out there that I guess don't really even need to be there. I could lose them too. I put them on to try and have more straight, you know, directionality on the runway, which doesn't help. And to see if they would correct the rotation issue that we have. Spoiler, didn't help either. So, yeah. What's still hot, huh? It's hot in there. Just turn the AC on. Quit smoking, and you're hotboxing, and you're complaining it's hot. Yeah, I'm just looking for, you know, God, this is such a long-winded operation. Just landing an SSTO. Come on, get down, please, please. We got places to be, people to see. 3 times Fizz Warp. It's holding pretty good, and we are over water right now. Like, I could start picking a landing site. We're going to be coming over a little bit of water there anyway. I might just try and land, like, there, you know? I might. Turn the SAS off. What kind of... Oh, Jesus, okay. What kind of... Yeah, you still want to... I'm trying to trim you. We're a little bit high to be SAS-less, I think, still. Not quite enough aerodynamics up here for this ship to really steer itself, so... Just go ahead. But, like, if I start nosing down... I'll just tell you to follow your prograde, in fact. And then... turn the flaps off. We could actually set up for a landing along this, the beach. Along the beach there. So when's the crash landing? It's coming up. I know it's taking forever to get to it, right? That other game you played, Clusterfuck Simulator. Is it only called that when you play? It's Cluster Truck is what it is. What are you talking about? KFS? CFS? CFS? Wait, is that a My Disease joke? That's not cool. Is that a chronic fatigue syndrome thing? Okay, shit. I did not mean to let us get into a dive where we're gaining this much speed down toward the surface of Kerbin. But I did want to come down in a hurry, and I've accomplished that, apparently. There we go. There we go. Yep. Yep. How's that look from the inside there, ladies? Can you see any of that? Alright, good. Then it isn't happening. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Always part of the flight profile. Always part of the flight profile. Supersonic descent. Huh. Was there any flat land there? It's all kind of hilly and crappy. We could go for a beach landing, or just in the water. Alright, slow me down a bit more, if you don't mind. And I want to turn the SAS off. I'm going to put on both of my flaps, and I'm going to turn the SAS off. Okay, that's a little bit too much on my flaps. That's all of it is too much on my flaps. Nose down, please. We have no engines right now. Give me one of those flaps now. Thank you. No engines currently. A little bit more on the roll trim. Let's fire up the engines. Just a touch. Just a tad. And give me those flaps. And then those flaps off. Let's get us more with our wings on the Ryzen. We have some control over our landing. It is actually burning through them pretty damn quick. Big flaps. Less than the big flaps. In fact, I might switch over to just the big flaps. Yeah, there you go. That's what this is designed for, I think. This could be kind of flat. Like right across there. I might come in for there, F5 me. You're in wet mode. Oh, you're right, I'm in wet mode. 3. So now give it some more throttle. And, you know, don't crash it. And deploy some gear in case we find a good place out here. Okay, throttle back down. Switch flaps. This doesn't look bad. All flaps. Engines to nil. Okay, less all flaps. No flaps for a moment. Ooh, we've got new science we could get too. Okay, more flaps. I think I could make this work. Okay, big flaps. All flaps. Pull up. Pull up. There we go. Slowing her down for a landing. Pull up. Pull up. We have all flaps engaged. We do. And on a hillside. About to... Successful mission. So this is a terrain altimeter pod. Oh yeah, that would have helped. Terrain, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so shut you guys down, give me some more throttle. Bit of back braking bump there, just a slight one. Why are you off? Oh, did I turn you off? I didn't mean to turn you off, I meant to switch modes. Derp. Derp. Gear back out. We'll do it right this time. On the beach. On the beach. Let's see what's doing this. SAS is for suckers, for posers. We are using the... No, we're not. Use the big flaps. Big flaps. There we go. Alright. Less on the engines. Back down from the big flaps.
If you go over this land, there is a beach over the bay.
Is there? Yeah, a little bit more throttle. Yeah, give me a little bit more throttle. Because we're not where we want to be quite yet. Maybe the second flaps. And also a little bit more on that trim against the roll. And throttle back down. Okay. We're almost out of fuel. I think, wouldn't this be a lovely place to land, where we're out of fuel? It'd be a pretty good location, right? Could be. Could be. Don't you agree? Oh shit. Yeah, that could be a good place to land. So all flaps. Don't hit that hill. Don't hit that hill yet. Thank you. I got it. I have got it. Check this out. Perfect touchdown. Brakes on. Brakes on. Brakes on. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the end of your journey here at Ronan Pond's Wave Pool and Park. Yeah, we decided to throw it in. Free tickets, along with just going to the moon. You get free tickets to my theme park with the water slides and whatnot. Huh? I think that's, let's just drain the oxidizer into the ocean now. Wow, that actually looks kind of good, does it? With the reflections on the beach and everything. Wow, huh? Did you guys have a good time? Did you have a good time? You're already bored again. Went to the moon, land on the beach, power slide into the water. Well, thanks for flying. Please consider us free for new flights later. Wait a second. Can I get anything from here? I can get things from here. Atmospheric pressure scan from Kerbin's Shores. How do I not have from Kerbin's Shores? Maybe not landed at Kerbin's Shores because we're always leaving Kerbin. Crew report. Can't get it. We don't have any crew. Temperature scan from Kerbin's Shores. And that's it. Could have gotten some more on the way in, apparently. Now you need to build a boat to recover the SSTO. No, it's on land. It's got one wheel on land. We can get out and just push it up. That's actually what they're gonna do now. Just get out and haul it up from the front. Just pull not push. Pull not push. Recover the vessel. Should pay extra for the view, really, right? Right? Also for me, reversing time on their behalf. I don't roll back the fabric of space and time to a previous event just for anybody. We're up to 96 science after that. I think we can't afford any new tiers because we've already got all the 90s. But hey, some more science for us, some more funds for us, and you guys did your thing. Get the fuck out of my space station. Thanks for coming by. The problem is that only completed one of our contracts. We've done Ankas. These two want to land on the moon. So that's a thing. But we've also got a mission to plant a flag on the moon, conduct observational surveys of the moon. So basically we have the next two missions queued up for us. One is send a craft out to rescue Barfree from orbit of the moon, then send him around the moon to conduct a bunch of observational surveys, and then send the tourists with a pilot who can plant a flag to land on the moon. So it's two more missions, two more crafts to clear out what we've got there. Explore the moon. What do you got? Two vessels in orbit of the moon. We're gonna go and do that right now, friend. We're gonna build a craft to do that, to save Barfree. So yes, more money for doing the same mission. Why not? Leifert from orbit of the moon. Long as we're going, we could make it a two-man pod. Temperature surveys of the moon. Below. How many contracts? I've maxed out on contracts. Son of a bitch. How much does it cost to upgrade you? 282,000. I don't have 282,000. I'm broke as balls out here. Now to do a craft redesign. We're not going to SSTO to the moon for the polar and saving a dude. No. SSTO is for tourism, and it works, and we did it. Because we want to pick them up. Now it's going to be two of them. No, it's not going to be two of them. I could have picked up two of them if they would have given me the fucking missions or something. What was, I don't like to throw away missions, but what else have we got here? I just got rid of the 3 tourists to landing on the moon. Don't worry about it, point. You got your missions set up. You're going to make a bunch of money. It's going to be great. Yeah. Next mission. Take me to the next day. Next mission is we're going to build a craft. And it's going to be a rocket. not a plane, not an SSTO. We're going to build a rocket that sends an empty vessel under probe control to the moon orbitally to rescue a Kerbal. And then that craft needs to have enough delta V on it to then twist its orbit into a polar orbit and then push itself down below 8K on both sides of its polar orbit of the moon. So that it can do all of the observational surveys. And that's going to complete the Rendezvous 2 Vessels mission. It's going to complete the Rescue That Kerbal mission, and it's going to complete 3 observational survey missions around the moon. So that's 5 missions. We're going to be, back up to almost 1 million, probably, Kerbins in normal mode once we do this. You could mod the SSTO to SSTM and land it. Leaving, but it wouldn't be an SST, so it's, SSTMO, and then a second stage that actually goes down. Huh. What's the moon's highest peak again? Hopefully below 8. Hopefully below 8, but that's our next mission. I'm sure I'm going to do it that way. And it'll be nice to just build a straightforward rocket, go to the moon, do a thing. That's up next, but it's going to be up next after this 7-minute live stream break. And we're going to actually do some building, not just flying craft and tweaking them. So stick with me. Go grab a pee or take a beer or do whatever you need to do and meet me back here in 7 minutes, for I am not yet out. You could make a variant that is a DSTM. DSTM. Don't shit the moon. Don't shit the moon, everybody. 7 minutes. Pawn not out. Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn livestream on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn, where we Kerbal. We be a Kerblin, everybody. Did you see my video, though? I went and I watched it. I didn't. It's a break. I go away from the computer. That's the point. Welcome back, Pawn. Thank you, Groggles. Welcome back, everyone else. So we just completed a successful tourist mission, but it was just part of a larger tourist contract, and we're actually going to go away from that contract for a minute. Maybe we should check to make sure it's not going to expire on us. Ferry 3 tourists to the deadline 9 years from now. Yeah, I think we're going to be cool. I think we're okay. You could fly the PSTM, Pawn Stage to Moon, instead of DSTM, Dual Stage to Moon. You got me thinking during the live stream break too, Duration, with that DST, the Dual Stage to Moon thing, of a craft that, like 3 stages, but it is an SSTO, you know, it's an SSTO, and it comes home as an SST, you know, where like you build a small craft that just carries the Kerbals that you're taking down to the moon, looks like a little tiny, you know, flyer, drop ship kind of a thing. You get the big ship into that weird eccentric orbit around the moon where you just barely grabbed it, and then you break off the small ship from there. Small ship has another stage that carries some extra fuel for it. It burns itself down to low lunar orbit, and then it releases that stage that's still got some fuel left. Then it goes down with the least possible weight, lands on the moon, comes back up into orbit, grabs the stage that gives it the extra fuel so that it can get up to speed with the one that's in the weird eccentric orbit, grabs onto that, and then you fly the whole thing home. Pretty ridiculous, and the timing for trying to grab onto that eccentric orbit would be difficult to the point where it's probably not enjoyable to play, but it would be enjoyable to build a ship like that. Good to take 7-minute breaks from all our bullshit, especially mine, to be honest. Yes, that's sanity break, we'll call it from now on. But, yeah, the contract that we're going to go after now is 5 of them at once, all at the moon. We need to rescue a Kerbal who's stranded in orbit of the moon. We need to get 3 contracts, all of which want us to do observational surveys that are clustered all around the same strip of the moon, which means we got to put it into polar orbit. And we need to rendezvous with a craft in orbit around the moon, which happens by default when we approach the fellow who we're going to be saving at the moon. Just means that we have to actually pull up to him instead of having him get out from 2,000 meters and and float over, which is fine by me. I like doing that anyway. That I find enjoyable. So all those 5 contracts will get done in the next build, and we're going to be building a proper rocket as opposed to an SSTO for this one. Simpler, straighter forwarder. Probably going to burn more fuel trying to rendezvous with all those parts as Ventatsu. Probably, but you know, the idea would be that it's a tourism craft that is reusable. You don't leave anything, you bring all the parts back, and you don't spend anything but the fuel, and then you get back, refuel it, and go. I mean, that's the part where you have to make your own fun in Kerbal and imagine that this is really worth it, especially when you're doing tourism contracts. I think that's why tourism is kind of, you know, I would make tourism the main focus of, if someone were to turn Kerbal Space Program into a game instead of a game, as it's sold. If it were an actual game, like what is the main primary gameplay loop, what is your goal in the game, I would make it tourism. I think it's the funnest aspect of it. You know, tourism gets you to ultimately focus on how much does it cost me to launch this craft, considering what I'm getting paid back, and you know, it drives you to, over the course of a long career mode, try to build craft where you bring everything home. You start out and, you know, you're going to do whatever you can just to make a little bit of money. But over time, it drives the player toward doing SSTOs instead of just assuming that they'll watch Scott Manley videos and whoever else is now popular, because it's been ages since I have been following Kerbal, and, you know, want to do what other people are doing for the reasons that they're imagining in their head. What if it were in the game? What if you had a gameplay loop that had a goal? And the goal was an open-ended kind of a goal like that, so that it still plays along with your sandbox, like tourism is the primary focus of the thing, you know? Science and discovery in order to unlock parts and things, in order to, you know, make profit by setting up tourism, or, I suppose, KSP2, colonization. But I think tourism is a very strong idea there, because colonization is toward, you know, it takes the money game out of the game, which is fine. Go for pure, you know, exploration and things like that, and not worry about the money. Make enough money to just fund your exploration. But I think it's more fun to consider money as part of your resource and have some pressure on you in the game, other than, well, we could go bankrupt and not have a space center anymore. Yeah, but, you know, you also got to pay the bills around here, huh? KSP2, Colonization and America Simulator, yeah. A British simulator, really. Supposedly that's part of the aim for KSP2. Need to do tourist and supply flights to supply new colonies you make. Cool. Cool, that is good news to hear. We need an empty pod that's going to be flown by a probe to collect our dude, and then go polar around the moon and then return. So, I'm thinking of maybe using the Onion. It's part of the Breaking Ground? Part of the Making History pack. It doesn't have any of its own reaction wheels. It comes with its own decoupler. It decouples as a perfectly spherical ping pong ball. It is incredibly light, which means it slows down very quickly in atmosphere, and it only has 20 ablator on it, but that 20 ablator holds out because it's so damned light. I don't know if it comes back from the moon very well, but we'll find out, won't we? Control-C, Control-V, the other ship you made in hardcore. No, this is the fun part. We could look and see if there's any other craft before I get building here that I've already built in this save mode. You know, for something that goes to moon and lands on it. A pilot ship, Mark 1. This was a moon lander that I built for the moon. And it's way overbuilt, it's got way too much monoprop on it. It's a pilot's ship. It's a pilot ship for me. But it landed on the moon with all that, and actually it couldn't come home. I had to send a tow truck out to grab them from where they were left. Didn't quite have enough on it. I was trying to do a lot, but, you know, it looks really cool, and that's important. You end up landing on the moon with that. With that. Fucking cool, wide-based moon lander, don't you think? That being the case, however, Control-Z me. What was I doing down here? I mean, that's way more payload than we're going to use here, so I don't think so. I'll show you Science Man's ship as well. Science Man's ship actually is kind of close to what we'd be looking for here. It's just the Onion. Because it was a Science Man's ship, I built it to be probe controlled with the Hex, right? With the Octo. And the Hex would be an upgrade, so we could replace the Octo with the Hex here. Did it have 2 on either side? Just for, yeah, I think it did, okay. So if I took you off, and leave you on, no, you're attached to that as well. Took you off, you also, so there's our battery, all that stuff so that we can yank the Octo out of there and replace it with a Hex. And then put the battery back on, reattach these guys to the battery, really. That's how it looks anyway. And then one of you on either side, because why not? Were you like that? I think you were like that. You were like that, and that. And that's all the science that we need. It's got, you know, a decent amount of battery to it. It's got a probe on board, and it was built. I think this one landed on Minmus and got me that big haul. That big haul that you bring back from Minmus of science. And that's why it's got lights on it. Now, we won't be landing with this ship on the moon, so we don't need the lights. Yeah, we don't need the lights. Let's not drag the weight and the drag. Let's not drag the drag up. So that's kind of that, and then we absolutely do not need, unless for some reason we do. No, we don't need that. We're doing crew reports, we're grabbing a guy, we have a little bit of science on there because why not? So we don't need the science junior. You can go away. Apparently back at this stage I was just using these guys for the generating the electricity and whatnot. If I rearrange things in here, and especially if I threw off the goo containers, don't know if they'll be of any use to us where we're going. I could tack the retractable solar panels in, or considering this part would be ultimately dropped into atmosphere and left behind, I could just let them rip off. Or I could just go with it as it is. It's not bad as it is. It's not bad as it is. Yeah. Don't need landing legs for this mission. Okay. What are we looking at right now in terms of what we've got, what we need, all the things? I've set up stations around the moon and Minmus with a reusable lander. Then I can shuttle people to the station, land them, come back up and refuel from the station, send them back home their original craft. That would be a very cool setup, and I hope to get there in this normal mode save file to build toward, you know, orbital stations and things. I do kind of want to wait for the game to start asking me to do stuff like that. I really shouldn't, because we know it's not a well-balanced game, but isn't the one contract to land on said moon? Yes, but we're not going to even try for that at this point. Because if we go down to try and plant a flag, it's way too much. This guy's got to save a Kerbal in orbit and then go from a equatorial orbit to a polar orbit in order to get these, you know, readings, and then from the polar orbit return. And it's just, that's a lot of extra delta V to try and be able to land while also doing all of those maneuvers. We could save him, land, and then come off polar and get an orbit polar on our way home. But we've got to land tourists on the moon later anyway, so I'm gonna undercomplicate this. I don't want to have to work that hard for it. We got a ship here that's already got a lot of good things going for it too. This landed Minmus, but let's see where we stand in terms of, so at sea level. Tell me what my delta V readings are. Let's restage everything here. So this is going to be way too much TWR, I assume, after ripping off a fair whack of the parts. So all of these firing at once gives us 1.53 TWR, which is a little bit overkill. And then you have 2.09, which is a bit overkill. Sea level suggesting to me, why does it say you've got so little, and then I break you off? Because you were actually going to burn longer on the old ship. Yeah. Okay. So let's just simplify the situation here with the SRBs. If I give you no thrust limiting and there's just 2 of you on there, is that in a decent position for takeoff? It is. If there's just 2 SRBs on there, you guys have 1.66 TWR. You got complete fuel? Yes, 1.66 TWR for 880 meters per second. And then we would drop you as we kick in the liquid fuel burning engine, which gives us 1855. 1855 and 880, we're talking 26, 27, a little bit over 2700 delta V, and that's exclusively from sea level. If we're kicking the liquid fuel engines in at around 10 kilometers, then we're looking at more like 2280 off of you, 2280 plus 880. We're looking at 3200, so it doesn't quite make it on its own, and then we'd be in complete vacuum, and this guy would have 2180 meters per second of delta V on the transfer stage. We're looking at 1200 to get to the orbit, the low orbit, and it's not exactly low. I've looked at where we need to go already, but let's just assume 1200 to low orbit. And then we pick him up. Let's say we spend another 100 picking him up or something. Say it's 1300 Now we've got to go polar from there. Get ourselves into a even lower orbit polar. Let's say that that's 500 just to be crazy about it. So 1300 plus 500, we're up to 1800 delta V that'll cost. We go around and around and around until we get all those readings, then we got to come home. And if we got 2180 meters per second, then from 1800 we have just under 400 meters per second to leave the moon and come home from a low lunar orbit. So potentially this could get it done. But we would be spending some of that 2180 delta V to finish our orbit as this stands right now. So if I gave the liquid fuel a bit more, you know, if I gave the first liquid fuel, the second stage, the ascent stage, a bit more in the way of fuels, and maybe the easiest way would just be to add in, let's try the small one. Then that from altitude gives us 1755 meters per second at a 1.63. What was it before? 1647.
Two small boosters to give that extra lift to orbit.
Germasian, 2 small boosters to give that extra lift to orbit. Off of the, we're going to have a good TWR off of these guys firing all on their lonesome, I should think. You're supposed to be in here, you silly, silly man. Yeah. That is closer to between these two 2400. Sea level, it's 900 meters per second in 1922. This is 2363. I think that gets us almost completely to orbit or completely to orbit. And then in vacuum, this one has 2180. It could get the job done as it is. I wouldn't mind having some extra on there. I wouldn't mind... Yes, I would. We don't need monoprop. I was like, what if we put some monoprop on there? This is the engine. That's the Terrier that we're bringing for this. Let's slot in like a little chunk of liquid fuel. We got the Oscar B, but I don't want to change sizes on the engines. I wonder if I've got a better engine than the Terrier for this transfer. Like, if I had just a Spark on there, then I could actually do that. How much does the Terrier weigh? 0.5, you're 0.13. If I just use a Terrier, it would take longer to do it, but it would be more appropriate for, you know, what we need to do once we're there, and I wouldn't actually have to add fuel to get her done. You get back to there, you pop off from there, leave the Terrier behind, you know, especially if we can push this thing completely to orbit before we use the Spark, then we would be very good. Some ring or bag tanks in the service bay? We could do the ring tank, yeah. So concept being not in the service bay though. I'm not gonna wedge it in there. Just a preference of mine. There's two ways to do this, and it's just my brain kind of farted on it, and it's either like that, and then down to you. And then we need a fairing and the other thing. So what was I gonna do? You were gonna put this on, and then we put a fairing under that. And if we're gonna do the fairing, then we don't need the, you know, that's the thing. That's why your brain was like, what? Because if we're gonna do the fairing, which does make the most sense, then we don't need to do that. I do like the idea though, since you mentioned the ring, the donut, putting the donut on and then putting that in there. It always just looks kind of neater. If it's going to go underneath the fairing we're gonna put on. And you probably shouldn't mess with you because you're an engine, but I do. You just look better when you're like that. Ooh, and you can go silver instead of gold on that. I think I'm going to go silver with that instead of gold, and then for you, we'll have the variant since you're never going to be out of vacuum. Yeah, ooh. Okay. Like, how deep are you going to allow me to put this in? Give me the variant that's got the little poles on it so that it looks... Yeah, that looks right. Drag it down just a little bit more. I like that very much. Very much is how I like that. So then it would be... We need a decoupler. Don't need the big decoupler, do we? Again, reducing a little bit of weight if I grab the smaller decoupler. Is that going to be you? That's going to be you. And you do not need to have a shroud. Yeah, even though it looks completely wrong and hovering, but that's just because nobody visually designed the game. And then the fairing. A little fairing. Goes straight up to you, except for it does do that a bit. So if I just go out, and then come back in, there you go. Got a fairing to cover the whole deal, and then put you back on. Okay. Close you up. I don't think I'm putting anything else in there. So, what are we looking at now? If you fire, and then you drop, and then you guys fire together, and then this would be... Yeah, separate those back out. So you just go up there for now. This engine, when you drop that. So, the fairing does go off in its own stage. Give me delta V readings. You guys can see the delta V readings when I do that. So we should have a little bit more delta V all around because we should be carrying a little bit more weight, even with the addition of the fairing, I would think. Clamshell? You want a clamshell? Some ringer bag tanks and sort of what do you mean clamshell? Clamshell deploy on. Okay. You can have some clamshell. I don't like the way that that looks either. I'm going to delete the fairing and I'm going to rebuild the fairing. I'm going to do this. Gonna look quite the way that you want it to, no matter how you do it. But if I came out, just a touch, and then went in. You'll close there. It looks okay-ish. No, I'm still not happy with it. You know, everything's an art project with me. So, like, if I go straight up, then you're piercing through. I don't want that, just visually speaking. So if I go out from here by just a touch, and then go up, I don't mind a little bit of piercing when it, like, looks cool. When it adds to the greebling of it, I like it. I like it. That's how I want it. Right like that. Right like that. You lost Delta V in the return stage? Well, let me see. Let me see what's going on with the staging, because I haven't worked this out. So you would break off before the parachute. So we take off, then we fire the SRBs. Well, no, we fire the SRBs before we drop the thing. Fire the SRBs, drop the clamps, then drop the SRBs at the same time as we fire up the engine. Engine's only got a 1.08 TWR at sea level. Will be 1.33 by the time we're actually using it at about 10K, presuming that's how high we get, but it'll be better. What kind of engine you got? The swivel. The swivel, the swivel, the swivel, the swivel. It's a good engine. Shouldn't need all of these fins either. I'd like to try it without having those fins. Maybe I'll put on some just stability fins. Give me lowest mass first, so that would be you as winglets, and you know me and my three-sided symmetry. As long as you clear the SRBs when they pull away, and you should. You guys are pushing from the top, so they should peel off. It's good, it's good, it's good, it's good. Still at sea level here. We're looking at 900 and 2,000, 2,900 delta V. How does that end up being a thing? When we go to altitude, it's more like 2,400 total. It's a huge jump in what we get out of them. You know, and we'll be gaining delta V along the way between all of these. So assume that we've got like 950 off of the first stage, plus let's say 2,200 off of the second stage, and that's still not completely to orbit pawn. And the TWR on your liquid fuel stage is kind of low, carrying all this mass. Because the thing is, we could just, with the liquid fuel stage, we could ditch the swivel and go to a more powerful engine for lifting. I like to make things small if I can, though. You know, we could go up to the Bobcat, is what we could do. You have the Bobcat for 2 tons instead of 1.5 tons, and it'd have a lot more TWR. It would perform a little bit better. 3-side symmetry on the SRBs and thrust limit them. Yeah, I guess if I put a little bit more SRB on, that would cover us. And I could actually do it in like a different stage. You know, we had 4 before. But I just would want a little bit more on the SRBs if I was doing anything. Germasian suggested like 2 little boosters to help kick us off earlier. You know, I'm curious about, like, fleas, even. I could go back up to 4 on this, just to make room for the fleas to be where they're gonna be. You guys in there? No, that's not quite right. You guys there-ish. And then if the fleas were on, but also broke off, of their own volition. Of their own volition. No, of my volition. I will tell you how to volish. Bish. And then just 2 of you over here, and then you straight on there. 2 little fleas that fire alongside. No. You want them in with that. In with. There's those, and there's those. No, you. How did we get here? You all of you together, and then down there, and then these would break off. There's a stage that needs to be in here to release the fleas, not carrying their weight along. And that gives us over like 1100. It gives us 1100-ish delta V at sea level. No, sea level, we're reading 718, 231. Altitude, we got that, 718, 231. You're all firing at the same time, right? Yeah. TWR on you. I could have them burn hard and fast and then thrust limit the mains. Down to 1.04 with 1.87 off of the pad. Reading about human-powered aircraft just now. Someday, someone will build a human-powered rocket where you throw golf balls off the back of it. I remember. Pedal your way into orbit while wearing head-to-toe spandex. Really? You know what? I think I'm okay. I think I'm good. I would want these guys to run a little bit longer than they're going to. I'll thrust limit them down to somewhere around 70. Start with you fellers, and then that's 182 when we kick them off, and then here we've got 76.5. It'll be 1.38 when we drop them. However far we are up when that is a thing that happens. And then you would also want, you don't really need them, but you can have them for a little bit less TWR. So that's 950 meters per second from sea level, which turns into, at altitude, you guys can't see it, can you? Damn it. Sea level to altitude, it doesn't change that much. We get 818 and 284, so 800 plus 300, it's basically 1100. So between 950 and 1100, so it's 1,000. It's 1,000. A little over 1,000, hopefully, is what actually happens there. And then from that altitude that we kick off, if it is 10 kilometers, from that 1,000, then we've got 2,400, that's 3,400, that's orbit. We drop this once we're in and we finish off, so it should actually help us even more. And then we switch over to this guy who now has 2,432 meters per second. The very low TWR. I think this ship could do it. Now let's just like review what needs to actually happen here. So what actually needs to happen here? We're going to the moon. We're gonna like get in contact. We're gonna get close enough to a dude out there at the moon so that he can transfer into this ship because it's going without a pilot aboard it. We've got antennas on board, and are those the antennas that you want to bring, Pawn? In terms of mass, actually, these are lower weight, and we don't need them to act as a relay, so no, they're not. You guys go away, and they're less draggy, these two. So that should help a bit. Send the antennas. And there's 2 of them on. Yeah, I put 2 of them on there. Okay. Don't even need 2 really, but just for the even distribution of weight. So there's the antennas. Transfer to the moon, go pick them up. 2,400 meters per second of delta V to work with from orbit, if everything goes right. From LKO to the moon for this mission. I think we're there with this. I think we're there with this. So open, don't save, just find out what ship number we're on. We're on 10. Okay. 10. And this is Uber for the Savior. Mark 1. Uber for the Savior. Because we're going to pick him up and then he's I don't know. We're going to save him, in other words. I just like Uber for the Savior. And in fact, an Uber for this. An Uber for the Savior. Jeebus? Maybe, I don't know what his name is. Maybe he's Jeebus Kerman. Who's to say one way or the other? I think this gets her done. Check our staging. We need the SRBs. All of the SRBs need to go at once. Are they? They are. And then we would, so fire all the SRBs at once, and then pop the thing when we got some thrust under us, and then drop the little fleas when they're out. That's what they're called, right? Yeah, the little flea boosters when they're out. And then, I gotta put chat somewhere. So something's gotta be not seen in some scene. And then we switch over to the liquid fuel engine, we drop those SRBs, then we're in space, we drop the fairing, then we decouple, and then when we're coming home, we drop the lower half, and then we hit the parachute and we're home. What does Jeebus need with an Uber? He works in mysterious ways, don't ask him. Don't ask any of us. Jebediah, get the hell out of here. That's gonna be empty on the pad, is what it's gonna be, and also, if I can just lower you a bit. The other thing that we're going to do is just to make sure that Kerbal sometimes behaves even less correctly. Ooh, hibernate more auto. But the other thing that we're going to do is we're going to switch the root part to that, because you get weird behaviors and the game gets confused about a lot of things if the root part isn't the root part. So that's our root part. Make sure nobody slipped in. They haven't. Save the craft. Staging's still correct. Probably. Put her out on the pad. Let's go. Let's go. To the moon, save a dude, and do some science, come home. Save a dude, do some science, come home. And the science is ancillary. It's not even really a concern. But it's we gotta do the job and then they'll pay us. It's that kind of a thing. So, SAS on, throttle to full. Houston, can we get a countdown?
Sure, Pawn. Hey, welcome back to the place where my job actually counts for something.
It's good to be here.
Yeah, I really need you to do more of this. I actually get paid per countdown.
Oh yeah, you do, don't you?
Did you put that into the contract?
It was Gene.
Yeah, okay, buddy. In 3, 2, 1, fire!
What staging? What? Everything's gonna be fine. when these guys are out, which they are, we hit the button. Bye. Thank you for coming. Yeah. And then we're on the SRBs that we're on, and we're going to the place that we're going. Well, the stage looks fine to me. Gotta talk to the union about that, to be honest. I'll tell you, man, it's so much more, I'm just gonna try and tip it just a little bit toward the 90 there, toward the east. There you go, hold over there, please. It's feeling like Kerbal is just playing so much smoother now. You know, that's all you need is the most modern 7 nanometer CPU technology to play this game that came out in 2000, goddamn 11. Okay. No, don't fucking flip on me! You cunt. You goddamn cunt. Revert me back to the VAB. I just fucking hate this about Kerbal. There's no reason why a craft of this size going those speeds should actually need fucking control surface fins at the bottom of it. But it does! So we have to fucking give it control surface fins at the fucking bottom of it. It's aggravating. It's just me. At some point in the future, I will eventually just acknowledge that this game is this game. And you gotta have fucking control surface fins at the fucking bottom of every fucking thing that you do in the fucking goddamn bullshit idiotic fucking thing made by goddamn wannabe rocket scientist motherfuckers. I will eventually accept it and then just start putting them on there, but until then, just continue bitching about it. It's still the Mark 1. Is it really all that much better? And you know what? I'm gonna do, since Kerbal is responding very quickly, I'm gonna put the staging all together for the SRBs. With that amount of clearance and how hard we're kicking off the pad, I think we'll be fine with it. If you had more vectoring power, you wouldn't need the fins. It's the arrow. I've got the, look at where the SAS is. Reaction wheel's all the way at the tip. It gives us 5, and it's giving us 5 on something that, fuck. That's something you don't try and fucking argue for this game. The Mark 1 command pod has the same 5 and it's 0.84. This is 0.77 tons, and then I put the SAS on there. It's the same, and yet it doesn't. It's fucking ridiculous, is what it is. It's goddamn ridiculous. And the aerodynamics. What's wrong with the aerodynamics? What is not perfect? What haven't I put a fucking nose cone on? What isn't, you know, the same on both sides as it is anywhere else? Where's the aerodynamic issue? He has no vectoring power. I've got a fucking swivel! I'm not using it yet, though, in that air. You're right. But it's just bullshit. It should be able to fucking hold itself with the fucking SAS at that level. It just turns itself over. It's goddamn cunting, motherfucking, shit-eating, dick-licking bullshit is what it is. I'll tell you what, though, since you're saying it's vectoring power, we'll just leave those behind entirely, and we'll do another plan. We'll start up the liquid fuel engine very lightly once we're up there. That's what we'll do. What's the adjective of this mission, anyway? Kerbal Space Program being goddamn cunt-sucking, dick-eating, shit-eating, tit-twisting fucking bullshit. The COM is very close to go fuck yourselves. Launch the ship. God damn it. Like, this is the most troubling thing about this game, is everybody thinks they're a fucking expert in it, and nobody is, and, like, when you have actual legitimate issues in the game, like, you will find 1,000 people who are ready to jump out of the fucking woodwork and say, no, you just don't understand because your da-da-da-da is the da-da-da-da, and your da-da-da-da and the da-da-da-da. And because there's so much, like, fucking rocket science going on in here, you can't actually report a bug. You know, the reason that Kerbal looks like this and plays like this and has all these fucking problems is the game is so complicated in and of itself that you get so many people saying, this doesn't work, and then somebody coming along and saying, no, that's actually it working, you need to do this. And sometimes they're right, and sometimes they're wrong! And the problem is, the people who build the game just tend to err on the side of their fucking hug box that tells them sometimes they're right. It's goddamn motherfucking annoying. so many fucking bugs in this goddamn game, and they never, like, they can't even have a chance to weed them out and figure out what the fuck makes sense in the game, because you got so many people who are going, oh, well, wait a second, because it could be that the COL, the COM, the COA, the aerodynamic drag caused by the parts that are in the standard positions in your stock thing, have you thought of this? Go.
Hey, damn it, I'm not getting paid for this one.
I'm being cheap today. We're going up with no fins at the bottom. No fins this time. Solid fuel is out of that stage, so we're switching over. We're just throwing that off. We have the SAS, we have the reaction wheels. You can see it's, taking effect there. A little bit of pitch, a little bit of yaw. Just a touch of roll as well all along this craft in order to keep it held. Stable and sturdy and steady and go. And I'm actually going to throttle down to not a lot over here. We're at 200 and something meters per second, and we're pushing through some low atmospheres. So I'm going to fire up the those engines that we have the control authority that we needed. The vectoring authority. That's what you needed. You just needed the vectoring authority pawn. It's your COL over your COM. And every fucking rocket in this game needs a goddamn fin on it. And it shouldn't. You know? And it's a statement of fact. Is what it is. Where are you hiding the fucking fin with the control surfaces, huh? I put you into mass mode. Where the fuck is it? Push back into name mode. Here. You motherfuckers. 8. Some more fucking... It's a goddamn swivel engine. It's supposed to vectoring. It doesn't have enough vectoring power to hold any fucking ship straight up as it's going. Goddamn motherfucking rig. Have you considered throttling down for max... Yeah. Fuck yourselves. Go fuck yourselves, everybody. Saves. How are we looking on this? So you're still good, and then you break off, and then you go... Yeah, we don't need to do that anymore. You go, and then this. It's just you have to. You just have to put fucking fins on the craft. And you know what I think it comes down to? Is that the game's poorly designed. Yeah. Center of ass. The center of ass. We've approached the center of ass. There are 10 ways to solve the problem that Pawn is having. One of them would be if the game's designers built a game that made any fucking sense. SAS on, throttle to full. And... Alright, Houston.
Thank you. Jesus Christ, I gotta pay the light bill. In 3, 2, 1, fire!
And we're off. And we're off and away. You know, if you didn't have, like, random rotation and shit... that went on. We got a plane that I just built. We just got done building and flying a fucking SSTO. Forgot to pop those off. We just got done building an SSTO that that has just rotation for no reason. Everything is you know, same. It's all the weights balanced to the wings have been pulled off and put back on. What's that? Well, that's a bug. And well, then why in the fucking? It's just going straight up. Why have I got all this yaw and pitch and roll going on while it's going straight up? Why am I this far down the ball already? Look at that. You know? Why doesn't the fucking SAS hold it where you tell it to hold it when it clearly has the power to do so? That's just a small question that I have. You know? But I guess it's my fault. You know, just the fact that you can build around the game's bugs doesn't mean they're not bugs, people. Is what I'm saying. Okay, let's start tilting down just a wee bit. At this speed. Wow, this engine does not have much TWR to it. We knew that that was going to be the case, didn't we? I think we did. The SAS response time, I guess, would be probably the main issue here, is the SAS should fucking do its goddamn job. Because you got enough fucking authority on it. Pull down a little bit more. How we doing? Let's pull up Apwapsis there. Already at 30k. I mean, I would have loved to turn down, but I just didn't trust the craft after all that shit. So we're turning way the fuck down now, aren't we? Whoa! There's still some aerodynamics here, Pawn. Are there? Mm-hmm. We're very, very high at a very, very slow speed. I'm guessing we're not going to get all 3,400 meters per second of delta V out of here that I put on. If we launch mid-countdown, does Houston only get half pay? I'd have to look at the contract again. Nose down more, please. Nose down a lot more. A lot more. 54 at 39. Nose down even more. Put it all on the horizon. What's it gonna hurt? What's it gonna hurt? Except for, you know, your aerodynamic profile and everything. What's it gonna hurt? 56 at 44. 57 at 46. There we go. That's what I wanted to see. How's it going to go? How much, you know, periapsis are we going to be able to take off with these last 700 meters per second of delta V? Your guess is exactly mine. It's the same. We're the same. We're the same, you and me. We're the same. Turn the lights on, because it's dark in space, I found out. 300 meters per second of delta V remaining. Apoapsis does need to come up. I'm letting the ship drift a little bit. Up there. Alright, drift up a little bit more because we do need to be in space by the time we actually run out of fuel. If you don't mind terribly, we didn't quite make that. Yeah, that was just a horrible ascent that I flew us. I gave us a very, just an absolutely atrocious ascent is what I did. But we will make it into space, maybe. Probably, and we have 240 meters of periaps to be burned with this little tiny pissant stage. I'm going to revert that again, and I'm going to play with these SRBs, because the flea thing is not really working out for me, and it's a good idea-ish, but like we need to have less TWR overall when we're taking off, is what I would like to see, so that I, you know, can fucking steer the thing once we're up here. 1.87, 1.67. So if I pull you down to 50, and then on the main boys, 1.35. What am I looking at here? You're looking at altitude. I need sea level. 1.16, 1.42. I'm gonna throttle you down even more. And then put you up a bit. 1.32, 1.46. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Now, this time I'll try and fly it. You know? What the hell? I'll give it a go. It's a straightforward fucking craft, but you gotta put all this shit on there and you never know, you know? There's 10 different solutions. You're right, there's 10 different solutions. One of them could be that there's an object that is creating drag on an off-axis thing that shouldn't be because it's underneath something that is supposed to, but the game doesn't always work correctly. Could be one of those things. 3, 2, 1, go!
God damn it!
I'm frustrated. You have to deal with me. I'm gonna lean us down to the east immediately, too. Yeah, see, try now I can give the game a reason to suck, you know? But we're up and away. Just fucking pisses me off, man. Pisses me off. And I gotta find a way to, like, not be pissed off by it, because it'll just ruin my day by the time we're done. God damn it, Pawn. It pisses you off. It pisses me off. It distracts me while I'm trying to fucking launch the ship that I'm pissed off by. We got a ship that needs multiple stages. We need to hit the space button multiple times as we're going up here. SAS, throttle to full.
Hey. 3, 2, 1, go.
Alright, well that wasn't, I didn't actually go on that, but...
But now you gotta pay me.
Alright, fair enough. In 3, 2, 1, go.
I already said it.
I said it better. Just a little bit to the east, like I said, and hold the SAS in that direction. Watch solid fuel on these boys as she drains out. And then when they're gone, send them away. And F5. God damn it. And we are being pulled north by forces that SAS is not correcting for, because why would it? That's just the function of SAS. $700. Our speed is way more reasonable at this height, I would say. And dropping those, switching over to liquid fuel, banking down a bit. Carefully. Oh, Jesus Christ, they clapped together in midair, didn't they? Here, come on. Come on. Come on, baby. Ooh, 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 don't wanna give you so much tilt down. You know, the SAS very good at like pulling you off and getting you dead, you know, destroying your ship. Very good at that. Keeping the ship going where it's supposed to be going, not so much. Clap is never a good thing to have. A lot of us got it in NAM. Back when I was in NAM. Lot of, alright. I don't know where you're going with that, Pawn. I'm trying to find my way back to, like, humor, funny, enjoyable instead of pissed off, because this game, this game, though. Show me where we are in the apps and stuff. 45, and we're at 30, and I haven't turned down fast. I'm looking at the speed, and I'm just surprised at how slow we're going, and I wasn't paying attention, and this is going to be another shitty ascent, isn't it? A relatively shitty ascent, but you will be bringing more liquid fuel to space this time. You could actually bring some of your liquid fuel to space this time. Wouldn't that be a happy day? You could drop the weight of the fairing before you burn the rest of it. 65 on the apps. 66. 67. Now burning below the horizon. 68. F. Hold the fucking 69. Burning below the horizon some more. Trying to hold us at 69 while we burn out the rest of this. Keep making the speed while we're making the speed is the premise here. 300 meters per second of delta V remaining. 69, 6.7. I'm going to stop there. Stop there and you can follow your prograde. Am I hearing Lady Pawn again? Again? You're hearing her again. So this is just, this whole ship is a lie. It's the lack of TWR, I guess, in the swivel, which is also a lie. You know, like, things are going to happen where you had to fight, you don't know what you're doing, and you get it up there, you see, that is going to be a problem, okay, and there's going to be frustrations that are, like, caused by the player, which means the minimum amount of frustrations need to be caused by the fucking game, what you'd like to see, because it just exacerbates it. F5 again, we're probably going to be reverting this launch as well. And I should have just gone to the Bobcats in the first fucking place, is what I should have done. Fire the rest... Well, actually, wait. I'm supposed to, like, get rid of the fairing first. I didn't. And now this is not enough engine to actually finish this off, and we're burning into the liquid fuel that we had stored for the moon. And I just don't want it. I could probably pull the mission off, but I've done it too many goddamn times. Back to the VAB. I'm gonna put the fucking Bobcat on it and call it a goddamn motherfucking shit-eating, dick-licking, tit-sucking motherfucking day. Which makes this craft no to you, go fuck yourself. No to you, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself, everything below there.
My bags last night, pre-flight 0 hour 9 AM, and I'm gonna be high as a kite. By then I miss the earth so much, I miss my wife, it's lonely out in space on such a timeless flight. Oh no, Pawn's a rocket man.
I'm a complainy rocket man. If I'm a rocket man, ooh, I don't want to fly with this guy. It gives you the TWR you need, give you a little bit more fuel, you just overbuild, because it's a fucking game wants me to play. Fucking zoom out! My mind is switched between VAB and SPH mode. Thrust limiting all the way up, what do you give me? 1.7 off the pad? Nope, I'm looking for like a 1.31 off the pad. We'll be fine. 906 plus 2000 delta V. We could actually use a touch more delta V off of that. And also, if you're going to use all these little stages, this was an old ship where we needed that kind of a thing, because I hadn't unlocked the big fuel tanks. I have now unlocked the big fuel tanks. So you... And as a matter of fact, I got one that does that, don't I? I got you. Yeah, let's have it be a slower taper to it, followed by... probably going to be too big. That's probably going to be too much. What's the half stack? Why would it be... No, that's that. Is it just you or the big one? Is that all we get out of that? What's that? 2109 with its... I don't understand. Put you down here. You shouldn't be breaking that off either. Don't... What? Alright, staging's broken. Uh, 0.41 TWR on that. Why would it be? It's this one that I need to be looking at, and then you're the one up there, and you do that when you... Okay. So 3.15 TWR with 1598. Yeah. Alright, give me the big one. Fucking overbuild everything. 2600 with 1.93. And then you guys is just barely going to be able to lift this. If I just have two of them like we were having before. 739, what's your TWR? 1.12. Alright. We can give you more though. 0.25. 1.33. So 1.33 off the pad to a 1.93, and then because we will have that vectoring and because we won't be going as fast in atmosphere, that should get it done. Yes, sir. Do you have the sidekick booster? I do. I'm pretty sure I do. Let's see. Engines. The big son of a bitch. We got the Pollux and we got the kickback. And we got the thumper. And we got shrimps. No. Okay. Sidekick? Were you thinking of kickback? I'm not putting those on. That's way overkill for a ship like this. And for its intended design. But you break off as we hit that for the 1.33. So you're saying 739, let's assume that it's 850. And then the 2661, let's assume that's 2800. So 28 and 28 is 36, and we've got way more delta V and way more everything than we need on that. That being the case, I don't want this big one. I don't. I gotta enjoy myself, which means I gotta build the way that I like to build. So, is it you? You're the one. You just did a different colored style and impossible to see the fucking... God damn this fucking game though, man. So you are the one, right? LF and O. Thank you. You to there, maybe a small one there. You and you and you. And that's 2109 instead of 2600. What are you carrying? You're 198 and you're 405. And the big guy carried how much? Fucking sorting in this game. It's this one. 810, and we got 405 plus 198, 600. That's kind of what I'm going for. Put you in there. Be nice to still have extra. You're saying 2515. Which is, yeah, that's where I want it to be. That is where I want it to be. How we want it to look? Let's do the orange. Ooh, not on that one though. Maybe down here. That's kind of nice. Yeah, I could get behind that design there. And then you two. Back on, carrying even less weight than you were before. Sure, the couplers are actually on the ship. Okay, and then TWRs and things. 1.38 off the pad. We can pull back on you a little bit. 1.32, I'm fine with that, to the 2.0, and then we've got all of that. So I'm not going to put any fins on this, because, you know, it should work, and probably won't. But we can call this the Mark II. Please. Please do. Alright, staging is fire those off as we fire that. It's going to be very close to the pad when I drop it like that. I'm going to do it anyway. And then we drop that as we switch to the liquid fuel, and drop that as we go up to there, except for you need to break off in the middle. Thank you. Save launch. We can really kind of hear her doing the dishes back. That's what she's doing too, is the dishes. We've got several days worth of dishes. We got like all the dishes are dirty. So it's like, look, I live, you know, in a world. I live in a society. SAS on, throttle to full. Houston, could you give us a countdown?
First time today. Yep, this is the first launch I've seen so far.
Thank you for, you got my memo.
Yeah, double the pay to go along with this? Absolutely.
All right, go ahead then.
In 3, 2, 1, fire!
And we're off and away in the immediately functional, first time, just going for a simple moon mission, simple rocket, no problems, SAS holding us dead on accurate, because why wouldn't it? Why would it not do that when it's at the tip of the ship with 5.0? It's the first time, and it works just excellently, is how it works. And it's way easier to fly. I can sit here talking and bitching without having to think about, oh, it's time to stage that, it's time to stage this. 180 meters per second at 2.8 kilometers, and we're almost sort of out of what we're looking at here. The SRBs went rather quickly because we throttled them up. But at this speed, it's a good time to be kicking over to our, you know, we have control authority engines. So at 8 kilometers, I'm going to go ahead and start tipping down just ever so slight. What are you doing? Still needs fins. All that vectoring power, the smallest maneuver that I could make, literally a tap to the right, still needs fins. I'm not giving you the fucking, the control vectoring ones, though. I'm not giving them to you. Yeah, tell me more. Tell me more, everybody in chat. Tell me more. Tell me more about how this game makes sense. Tell me more. All the vectoring in the goddamn world. Fuck. Perfect point. Yeah, I know. SAS throttle to full. Houston, can I afford it again? I can't afford it again. I can't afford it again.
Alright, well, I'll just give you a regular countdown on the, 12th attempted launch of this simple-ass ship. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Damn it. I just didn't have enough funds left to bribe him to go along with my little thing there. Guidance preform roll, not that much roll. It's just like, curious. SAS wheel authority. It's at 100%. It's just wrong, isn't it? It's just wrong the way that the game behaves. Ah, yes, yeah, that's what it comes down to. Alright, waiting for her to get up there. Surely this one will fly with a little bit of stability from the rear, from the fins that you see on, you know, all the spacecraft throughout history. All of them. All of them just had massive fucking fins. All of them. Go. And I could actually throttle down a bit. No. Keep making speed here. Nope. The slightest little fucking attempt at just turning in the direction that I want to, and the SAS, it's the SAS itself that pulls me off course, you know? Like, it tries to go where I want it to, and then it pulls it down past where I want it to in order to overcorrect for the... It's just off. I'm just hitting F now. Just hitting F because I'm taking advantage of the fact that the SAS overcorrects and undercorrects and all that sort of a thing. Get the yaw just jumping around there. Could we get like an advanced SAS unit? Oh, they've got them in the game, Pawn. Yeah, but are they better at it? Or is it just more torque on the same shitty system? Oh, you wanted it to be better. Oh, fuck, I wasn't looking at the peri-apps and app-waps. We're already there. We're already to space, everybody. Fuck me. I can't fly today. I can't fly today. I'm too upset at the game.
Fight my shiny metal bunnies.
I'm just being like aggressive now. I'm just angry. Just pulling the ship where I fucking want it to go. Deal with me. Deal with me. You like it? Huh? I'm trying to find some fun in your game. You like it? Do you fucking like it? Huh? How about if I just, hold you there. No SAS, don't worry about it, SAS. I got this. I got this. This is all me. This is all me. You like it? Huh? You want some? Daddy's got some for you, baby. Huh? Yeah, this is how you fly the ship. Just hold top and left. Oh, fuck it. Just push it over and just goddamn fuck. Yep. There we go. Down to the 90, please. Not past. No, that's actually not where I told you to go. But, you know, why don't you... And then when I steer toward the place that I want to be, it pulls to the opposite direction. It's just... It's stupid. They just give you normal and anti-normal and such. Sorry. SAS throttle to full fucking go. And I won't touch the ship, I won't play the game, I won't be involved, you know, I can't... It's beautiful. Advanced SAS. Yeah. You know, like a version that works. Do they have that in the game? A version that doesn't cause you to tip. Do they have that? I'm sure you can mod it in, right? Version that doesn't, when I tell it to go to the right, go to the left. Yeah? A mod for better... Oh, Advanced SAS is a mod for better SAS. There you go. Somebody's fixed it, who didn't get all of the money that Kerbal Space Program made. But somebody did the work anyway. There you go. Go ahead and keep throttling. Throttle it back. Throttle it back in the lower atmosphere. Throttle it back in the lower atmosphere. Just 317 meters per second. Once we're past this lower sort of low point, I'll go back to half here. And then SAS will pull me to the right after I've told it where I want it to be. Watch your app wapses. See, every time that I hit F, it's telling it this is where I want it to be. So I hit F, and it goes to the right. I hit F, it goes to the right. I hit F, it goes to the right. I hit F, it goes to the right. So the place that I tell it that I want it to be, and then it pulls the control away from where I want it to be. Because it's smart like that. Pull you down, 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 down at 30 kilometers. 20 degrees on the bubble. Could just add 6 SAS units. It would probably be worse, wouldn't it? It would just yank it even harder to the wrong place that I didn't tell it to go. I'm going right down to the horizon and burning full. 66, 67, 8, 9, 70, 71.5. Go ahead and follow prograde for minimum drag. And we've only got 130 meters per second of delta V left. We put 3,400 delta V in this stage. It has far more TWR than it requires. It flies at a reasonable speed below the 10 kilometer mark. and with what amounts to 3,500 delta V in order to get to orbit, we are lacking 300 delta V to get to orbit. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Moron put a golf ball at the tip of the ship. I don't know, the game designers, they put this in the game. This is why I hate that pod for KSP, Sister Macy. So is it just this creates a ridiculous amount of drag? Because a perfect sphere going into the wind is just horrible for drag. Is that it? And they give it to you as the starter tier? Is that the problem? Is that you should check out, go online, go to KSP's Wikipedia right now and look up this part. Look up the KV1 onion and read what they say about its usage and its usefulness. In fact, do that and copy paste when you land on the section that you will know that I'm asking you to go and find right now. You'll know what, when you found it. Copy paste that into chat for me and see what the developers of KSP say about this part that they put into their game. Go ahead and throw that off. Clamshell away. Fire, because we're almost out. And then we'll drop that, and we'll head off again. And I'm going to have to fire very high, because the Apoapsis is going to run away from us on this very weak engine that we put on here that was supposed to be delivered to orbit, as opposed to having to burn itself, as it is now doing. A baseball throwing a curveball. Apoapsis should come back up to us. Compared to the Mark 1 command pod, the KV-1 has comparable costs, slightly higher temperature. No, not the whole thing. The part that... Oh, God. I didn't realize Jim was going to be the guy. The part that you know. I said paste the part that you know when you read it. I want in there. Jesus Christ. Hang on. Just going to do this thing again. There we go. Somebody else want to give it a try? Somebody else want to listen to me and actually do the thing? What are we doing on Delta V in this stage? 2,200 meters per second. It's a scrubbed flight again. The KV-1 onion. The KV-1 onion. And, fuck it then. We're getting rid of it. Fuck the onion. We're going to this pod, putting you on. You will need the ability to decouple and come back, though the onion didn't because it had its own decoupler. Do you want to bring the science back with you? The pilot will be able to get in and out once he's in there, so no, we can just come back with you, which means you'll have the TD-12, and you'll have the thermal. And there's our ship. Bentatsu. Alright, apparently I'm over-challenging people here. KV-1 is that its rounded ship gives it significantly higher drag than the Mark 1 pod. This is advantageous during re-entry, but makes the rocket aerodynamically unstable at launch if the KV-1 is not inside a fairing, which is not an option until significantly later in the tech tree. Even though we gave it to you at the beginning. You can keep going, Ross Roy. You're on par. You're on track there. Because I think the thing that comes after that in the description is how they expect you to use it. How they suggest that you use the onion, that they give you right alongside this pod as the starter when you've got the DLC. How is it that the developers of the game think that this should be used? Because it's in there. Unless they pulled the text because they realized, unless they're watching my live streams and they heard me say it before and they pulled the text because, oh god, that does make us look kind of incompetent and stupid and like we don't care about our own game, doesn't it? Can we just adjust that real quick? You need your own stage. There. So you break off when we're coming back. We've got the fairing on, or the ablative heat shield on, which should be down to 80, By the way, we don't use ablators anymore, and you know, it's not ablative heating that I believe are used in modern space agencies, but you know. Let's see. Side-mounted engines, no cross-feed. My gosh, that's bonkers. Sorry? Recommended to place the KV-1 as low in the final stage as possible, relying on radially mounted fuel tanks and engines for the final stage. Since the decoupler has no crossfeed, mounting an engine on the bottom node and fuel tanks on the top node will not work. We can keep going, though. We can keep going. I remember them recommending 2 ways of using it. And one is to use parts that you don't get until, like, Tech Tier 5 or something. And then the other way was to put it on a craft that also has the Mark I command pod because it has no reaction wheels. This configuration will still require an additional decoupler on the top node to separate the fuel tanks, as well as larger than usual number of aerodynamic control surfaces at the base of the rocket when compared to the Mark I pod, but it has a good chance of remaining stable if steered with care. And we're not done. We still haven't hit the part that I'm thinking of in specific about the reaction wheels. And this opens up in the first tier of it's tier 0. Tier 0, you get that part. Fairing comes off, and then we switch over to these engines, and we drop that, we come home. That's all good. The Delta V is now 2500 and 891, which is it's over 3400 Delta V between the 2 stages. TWR change at all from difference of weight? It did indeed. We're actually lighter. Fuck. We're actually lighter with this instead of the other one. My god, it's just a useless part. It shouldn't be in the game. Thrust limiter. I mean, I know that the concept was, hey, this is modeled loosely after something that was actually used in... But you release it at the wrong time in the game, don't you? Don't you, though? You're releasing it, you're giving it to new players who may have decided to go all in with Kerbal Space Program. I'm going to buy the whole thing. I'm going to buy the new game, where I'm going to game full with the DLC in, and you're telling them in the game, if they don't go to your Wikipedia page and read all of the caveats of using the item, that this is something you can use right now. And in the caveats of using the item, it's stated that you're going to need SAS, which will unlock in like tier 3 or 4 of the technology tree, so you can't just use it alone, but I suppose you could strap it to the underside of one of these pods, which what the fuck would that look like, and how would the aerodynamics of that ship look? Well, you could use fairings to hide it, and when do you get fairings in the tech tree? There is no excuse for the onion being in the tier 1 tree, except they just don't think about gameplay when they develop this. They don't think about their players. They're just like, hey, we modeled something, throw it in there. More of a drive, it is more of a drive people away from the game because they struggle with this pod. Exactly. And if that's their goal, then congratulations, you hit it. I thought we established they don't give an F before KSP cashed out and sold Take-Two, remember? I just can't believe they spent so many years on this thing and none of them learned game design. So launch, and then that and the other, or just, you know, none of them cared to. I don't know. And that DLC is recent, since the handover, right? So the company that's managing it also doesn't care or know what the fuck they're doing. Mark III, I think this is ready to go. It also has over the amount of Delta V that we'll need. Oh, we're reading from altitude. Fuck. So sea level, 2433 and 765 is like between these 2 points. It would be close. I don't want it to be close. I'm sick of it being close, you know? Shockingly, I'm sick of it being close. TWR. Let's also make you look good. I'm thinking I'll do, because I think this will look nice. Ah, yeah. You know what else? Flip you upside down. Oh, and you decided to recenter the part even though I'd already put... Okay, you fucking game. Even though I already put my own custom spin on it. Thanks for that. Looks kind of neat. Yeah, give it a splash of color. I like it. I like it. Oh, snapping. You. Oh, surprisingly, I wanted 2 of them. Shocking. Why would they need to make the game play well for new players? They already have their money. Yeah, it would just be if you cared about your career, profession, art, whatever. You're right. You're right. Why would they? TWR 1.09. This is going to be... We're going to be firing from these liquid fuel engines a lot earlier than we really like to, because these SRBs are just not going to hold out for very long. That being the case, fucking fire them full. 1.44 on the 2 SRBs just to sort of kick us off the pad, get us some speed going, and then we'll be on the liquid fuel with 1.9 at max. Yeah. And it's no longer closed. It's showing 3,300 delta V at sea level. When we go to altitude, which they will be firing off at like fucking 4, they'll start at 4 or something, but we get that much more delta V off of these guys. We get an extra 100 delta V showing for when they... So we should have all the delta V we need, and because we won't be, you know, have a whole bunch of drag on a part that doesn't suggest that you have to read up on it in order to find out that even we don't know how you're supposed to use it at the time we give it to you in the game. I think we'll be okay now, though. Launcher. Who's making racket in your house, Paul? It's Lady Pawn. Just cleaning up the place. Idea, Houston does countdown in a language other than English. Okay. I could probably get him to do that. If I ask politely, anyway. So, this is the final launch. This one's gonna go... don't actually need throttle to full. Let's say throttle to 3/4, probably. Houston.
1, 2, 3, 14.
I didn't even have to ask him. I wonder if it's in the contract that he gets more money for that or something, because he went straight at it, didn't he? Give him beers. That would be good, too. That would be good. I could use a beer. We were out of beer in the house here, and Lady Pawn, you know, offered to go and get it. I don't know if she's gone or not. I told her that, you know, at your leisure. It's no big deal. I don't need a beer to live stream. And then I started live streaming Kerbal, and I realized, oh, yeah, no, it's Kerbal. I need a beer to live stream this shit, don't I? 240 meters per second, 250, 260, 270, 280. Wow, this actually kicked us off a lot faster than I had hoped in the lower atmosphere. But it got us some good height, too. And at 3/4 burn on these engines, it looks okay. Can I tilt us down a bit? Can I get us headed toward the east? Just a touch, hon. Just a touch. I know you hate me. I know you want to flip my crafts on me every fucking day. But what if I could steer it? What if I got a chance to play the game, huh? Okay, we're going to go to full throttle here in just a second. I just want to get us down the ball a bit. 400 meters per second at 18 kilometers. Periapse is about 10 kilometers different from where we are right now. I'm pulling down harder and harder and harder and harder. As soon as we hit 45 on the ball, I'll go full throttle. Why not? What could go wrong, really? What could possibly go wrong? Tap, 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 tap. 15 degrees on the bubble, and hold that for a second as I watch the app WAPs rush up. And keep going down to full-on horizon. Just below the horizon, apparently. That's fine by me. App WAPs at 62 kilometers. And coming up, periapse at negative 430. Liquid fuel remaining. Enough? Not enough? Who's to say? Oh, we've got a space app WAPs. All right, fair enough. We'll finish this one off in space. We got 492 meters per second. We'll drop the little fairing that we brought up. Yeah, we'll do it that way. So, take me up to the Apoapse. Go ahead and follow your prograde as we do. And we'll see if 492, just under 500 meters per second, gets us the negative 350 on the periapse, if that actually finishes that off for us, or at least gets us really, really close. Better get us really, 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 really close at this point. I've gotten rid of the stupid part. What are you doing? I meant to be pressing a different button. Drop the fairing and give me stability assist. Nose up a bit and go, because I lost the Apoapse behind us. There we go. Pull it back. Why are you rocking so much? My God. Okay, now. Back there. Fuck. Am I in, like, fizz warp still or something? Go to the next stage, I guess. How did we do? We did pretty good. Periapse is going to emerge very shortly here. Very, very shortly. Apoapse coming back up on us. Thank you. I'm surprised how much Delta V we didn't have in the top stage for some reason. You are running away on me, buddy. Boom, we have a circularization. 72.4 and 72.7. Beautiful. We're up here with 2,222 meters per second Delta V in this little craft. Let's deploy our comms. I apparently didn't set them up onto an action group. So let's create an action group, which would be you. Toggle antenna. Good. Wait, no, not on staging. What do you, no, 9. Toggle antenna. There you go. 9. There we go. Comms are open. All right, we're up here with 2222. And we said to get to the moon. 1,300. We're you know, rounding up. 1,300 to get to where we need to be. In orbit of the moon. And then pick the dude up, and then say 500 to do, I hope it's just 500, just, you know, to work out like a polar kind of a thing. So let's say it's 1,800, let's say it's 1,900. And then coming home, once we've done all the missions from a polar. Which maybe is another 300 from there, maybe it's more. 2,222, we're actually really tight on being able to do this mission. Random question on, there's a mod to fix ITIS. Does the community tech tree fix the re-entry pod position? You know, the mod where someone sat down for 45 minutes and made a logical unlock order? That'd be a good one. I don't know, I've never tried it. You know, the game dev's job rather than water graphics? Well, they could have done water graphics too, because that's all done by Scatterer. They didn't put anything really into the water either. Good job on losing all that weight from last stream. What? Sorry? Are you saying I'm looking thin? We can open this up. Don't know what for, but just to let out some of that air that was still in there. Or, I don't know. Got all those things there. Should we go for this mission at 2222? You know, we brought up what looked to be 3,500 meters per second of Delta V and still didn't manage to put this craft into orbit. Without burning some of the fuel out of here, which is annoying. From what I've seen of KSP2, it's actually looking pretty good, both graphically and gameplayically. Also, there's another new Star Trek show premiering tomorrow, apparently. Okay. I'm thinking we go with this, but I'll tell you what I can do is I'll make the decision after this live stream break. We're going to have one more live stream break, friends. And then we're going to go get this guy out to the moon and all of the other things and stuff. That's what we're going to do. So stick with me across another 7 minutes. I think I'm probably done bitching about Kerbal today until we get to the actual thing where we're doing the collection of science around the moon. And then I'll have another topic to bitch about. But it'll be less passionate because it will be less because I have chosen it. I've gone there to do that thing that I know I shouldn't do. If I recall correctly, Community Tech Tree just adds more nodes that mods can use. I think there's another mod that shuffles stuff into a logical progression. It would be... I used to have design documents for like the way that you could mod Kerbal Space Program to be a game. And I just don't have the, you know, it ain't my fucking job. My job is to do these live streams and bitch about what's wrong. I used to be a big defender of the game, but I've had to deal with 8 friends who've picked it up and tried to get the basics. Makes you understand your own Stockholm syndrome. Yeah, and there is a bit of that going on for me. I mean, I really feel that. I really experience that after the live streams. Like, it is rare for me to walk away from a Kerbal Space Program live stream without feeling angry, frustrated, and defeated. And then, by the next day, I wake up wanting to sit down at Kerbal Space Program again, thinking about, well, maybe I can fix that if I did this, that, and the other thing. Even though, like, I might be fixing the game's bugs or the flaws, and, you know, just it's such a Stockholm Syndrome kind of a game. Like, maybe there's some kind of, maybe the reason that the game is like this is they've discovered something new, you know, instead of they're working off of the Skinner box. Maybe it's like something new, some twist on the Skinner box, where if we make it like bad, it'll warp your mind to think it's good, to think it's so good that you just don't understand it, and it's not really bad, even though it's just bad, but you'll think that it's not that it's bad, that it's good, and you just need to get good, and then you'll be like, I gotta get good, and you'll be challenged to, I don't know what it is, but something psychologically is going on in this game for it to be as frustrating as it is. I think, you know, I'm being silly, but the reality of it is that it's a space program, it asks a lot of you, it's got a lot of interesting, like, physics things going on, and it's a builder, and you can do stuff with it that, you know, feels like it's your own idea, even though it's probably been done a million times before. But it's one of those games that has so much potential on the surface that even when you play it and realize that it doesn't live up anywhere near to that potential, you can't stop, like, dreaming that it has all of that potential. And you keep trying to sort of fix yourself in order to make it accomplish its potential, instead of demanding of the developers of the game that they reach the potential of this product. It's not a game I've ever succeeded in convincing anyone to try, says a guy called Pie. Yeah, pretty hard to, like, just get somebody on board to do it, and then if they sit down and try and figure it out, you know, it should take you by the hand, shouldn't it? It should help you on board, and it does exactly the opposite of that. 7 minutes from now, we'll come back, and we can more calmly discuss all of the horrors. We'll be back in 7 minutes. Don't go anywhere, pawn not out. It didn't play, even though it's selected. It still didn't play, even though it's selected. It's just, it refuses to. Pawn not out. Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn, and... I heard the fans when I walked back in after the upgrade of the CPU here. It's running hot. They were at full kick with the side of the case on. I've just taken that off, give it a blow, sitting here during the break running at 170 Fahrenheit. And just giving it a bit of a kick. The GPU is maxed out. Why is the GPU maxed out? Stop the music. If I unpause the game... Yeah, the GPU was just sitting on max. Once I unpause the game, now it's like releasing a little bit. You pause KSP, the GPU goes to full throttle. It just stays in that mode. Let's look away from Kerbin. And the GPU immediately goes down to... This is because of my mods. This is because of my mods. The mods are just holding the GPU in that state to continuously re-render the clouds in the position that they're in. And my god, it kicked up the fucking heat in the case. I talked about that too when we were doing the upgrade. I talked about how having your CPU maxed at the same time that your GPU maxed is an it's not a thing that actually happens in the real world. Well, it doesn't if you've got decently designed software. But yeah, the GPU is actually the problem element in my case now in terms of cooling. The CPU can cool itself and handle it, but the EVGA, GeForce GTX 1070 Super or whatever it was that's meant for overclocking, and I haven't overclocked it at all. It's got extra fans, it's more than the fans that are recommended by NVIDIA for it. It does not kick enough of its own heat out of the case with all those fans on it. Damn. Pawn late. Do we get a rebate? If he's 15 minutes late, we're legally allowed to leave. Good God. Oh, shoot. I didn't refill my water either during the break. That's the last water I get. But yeah, that's something that I'm going to have to, be aware of, keep an eye on. We could end up overheating the CPU by proxy of not having enough case cooling. Shit. You know what we're going to do, actually, is we're going to do that thing, settings. Ooh, I probably can't do it from here, can I? Reflection, texture, resolution, reflection, refresh mode. Let's go down to low, and let's do the resolution of the reflection textures down to 256. Is that anything that might help me? Apply, accept, close. And if I look back over here, GPU does still spike, but not anywhere as high as it was before. Well, it's building up. Yeah, we're running at 100, and it just immediately, the heat from the GPU transfers so quickly to the CPU. Looking at Kerbin like this, 175 degrees the CPU is running at right now. I'm gonna have to do something about the GPU. Maybe that's where the Peltier units go. Good God. But yeah, okay, so let's get off of this screen, and then the GPU and the CPU, everything can cool down. It does, too. Wow. I'm gonna have to do something about that. What are we doing? Where are we going? What's the deal here? We're going to the moon, and I think we are going to launch with this craft. I said we could do possibly one more launch and try and launch a little bit better, or something like that, but we've been doing that so much today, I just can't be asked, can you? I can't. And this is going to be a very long burn to get to the moon. So I am going to do this with a maneuver node because we've got a very, lightweight engine on here. We're looking for about 850 meters per second of delta V. 860-ish, anyway, to get to the moon. And then I will go over to the finer controls and pull some off. And we've got a periapse there. Let's put that periapse up. Well, it's not going to last, Pawn. Yeah, okay, that's the wrong side to leave. What we need to do, actually, at this point, is I need to be out at the moon. If I double-click you, there we go. I need to be at the moon so I can see which direction this fella is going in. He's going this way, right? Because it's like a comet's trail tailing off, I guess is the idea behind that representation of movement, visual representation of movement. He's going around from this side, so we'd be coming in at the correct side. Yes? Correct me if I'm wrong there. That's who we'll be going for, actually. We could set the target as him. But yeah, okay, so we'd be coming in from that side. That is correct. If I make further adjustments to our node, why am I not getting where? How do I get back to the node? The maneuver mode? No. U. Advanced orbital. U. I've got a whole bunch of shit that I don't know anything about going on here. I have to select the node. You have to pop the node up from there, and then you get the option. There we go. I've got the controls. So coming at such an angle too. His apoaps and periaps are 187, 170. So if we come in around 170, and go ahead and move things around to see when's the best time to do that. So there, and then down a bit, and then I'll refine my controls and pull it down some more, and then play with this. Find the best time to leave, which is right around here. And a little bit more off. There you go. I'll actually be coming in at a not bad time, apparently, for linking up with him. We'll be a bit behind him, so actually we want to be under him then, if that's going to be the case. Might as well come in a little bit lower. Be faster so that we can catch up with him. Oh no, he'll be behind us. He'll be behind us. Okay. Well, then let's go for, if he's going to be behind us, let's be higher than he is on both sides. We'll go out to 185. His apoaps is 187. We'll go out to 190. And then, yeah, his position, our position, very good. In fact, might even a little bit... Yeah, no, we'll do like that. Whatever that is. Periaps went away. 193. 193. That's going to be our goal there. And we'll make a little adjustment while we're on our way to correct the inclination. Probably want to maybe clock your CPU down a little bit. I don't want to, though. I don't want to, though. I got a fucking 4.3 gigahertz situation going on here, you know? This might be the time where I actually start thinking about better cooling, case cooling, and stuff like that. I've got in the case, too, I've got a... the case fan on the back of it that's blowing out, that's sucking out just general case stuff, could actually be moved to the other side of the heatsink, so that I would have, you know, it would be blowing and sucking from the heatsink, you know, both places to create a larger vacuum there, and it would still be blowing directly at the place where it's, you know, sucking it out right now anyway. Even without a case fan, like, that might improve it. But really, it comes down to the GPU running so goddamn hot. That's what pushes it up and over. Better cooling can be cheap. Just get one of those $15 plastic desk fans and blast it into your... I've got one of those, actually. I've got one that I could just take the side off and blow it at it. But, you know, that's no solution. Get creative and build your own custom case. Live stream, maybe. Don't tempt me. No, I'm not good at carpentry. I've never been good, and, you know, you wouldn't want to do it out of wood, but I'm just not good at that kind of thing. F5 from here, this is a good node. Node's coming up in 4 minutes. Go ahead and warp me to it. Just look at those thermals. Get those thermals spike. Hopefully the CPU holds out, live stream doesn't crash along with my PC. What's to say, though? So... burn time, 2 minutes, 37 seconds. We need to do this burn for a minute and 17, 18, minute 18. So we'll leave it a minute 20. The stability assist. Put you on exactly the spot that you want to burn. There. And then at a minute 20, we will leave. We will go for it. Are you telling me... okay, burn now. You're telling me... is that not the wrong way around? Looks like the target is clockwise, but your orbit is anti. Isn't he... Oh, it switched me back to this. I thought I was looking at the moon because that's where I left it. The moon. I thought he's going around this way, isn't he? Going around like that. So we're coming in from this side, which means that we'll be going around with him. Unless I'm reading that wrong. Doesn't that mean he's going this way? Hey man, I know I'm W0 months too late, but I just finished watching. Finished watching what? Am I wrong and that's the way? Well, just look at yours, Pawn. What's... Oh shit, go back to you. We're going toward the dark side. Okay. No, you're right. If we're going toward the dark, go back out to the moon. Okay, we gotta come in the other direction. He's going around that way. Alright. Thank you. Thank you, that's what I was asking about. See, it just doesn't make any fucking sense to me. You know? Going this way, not this way. It could be interpreted either way makes sense to the eye, which is why you don't do it like this. Just means that we do this node differently. Still burning from here. We just gotta come in the other side of things. And I may have left at the wrong time, and all kinds of things could be very wrong. Follow your, don't lose your target there. Stay on the equator. I don't see that there's any reason to not be burning on the equator. We'll wait to see as this comes up. Finished watching Apollo Legends vid on Connor Ace's Splice Drone. Wanted to show you my respect by dropping by. Thank you, Mephilitz? Mephilitz. Thank you, Mephilitz, for the love. I could say that just things ended up working out in the long run. I might end up doing a video about how things worked out and what was eventually found and discovered about other runs that were submitted to the leaderboard. Why are you so like that? Why is this... Just keep burning on over here. Fuck it. Alright, so we're getting close now. We've got a periapse. We're coming in on the wrong side of it, which means I just gotta burn past the moon and reverse this. And we wanted to go to 193. We would have left differently than we could have done it differently. So we're gonna come in over here. Spin it around. So it's way more delta V than really needed to be. You. So 193. There you go. 196 is where we're coming then at this point in time. And when we're here, he'll be well behind us in this orbit, which actually means that I want to be on the inside. So exactly the reverse of everything from before, which is that I'd prefer to be down here. Yeah, where we'll be catching up to... He'll be behind us. So no, we want to be going slower. He's behind us when we get there. If we're on the outside, then he gets closer and closer. Yeah, just waste all the delta V, Pawn. Yeah, I guess so. Where's our... This is our periapse. So it's telling me that at our intersect he'll be way the fuck back there, which means, yeah, we want to be going slower. So back out to the 190. 196 even. Alright, way more delta V than we needed to spend to get here, but we spent it and we're getting here. The next thing that I want to do is head back to you, and from about here, I will do some corrections. So let's go. Electric charge, holding out, and recharged as soon as we got into the sunshine. So goodbye, Kerbin. Oh, Connor pretty much got shamed off the internet. He hasn't done anything in a long time. I would love it if you played Hotline Miami. It's an amazing game to speedrun. I think I do have Hotline Miami. I think I tried it once. I got a Steam just full. of friggin' games and stuff. So back out to the moon, and I double click the moon, double click, click the, no. Alright. Out to the moon. And, I'm thinking of doing this without maneuver nodes just because it's easier. I might be wrong in where I'm burning which triangle, but we'll know quick. Nope, I picked the right one. It was the angry triangle. We want to get on the same line as this guy's orbit. And we're on his orbit now. We'll reset you as the target too, because that is where we're going. Thank you very much. And our ascending node is right on... We're 0.7 degrees off. Going. It's fine. It looks fine. It'll be fine. We'll be fine. Alright, so F5 from there as well. And if you can warp me all the way out here, go ahead and do so. Goodbye, Earth, Kerbin. Figured the most faded bit was the oldest, so you'd be heading towards it. Yeah, and then you could also look at it, you could think of it as in like a comet's tail, that kind of thing. It's just like, but it doesn't, there's so many better ways to communicate that where there aren't, there isn't room for like, which way does this go again? For example, little balls that move in a certain direction, little arrows that toggle along the little direction, little, you know, something that shows you on each orbit that this is the way that the movement is going. But again, you need a visual designer for that, wouldn't you? So at the periapse, this is going to be another long burn. In order to get down, we've got 1,327 meters per second in delta V. This is only going to cost us 300, so that's good. If I blow it back out, blow it. It's not moving. Blow it out. Blow it out. Oh, it is moving. Okay, let's make it a bigger rate of change. And, target position at whatever. We want to be faster than him still, is the idea here. Right? Because he will be behind us, supposedly. So when we're here, that's our intersect. No, he'll be ahead of us. God damn, this fucking game is impossible to read. So if you're going to be ahead of us, then I want to be below. Which would mean that kind of a thing. And yes, the two of you are getting closer to one another, I think. So, moon periapse of 150. The other thing that we should do then is also while we're here, find your retrograde for me. And if I burn our real moon apwaps down, then that will give us a better scenario. Oh wait, where am I right now? Oh, you're already here. That's right. I'm so fucking confused about what's going on. How long does this burn take? 42 seconds. Okay, well, time warp me up to it, I guess. Get me closer to the moon if you don't mind. Earth go bye-bye, indeed. Alright, up to you. And then, how long does this burn? 42 seconds on the burn. We want it to happen on both sides of the maneuver node. So we split that in half, and it's 21 seconds worth of burn. I'll start at T-minus 25, so that I have time to control the final burn. Okay, I'll start at T-minus 25. Just right on T-minus 25. And let's start burning. Can just hold retrograde here, I think. Target may have a little bit of drift, but we'll be slowing ourselves down at max efficiency. So trying to get this job done and do a polar orbit, it's not going to be completely easy. Okay, you're at 170, 190, and he is behind me right now, coming toward me, so yeah, I need to be He's here. I'm here. We're going this way. So he's behind me, which means I need to be going slower than he is. God damn it. I have gone from the correct to the incorrect to the correct to the incorrect, and now back to the correct while I've been doing this. Just way too fucking confused. Blow you back out. We want to be going slower than you everywhere. There we go. We're at a 190, and that means that he will catch up to us. F5, we have 1,000 meters per second to delta V? Oh, I could deal with that. Go ahead and drop that node. And we're on his line. So from this point, F5, we will actually just spin around the moon for a bit and wait for him to catch up to us, because that's how that should work. We're on the outside track. He's got the inside track on us, which means relative to the moon, he's going faster than we are in terms of, you know, making his orbit, which is why he keeps getting closer and closer and closer to us. And once he gets reasonably close, we'll make some more adjustments so that we'll actually, you know, run into him. Possibly on this loop. We're at the top of our apoapse. Oh, have I got intersects that have been alive and moving and stuff? It's just fucking cloud of data there. 61.1 kilometers. Okay. And if I put a maneuver node behind us, then on the next rotation, which it should be there, it's 80, so this is as close as we're going to get right now. So from here, let me try and be where he is when he is where he is. Our periapse is 192, his periapse is 170. His apoapse is more, just get on your retrograde and burn it down and see what happens with your ticks a little bit, I guess. I don't think I care. Yeah, I guess I do. I need that information. I don't need that. No, you saved the one that I don't care. Alright, fuck it, go. Okay, we're actually getting further away, but this has to be done. I'm not going to disbelieve reality here. So, 177, and he's at a 180 and a 170 kind of a situation there. That's fine. That's in the middle of him. And we will be wherever we will be when we'll be there. Maybe we go down to our ascending node for the next little burn. Yeah. No. Go down to where you're closest. Just gonna be there. I don't want you to warp me directly there, though. Warp me to there. After an F5. Warp here. Okay. Oh, God damn it. I did not. Just group all of the buttons that you use together. It's a good idea. So where's the moon? There's the moon. Where's our target? There he is. Getting closer and closer and closer. And that's where I wanted you to warp me. So now, we're still on our retrograde. That's what I want. Let's grab, like, intersect 2 and intersect 1. Drop the moon periapse, I don't care. Drop the moon periapse, I don't care. Where'd intersect 2 go? Hold you guys up, and then make adjustments. I'm getting further away. Well, fair enough then. The periapse is coming down. 173. I need to do this from my periapse, or at least closer to it. We get a lot closer. Very quickly we get a lot closer here. If we go around one more time. If I stop and change that, then it'll take us longer to get there. So I'm not going to do that. We're going to go past this position, and then our purple becomes our orange, and then the purple goes away. We're no longer as close. So from our apoapse now, we will drop our periaps. No. You can't drop your your periaps is fine, pawn. I guess from here, where am I going to burn in order to make this happen? At 24.6, this is as close as we get to him, but I'm going to go past it, and I'm going to lean toward our periaps. Because our periaps is below him already. But our apwaps needs to meet up with him. So we're not as close to him now as we once were, but we will be soon. I think this is about the right place to burn for this. So, apwaps. Bring you down. Okay, hang on. If I'm going to be burning from where I am right now, in order to pull the apwaps and keep the periaps toward us, I would burn... toward the sky? It's either the sky or it's the ground, but I'm guessing the sky right now. No, I think we're doing more work, okay? Try the ground. I don't know, but I have gotten our speeds to where we want them to be. Except for the fact that we're now faster than he is. And we need to be slower than he is for him to catch up to us still. Right? Fucking clouds of data. And they don't hold them up on the screen for you. 52.5. We've now got the inside track permanently, which means he gets further and further away from us as time goes on. Yeah, you need to be on the outside. Well, then what was all that for? I don't know. Get your apwaps up, get your apwaps up, get your apwaps up. 184. Separation 21.3 kilometers on the second pass. Okay. It's not your apwaps that's the issue. Push to contact, merge, then nullify speed. I don't think we're close enough for that yet. I'm gonna go to my apwaps. I'm just very confused, and I haven't had a beer all fucking day. We're going in the wrong way around the moon. But that'll be close. If you want me to, I will try. I will try. F5. I'll try from here. From our closest position, I'll try and just, get us going where he is. At 21.3 kilometers separation, difference of speed 34 meters per second, we'll just go to him. On the ball. So where are you on the ball? Where my target on the ball? That's my target on the ball, which means I want to burn here. And now we're headed toward the target. And our next 3.5 kilometers. Alright. Alright. That works. That works. I thought at 20 point something we'd be too far away, but the moon being such a small body, I guess that's fine. And it's fine. Where you at again? You're there, and we'll be our closest there, so get me up to here. F5. Bring us together around the moon. Oh, you've gone right past me there, haven't you? Oh, you've gone right past me. So this is going to be burning here to start. Bad way to do this. Shouldn't have let him get past. Hold on. Yeah. Just pushing our targets to his targets. Where you at? You down there? Okay. We're coming in at a decent speed in his general direction. And our next nearest point is 0.3 kilometers away. Alright. Go ahead and warp me up to just anywhere. You can see us getting closer, 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 closer. and I'll take over on the warp from here. Okay. Gonna burn here to get our target more onto his without really scrubbing speed. I'm pretty good at maneuvers. In other words, good at being a pilot, I suppose. There we go. We're on our way to him again. Go ahead and warp a bit. Watch as he comes in. Rendezvous 2 vessels in orbit of the moon. We have done that thing. So I guess we don't have to get any closer to him. 953 meters per second remaining to do the switch to polar on this orbit. Could go ahead and do this. Like that. Yeah, coming up on him quick. You know me, I like to park next to people. Just park it up. Oh, you were in a little ping pong ball. Well, that's why I got stranded out here. They don't fucking work, do they, in the game? They don't really work. There we go. We've come to a full and complete stop. And the pilot of this craft, we can switch over. Take control of Barfree Kerman. What are you? An engineer! Useless to us. Alright, pop on out, buddy. And let go. Get your jets out. Now, in orbit of the moon, do you think that we could... Oh, wait, SAS on. Do you think that we could push this thing down before we board the other craft? We could get it to slam into the surface of the moon from 140k over the moon? Shall we give it a try? Want to know how a fuck-up they actually fixed? Like a space program or the developers of this game? What are we talking about? Uh-oh. Here you go. Here you go. No, stick to it. Stick to it. Stick to it. You know you want to stick to it. Alright, wait till the butt end comes around, and then push it. Pretty good at pushing shit. Got way too much experience, honestly. Not exactly firing on our retrograde here either, but, you know, we could get firing on our retrograde. That's where we want to be firing, right there. Okay, I know you're halfway through your monoprop. Shall we check map mode? Yeah, you ain't got it. Oh shit! Are you gone? Did you fly off of it? No? Okay, you were alright. We could bring the ship back to you, I suppose. How much more distance on this periapse did you have? 109. It's too much. It's too much. It ain't gonna happen. Give me a target of this guy, and you let him go. Let it go. We did what we could. We done did what we could. We're going back to the other ship. They originally planned for the KV-1 not to have the option to EVA, only open in atmosphere. Okay. So you're locked in the pod constantly. Okay. Maffycraft with the subscription, 9 months. Somebody needs to prevent me from procrastinating and make me prepare a presentation due tomorrow right now. Maffycraft! Sit here and watch me get stuck. This is going to be boring as hell, Maffy. You and everyone else should leave. But everybody else don't leave. But we're helping Maffy right now. We're helping. Thank you so much for the 9 months. That's your pregnancy subscription. You know, you are round and ready to. You're getting close to delivery. But yeah, like they planned for the Onion not to have the option to EVA. How does that? What is that? What's the big difference there? What are they trying to communicate with that? Stay here, said SoCare. No. You're screw. Are you telling me we're getting a sub baby? We're having a sub baby together. Yes, a sub baby. It's not quite a baby. It's kind of sub baby. You know, it's not full baby. We're having it suborbitally. That's where we're gonna have a party. The shower is gonna be suborbital, and then the baby's probably gonna burn up on re-entry. It was a bad plan, but you know we've already booked the caterer, so I guess this is how we're doing it. But yeah, only opens in atmosphere. The Onion. So it's a return pod, and then I'm just wondering if that would have solved any gameplay issues instead of just making it more complicated and more frustrating when you take one up and find out, oh, I can't get out even after I've upgraded, because you wouldn't even know, again, without reading the fucking documentation, you wouldn't know that was what the pod did until you had unlocked the ability for Kerbals to EVA in the game, which would be later in the tech tier. So it would take a long time for you to even realize that that was a condition, and then what does that change about, you know, does that help in terms of keeping people from getting confused? Because it doesn't seem to. It was based on the real Russian pod. It's one of those things where astronaut spurging versus game design issues. I see. You know, and if they took that out, or, you know, they made it so that you can get out and it is just a craft, that's fine. Here's what you do. You got to unlock that craft at a place where you can actually use it in the game. That's really all that has to happen here, is have the part. It's got special characteristics and stuff like that, and then make it so that it unlocks at a time where it's like you've got the pieces that you need in order to use it. And that would be at least one problem solved, because there is more to it in terms of what are you communicating to players, you know, and once they do have all the things unlocked, are they going to be able to figure out how it's meant to be used, and if it's got that, like, harsh intention of how it's meant to be used, you know, there's that issue, but you can at least start. You can start. We have recovered Barfree Kerman with the glaring issue of this part can't be used in the tier that you unlocked it. Why did you unlock it there? And I think it really comes down to the reason that they unlocked it where they did, because it's a piece of DLC and they wanted it to make it look like, you know, hey, that's why you bought the DLC, now you got something in there. Because otherwise it would take you a while to unlock any of the parts that would actually show that your DLC purchase was worth something. I think that's what they went for, was we'll just throw it in there so that you know that you bought the DLC, thinking exclusively about people who are already Kerbal Space Program players. Hey, these designers only thinking about their hug box. Who would have thought? And not thinking about people who they would later be selling the game as a package to, new with all the DLC on Steam, who then, if they actually said, yeah, I'm excited, let's buy all the DLC, would then be just tossed to the fucking wolves. You'll never fly a craft for this. You'll always be wondering why it is that this fly is so shitty. You'll actually, what you'll do, you'll start up, you know, a new player starts it up and then tries to figure out what the fuck is going on. Like, you're going to be toppling in the wind, and you're not going to understand why that's happening. You're going to think the game is either broken, or you're going to think that you're too dumb to play the game. And it's not that you're too dumb to play the game, it's that the developers are too dumb to make the game. I mean, that is literally, I'm not trying to be harsh there, that is literally the situation that they set up with that, without thinking about it at all. We're good now. We've gotten our target. If I retarget Barfreeze Pod and unset it, then I guess what we're going to try here is I'm going to go to the Apo apps. This might be better to do, I don't know, if you like blow out to a high point and then twist, then come back, if that's cheaper, or if I tried to burn, you know, go from here. Go polar. Maybe just head back to Kerbin. Low fuel at 900? Do we consider that low fuel? This is 526 to get that side of things. I kind of want to know, too, what the difference is here on whether or not what I really should do is just put the amount of prograde on and then twist. If I burn from my periapps and blow us out very high, how much does that cost? That's exactly the wrong direction. To get out to we're almost ready to leave from here is 130. And then if I from here did the twist, where I'm going super, super slow, it's going to cost us over 500 meters per second to do it the other way. Here's another thing that we're going to test right now that I've always been like, what the fuck is going on? Can I get the delta V readings for this node? And it doesn't show here as I'm adding, you know, to the node. So is there a place in the game where I can see... Okay, it's showing me on the window that's behind me. The change in meters per second. So I guess I can add that in, and add all that up and then add it in. If I were to switch to this node, to viewing this node specifically, no, go back to the craft, and then go to maneuver node number 1, which is this one. Now go to maneuver node number 2. It does not change those values. So that would be a thing if you got cumulative delta V, or if you're not going to put cumulative, you know, meters per second change there, then what if when you snapped to the maneuver node, you could see what the meters per second were on that maneuver node? That would be design. So that's 127 meters per second in order to do that. No, that's 127 plus what looks to be 170. 170, and then we'd have to pull it back down.
First child support check.
First child support check. Wait a second, that must have come in over Streamlabs. 244 for the first child support check. All right, Maffycraft, deciding to be a good dad, you know, just disappear, go out for cigarettes, and we never hear from you again. There's too many like that out there, Maffy. You're doing the right thing. I want to see... I want to see if I don't if I don't focus on twisting at all. If I just, from the highest point, pull retrograde. So... Pull retrograde. So keep going until they're like right on top of each other. That's 86 meters per second. And then you do have to do this anyway. That's the whole... Okay. I'm understanding it better now, though. And it ends up being the same amount. Yeah. Okay. So that gives us that periapsis, and it can be a lot shorter. But I am spending 127 to get where I need to go. Hang on, let me make the minor adjustments now. That's where I want to be, too. 127 to get where I need to go, plus what's in this ball right here, which is... 86 plus 67. So let's say 80 and 60, 140. 140 plus 130. 270. I think this makes more sense, doesn't it? You can set the second node just how you want it, then delete the first. You will see the delta V for the second, but then you need to recreate both nodes to actually do the maneuver. So at least there's a system in place. But yeah, that gives me the information that I need. I think this is going to be legitimately like a better plan, and then at the periapse we'll be going super fast, so we'll be getting the Oberth effect, I guess, the best of the Oberth that we can to draw our apoapse back down. That would be the third maneuver, actually. Let's try that. Add maneuver. And it zeroed all these readings, as you can plainly see. So then from here, I would want to go retrograde pull. Retrograde pull. To get the apoapse down. And when we're in the general vicinity of what we want there, we've spent another 200 delta V. So we're talking 270 plus 200, 470. It's maybe slightly cheaper to do it this way. Very slightly, though. Because I feel like when we had set it up before, it was 500 and something. Now it's sub 500. It's worth it. I'm going to do it that way, I guess. A well thought out and well-designed system that makes you want to stab yourself in the eye instead of using it. Yes.
Kerbal Space Program by Squad.
I think this is what we're gonna do then. Fuck it, F5. I'm gonna go for it. Like, if we got 948, it costs us 470 to get into position. We got 400 meters per second to try and escape from the position that we'll be in. 400 to return to Kerbin. Can we not? Is that gonna be a no? Is that gonna be a hard no when we try to leave? You know? I'll tell you how we could know. If this is costing 200 meters per second, and then I want to get back to Kerbin with this, if I continue putting on... No. From there. Alright, so that was costing us 200. Is that what I said? Get the number in your head, like, correct. Yeah, 200. 200, and then so when I get to 0, from this... which is about there. And that's 200 in the opposite direction. We go out. This is our Kerbin periapse. I keep pulling. Well, that's leaving at the wrong time, I guess. That would put us leaving in the wrong time. So I'm not going to be able to get this information. I keep pulling, though. Maybe I get the information. Yeah, we're kicking in the wrong place. It doesn't tell me. It doesn't tell me what I need to know. Okay. I'm gonna go for it anyway. I'm gonna go for it anyway. So, take me up to here, where we're gonna do the first of our maneuvers. Bar-free Kerman, hopefully you'll be able to come home. If you can't, you'll have done 4 missions for us. Well, one of them we did ourselves. You'll have done 3 missions for us and then been stranded for your result, for your good efforts right out there in space. So just put me on prograde for this burn. Burn time of 17 seconds, so leaving at, say 10. So I've got a little bit of extra spare time. T-minus 10. Go. There you go. Burning. Okay, close enough. Close enough, good enough for government work. So that's maneuver node number 1 done. F5 from here. Now warp me, whoa, warp me way out. Where'd the moon go? Goodbye, moon. We'll be right back. Nothing like blind faith and questionable ideas. Yes, well, it's too hard in the game to see what would happen next, basically. They didn't give me the systems, so I'm just gonna chuck myself out here, and if it works out, I'll be happy, and if it doesn't, then I'll just yell at them some more for not giving me a system that was functional enough for me to try before I bought it. Try before you buy. This is going to be where? Over there. Stop trying to pull me to my prograde, please. Thank you. Really? That's... no. It's a 14-second burn. I'm burning it completely on the anti-normal here, on our angry triangle. 14 seconds from... why did I have it there? Just burn now, pawn. Right? Yeah, you go ahead and burn now. Doesn't matter. There might have been a reason why I wanted to burn on the target. You're going toward the moon more and more. We want retrograde. That's what you want. You want to be burning here. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Went a little bit past where I wanted to be there. So we will burn, where are you? There's prograde. Ever so slightly in this direction. And raise you back up as I twist you where I wanted to be. There's too many things to watch at once. Okay, that's exactly where I want to be. That is Soup's polar right there. Down to 669 meters per second now. With our periaps right where we want it. F5 from here. It's a bad idea to be F5ing at all, basically. And then we're done with that node. Delete it. And we're on to the next. Which is... okay, you're in weird places and stuff like that. Maybe I just don't listen to you. What if I didn't listen to you? What if instead I clicked on the periaps? No. What if instead I need the maneuver node? I do need it because it's a long burn. Right there, add a maneuver. Retrograde. So you flip. There you go. That's what we want. And then warp me there. Here come the moon. Now that we're away from Kerbin, by the way, GPU core not having to render all that stuff that's going on over there, down at 130 degrees, and the CPU running below 160. Just below 160. Okay, time warp complete. We got 751 meters per second as we come in at this periaps. So this time I will burn it as it tells me to, I guess. Should be dead on this target. Dead on that target, please. And 24-second burn, so 15. We'll start at T-minus 15. Ooh, there's science? EVA report. Ah, we missed it. All right, T-minus 15, go. Trying to distract me. Trying to distract me like you do. A burn there. Don't want to lose the periaps. How do I keep the periaps? Not there. Okay, that's helping. Yeah, that kept the periapps. Okay. If we're lucky and we don't slam into anything at 7.1, then we're good. Mountain crash time? Potentially. Potentially. But you know, should be okay. Moon Mountain at our periapps. It could be anywhere. As long as it's not on the South Pole, then and anywhere else that we happen to pass through, we'll be fine. F5 from here. We have 469 meters per second of delta V to, you know, not die with. So that's cool. I want you to warp me up to my apoapse, I think. And meanwhile, I'll just be down here looking out for mountains. Any mountains coming up? I think we should be okay. It's 4K there. You cannot use fuel on movements that are not useful. I can, and do all the time. What are you talking about? Yeah, this is where we are, right there. Don't suppose we're getting, like, closer to... Oh, yeah, we're going... Where are we? That's us? Focus on my ship for once, huh? So there... Going this way... Just need to get up to that apoapse is what needs to happen. Whoa! Okay, yeah, but no, what if the camera was with me? Huh? Yeah, we're kind of low. They are low. We are just scraping the tall bits of the moon with this pass. Yeah, I think we'll be all right. Look, there's nothing after that point. Oh wait, no, there's more moon apparently. But after this point, there isn't even any more. After that point, there is no more moon. As we all know, the moon's edge. Oh wait, oh, stop. Fuck. There's science to be collected with EVAs here that I just didn't know about. How low do you have to be? I have to be below 8K for all of them, basically. When it comes down to it, it ends up being that. Moon's Midland Craters. Boom. 24 science for us. Back on board, my friend. And F5. Oh, probably shouldn't have F5'd. Cannot warp faster than this when we're below this, which is why we need to go back out to the tracking station, but I kind of wanted to get him to his apoapse, you know, while I was here to monitor whether or not he's going to slam into the surface of the moon at any point. Was for example. We can just get you to your apoapse. Yeah, just keep going, Pawn. You'll be fine. And then we'll start doing the tracking station deal, where you go out to the tracking station and you roll things forward, and then you go out to the tracking station, you roll things forward, come back into the game, and you roll things on. He could lick the moon, he got so close. That's the kind of science that I want him to get to. Good, bar-free, moon liquor, we call him. Good old moon licking bar-free. Liquor of moons. Oh wow. That's a tall ridge. That's a tall ridge. Yeah, yeah, whoa, it's getting bumpy up here. Getting bumpy up here at the top of the moon, but we're already at like a good height. 8,200, we're safe. Let's just double check in our contracts what the lowest I need to be is. We see an 8,100. 8,100 looks like it's the lowest that we need. So, from the apoapse, find me your retrograde, please. Find me your retrograde, please. There you go. From the apoapse, zoom on out. Show me your periapse. 7104. Oh no, you need to blow it up on silly boy. Prograde. I'm going to go 7.8. And then from here, heading out to the tracking station. And over to the moon. And now we do this fun old game where we wait for things to do things. I've already got a probe polar here. I didn't realize. The probe cannot do the observational surveys though. I did know that at some point. I just forgot. But I didn't realize that we were, you know, I got doubles. We're doing doubles here. Now this is a nice, like, swath of reports to collect anyway. We might miss a few, just tends to happen on the first pass, but there's so many of them right here that we might be able to get a couple in the same pass occasionally. Might get 2 of them in one go, which would be great. That is bar free, right? No, not bar free, not bar free. Where are you? An Uber for the Savior. Yeah, I'm looking at the right guy. Look at the moon again. I don't think you're close enough on this pass for that one. At least for temperature scans, it wouldn't have been. I'm gonna let it go. He's very far away from there. I'm letting that go. But this next pass, I will have a look at. For potentially our first site. Let's just make sure that's a site that we're supposed to actually be going to. Duller's Dust. Yep. Below 8100. It's actually our lowest. Oh, there's a below 8000 here too. Shit, below 8100, and we've got an 82 up there and a 78 down there. We could actually end up not low enough because I didn't pop out, go back in, drop the app waps, pop out. Fucking game. I knew that that was a potential problem, but I was just hoping because I don't want to play when I actually have to play this fucking game, you know? Go ahead and get me nearer to where we're going. And go fly him. Hopefully, I didn't realize that the first one we were going to go to was 8100. I figured we'd come over, we'd control him on the first one, and then I'd be able to do it without having to, you know, add an extra fucking stop to my goees. Thank you for the EVA, though I didn't have any time. I couldn't look at it. Just need you to, like, do the thing, get in there. We need to take a crew report shortly. I'm going to try now. It didn't do anything. So we're looking for entering the zone. No way we're not in the fucking zone. Come on. Crew report, take it. How was that not close? I'm leaving Duller's Dust now, and I just took a crew report while in spaceplate. Below 8. We were below 8100. Oh. We weren't below 8100. Exactly the fucking issue. Oh, this fucking game. Alright, so now we're here. We're back to the complainy portion of the live stream. Because I've said this before, and I've hinted at it as we were, you know, coming out to do this mission. These missions should not exist in the game. You should not have missions that ask you to do reports below 8100 at the moon. You should not have reports that ask you to do below 10,000 at the moon. Why? Because you can only warp at 10 times speed below 10,000. That's obvious to anyone who sits there and designs their fucking game. You were in it. Oh no, next pass. F9. Alright, I'll F9. I'll F9. I don't know how close we are. It just means more work for me. But you know, anyone who paid attention to their game while they were making it would have noticed. What do we got here? Periaps at 78, app waps at 82. Would have noticed this the moment that they actually tested these missions, that these are a grinding, grueling, back in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out of the tracking station because of the height you've put them at and the requirement for being there. And you just wouldn't have done it. You wouldn't have done it this way, would you? Give me an Uber for you. And, oh, fuck, I was at the Apoaps there. I was at the Apoaps, I could blow up the... No, it's the Periaps you need to pull down from. That's right. I'm so fucking confused. But yeah, these missions shouldn't exist in here. But they didn't pay attention, did they? Go out and fly it. Drop the altitude from the Periaps. So that we're both below 8K. Because, you know, if you actually ran this mission in testing yourself once, then you would have gone, oh, no, we're not going to do that. I don't want to do that. I'm not going to ask my players to do that. We are now below 8,000 on both sides. That's everything taken care of. Quick save from here, back into the tracking station. In and out, 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 in and out. But I did choose to do all three of these because they are going to be very profitable, and we get to do them all in one place. They just shouldn't exist in the game, if I hadn't mentioned. So, yep. Go ahead and give me some serious time warp here. Where are you at? You're this guy. Uber for the Savior. Nope. I'll just keep getting shot in the eye by lasers as these go around. It's not this pass. We know because we've been here before. It's going to be this pass. Get me closer. You're going to be wasting a lot of my time. As well not waste it now. Go fly it. And we'll F5 from here as soon as we're in the scene. F5, EVA report, the moon's northwest crater, that's what we got last time that I was in too much a rush. 4, should be entering Dullar's Dust anytime now. We are entering Dullar's Dust, so give me a crew report. And I don't actually have to take it. It's already put a check there. Take it anyway. And then crew report. Overwrite crew report. Yeah, that's what we'll end up doing. It wasn't worth anything anyway. So, good. F5 from here. Next one that we'll come into contact with is probably Danby's Voyage. We might be able to get Danby's Voyage at the same time as Site 1H77X. But again, back out to the tracking station. There's a mod for that. The mod allows you to, you know, break the rules of time warp. The missions just shouldn't exist. But I should get that mod as well. Get me closer. I'll be hanging around. To the tracking station! And then back to the ship. And then to the tracking station! Alright, yeah, go ahead and use. It's fine. I chose this. I'm not pissed off about doing it. I'm just pointing out that it is awful. And that's the thing, is I don't understand how, you know, what's his name? You know, KSP, the guy who's just built a whole live streaming career. I don't know how you could do KSP without constantly talking about, well, the reason we're doing it this way, for people who don't know, the reason we're doing it this way is because, and giving the explanation, we're entering Danby's Voyage, that you just have to give, wouldn't you? And there's another part of our contract completed. It's not worth anything, so we won't actually save it, but we've done it. Next one that's potentially coming up on us in this pass is 1HH7X. I guess it's at the top. 1HH7X, below 9,700. So go at maximum time warp. Down to here, we might actually get on this one too, in this pass. Entering Site 1HH7X, give me another crew report. And that clears that one as well. Don't actually store it, it's not worth anything. Might get close enough to Scientist's Curse, F5 from here. We're entering Scientist Curse. Crew report. And we've got the data for Scientist Curse. That's 4 out of 9 we're supposed to take. We might miss this one, though. This one might slide under to the other side and we not get it on the next pass. I will try running up to you, Kraken's Mark, see if we catch that on the edge. Probably not. If we're gonna catch it, it would be right here, and I'd have just a second to click the button. Doesn't look like we're gonna get it. Yeah, no. So, F5 to the tracking station. I played with a multiplayer mod and we just described all our dumb decisions to each other. ESA. Right? ESA, Das Valdez. I don't know how Das does this. How he keeps it family friendly. You know, how you could play this game and not spend like 40% of your time, even after you've said it a billion times, like it would get down to maybe 35% of your time, you'd have to just be sitting here describing, well, the reason that we're doing it this way is because if you don't occlude the thing with the, you know, and he's got the experience to know, and I just don't know how you would do it without, like, constantly referencing what's broken about the game. Go back out and fly him. It looks like we are going to miss some of these ticks on this pass. We can twist from the pole if we wanted to, or we just wait for them to come around to the other side and give it another pass and see if that works. It's always sort of a thing. Yeah, I don't know that we'll actually get that one. I'm going to do the moon. I think it's easier to see. Don't know if we'll actually get this one, but I should be ready for it. Put the... there. Crew report ready. Looks like we just missed the zone on that one. On up to this one. We're entering this site, T9920. Crew report me. And that's another... it's another tick put on our mission list. Can I get to you before you go away? Yep, we're in the zone. Crew report. That's another tick for us. That's an entire mission completed. Alright, one of our missions is done. We missed that one. We totally missed that one. So try some... try Welcome to the Game 1 and 2. They are amazing horror games that will make you shit yourself. At least go gray from stress. Yeah, we're right in between both of these. We missed it. We missed it. Yeah, we missed it. Back to the tracking station. My hair is immortal? So am I. You know, where do you think the hair gets it from? Go around. I think we're going to miss this one too. It's just going to spin a little bit too quick under us. And... I think we can catch that one. Enough that I'm going to go look and see if it gets caught. You don't know that the hair will definitely outlive me. What if it burns? What if? What? Down here. Give me the moon again so we can actually see these spots. Pull you in. Yeah, I think we got this one. Ready with the crew report. Ready with the crew report. No? No? No. God damn it. Alright, well, we're gonna have to go, you know, just around several more times until it hits the other side of our majigger-madoodle. F5, and back to the tracking station. Pawn proceeds to burn his hair. If anything will kill you, it will be welcome to the game 1 or 2. Really? Will it burn my hair? That's what I need to know. What? Okay. Kerbal Space Program, ladies and gentlemen. CPU's at 154, GPU's at 147. Kerbal Space Program, everybody. And where the mission is to go out and come back and go out and come back and go out and come back, and if you do, it runs out of texture space and memory or some shit. I don't know what happened there. Let's see if we leave the tracking station and come into it. If the models have to... Hey, there you go! That's what you wanted to do. Uber for the Savior. And, yep, go ahead. Spin me around. In fact, focus on the moon. And we're going to have to wait until... Is this us? Yellow line's us. So spin that moon. Spin it to win it! Next pass, we'll definitely get both of these purples. Ooh. Yeah, we will. We got them both. Go out and fly you. You breaking the game, pawn? Oh, wait, the devs did that day one. I don't like to be a dick about it, but I mean, it's just... I think it's, I think, like, I just need to get it out of my system. I need to make that video that puts it all out there, down on paper, and then, like, it can just be a matter of historical record to the you know, to the crowd that will forgive anything and everything of their favorite game. You're like, yeah, doesn't this suck? Doesn't that suck? Doesn't the other thing suck? I'll have a whole section just dedicated to things we can agree on. There's a lot of shit that I could say. Well, don't you hate this, though? I'm entering Kraken's mark. There's a crew report. What the fuck is Kraken's... Wait a second. Oh, no. There it is. Kraken's mark. Yep. Yep. And she's done. And then, oof. Don't lose this purple spot as we're passing. It would just mean that I have to twist. And I might have to twist in order to catch this where it is, because in one full rotation that might be to center there, and then, I don't know. Yeah, no, we're good here. Don't tell me we ain't good here. Entering the zone. Got the zone. ZQ9. Just 2 more to take, friends. Just these 2 left. And I am a bit worried. Well, this is far away. This will spin down to there. This we're coming up on immediately. From there... I might need to twist. I'm going to take us up to the spot where we... No. Just... Yeah. Take us up to the spot where we twist. Plant a flag on the moon. I mean, we could probably chuck one from here, at the right angle. You know, that kind of a thing. Wow. Wow, look at this. Look at these 2. They just about crossed at the same damn time. Oh, you guys, you're so sweet. I'll slow you down there. I'm going to F5 from here, and then we're going to go out to the tracking station. I'm not going to twist. I'm going to see what happens when I don't twist. Twist from the bottom, says Little Max. You'd like a twist from the bottom, wouldn't you? Oh god, now they're showing me things that I don't care about. It's the purple, it's the green and the purple. Fucking temperature scans. Although we're already out here. No. No, and we've got a thermometer on this. We've got another thermometer on the other crap. What do you want? What do you below? Below. Below. What was your below again? 7.7. Go fuck yourself. Yeah, no. This is gonna be enough for me. This will be enough for me. Let's warp. I think I do need to twist from the bottom to be able to catch this guy before we're there. So I'll twist your bottom as you were asked. Just a slight twist on the bottom for you. That Kerbal will never leave the moon, Mr. Mason. Oh, do you mean that literally? Like he doesn't have enough delta V? If I do a little twist from the bottom? He's not coming home? So we would want to be going... Orbital... We want to be burning east, I believe, for this. Which should be the 90, which should be this one, and then 468. Yeah. It's making space, slowly but surely. I'm going to leave you 460 meters per second of delta V. I don't need to be that far off. No, I don't want to be that far off. It's the green one that I'm worried about. I said 460. You will have 460. Okay. F5 from here. I think we got him. Whoa, what? EVA. EVA. Moon southwest crater for another 24. Well, I hope you come home. We could just transmit. I don't fucking care. Would make him useful, just leave him out here, circling. Circling the moon, ready to take any observational surveys anybody asks us for. Good work. Damn, hit that dead on, huh? Give me you. And crew report me. Here we go. That's a whole nother mission done. Right there. Whole nother mission. In the bag. And then we just need ZXM, which is the one that I was worried about. Are we going to be able to catch up to it? How long until that rescue contract is due? I don't know from here. Hopefully I don't have to go looking. We could always, like, have him jump onto the satellite, and then the satellite probably doesn't have any... You know, as close as they are, and they meet right at the top, if I put, like... if I had something on that satellite that was useful for him, they could just link up, couldn't they? We're gonna come into this one any moment now. I'm ready. Entering site ZXM, crew report me, and that is 3 missions. All cleared. By Barfrey Kerman. 4, really, if you count the one where we had to rendezvous. And he's got a fair whack of science in his pants, too. F5, people. F5, because we're down to just 3 missions in our pockets. One of them is recover Barfrey Kerman on Kerbin. So he does need to leave. Is a thing that wants to happen there. If we were to come back around and leave from, I guess, here with prograde. Okay, there's 212 meters per second to get ourselves a 3.9 periaps. It's looking like we got this, folks. And it needs to be, like, directional or something. Something different needs to happen here. If I leave from there, I get way better... Yep, we come back equatorial. And then if I leave a little bit more toward the top... He's coming home! Barfree is coming home. Barfree is gonna die. That's what I meant to say, that Barfree is gonna be dead. He's gonna slam into the surface of Kerbin at high speed. Barfree Kerman will be remembered. That's what I meant. 43. A little bit more would be good. Go to the fine controls in the maneuver node editor. A little bit lower, and then mouse wheel it up. Come in at 36. That's when our leave is, and we need to burn now. We need to leave now. We need to leave now. Now is when we need to leave. Go. No time, burn! Yeah. Apparently. Almost missed that. Didn't realize I was dragging that note out in front of us. Apparently I was. I did F5, right? I think you F5'd. Okay. And what is our actual periaps? Too low. Very much too low. Just a little bit on the reverse there. Just pull that back up to not dying. I'll go with not dying for the day. Barfree Kerman is coming home with 130 meters per second in Delta V, which means we left with 2222 from orbit. And what we needed was 2,000. 100. 2,097. 2,100. Get here, come back. But he's coming home. You didn't F5. Should I F5? F5. We've F5. Good work, Barfree. Time to come home for us. Clear us out of more contracts down to just 2 remaining is what that'll be. You want to plant a flag on the moon real quick? I mean, it's just down there. You can hop off the ship, jump down, come back up. It's quick. You get it done. I believe in you, Bar. Free. So if you take me to where, just take me here, because I don't know where that's going to end up. Warp. Goodbye, Moon. Where are you going? Bye, Moon. Thank you. Then warp me out here. How's our periaps looking? Still what we wanted it to be. Good, good, good. Gonna want you to... We're not gonna actually get caught by the moon again on our way past, are we? Moon's gonna get the fuck out my way, yeah? The fuck out my way, Moon. Fuck out my way. If I warp to here, I believe in your bar. Do you? Boom. Warp to here. Yeah, the moon got the fuck out my way. You believe in my bar? Believe in the power of Barfree. Retrograde. Kerbin's just ahead. 5 from here. And I do need to bring in our antennas. 9. Antennas in. Let's close the pod up. There you go. F5. Let's hit us some atmosphere. That's some atmosphere. Now I do have Delta V here that I can burn. So let's wait until we get some heating. That's heating. That's what heating looks like right there. Wait until we get some more heating. You are dumping this stuff? You are dumping this stuff? What did I take? Oh shit, you're right, I did take some science, didn't I? Outside of just his EVAs and crew reports. There is some science on here. I did this from 74. If I open you up and get you out quickly... Uh-oh. You... Log pressure data... Log temperature... Log pressure data... I don't have any data in there, apparently. But yeah, all this is just going away. All this is just going away. There's nothing in there. I thought I had taken some data at some point. Maybe it was in one of the reverted missions? It's gone? I don't know. Get on your retrograde, you idiot. And burn against it, you idiot. Who's in charge here, for Christ's sake? We got a bunch of EVA stuff anyway. Okay. That's not the part of the craft that I care about, actually. Shockingly. Goodbye! And also, camera mode? Yeah, give me the one that doesn't suck. Okay, we're home. Probably. We're home. Good work, Barfree. By which I mean, good work, me. I was controlling the probe the whole time. You were just waiting out there, and then you're an engineer, so you can't help me anyway. No SAS, it's just unneeded. Why don't you give me surface speed, and why don't you give me surface height for this descent? Go ahead and fizz warp. Yeah, we're gonna, before I start doing the F5 from here, and then we'll fizz warp. 4 times. Wonder where we're coming back down on the surface of Kerbin. Yeah, KSC's right over there. They're just gonna have one mountain range, one continent, and one ocean that they have to come pick us up from. Have you melted the new CPU yet? Apparently not. 170 degrees right now. GPU running at 163. If I slow it down, does it process more or less? Or... We're holding. But apparently, like, pausing on that screen got the GPU stuck into friggin' maxed out mode. Ooh, I could test that right now, couldn't I? I shouldn't. F5. If I pause right now. Yeah, the GPU maxes out while it's in pause. So it's something about the mods, the rendering engine, or just KSP's engine, that it actually just starts doing, probably because it can process the same frame over and over and over again. That would be my guess. Without the CPU doing things, without gameplay being calculated, it can process the same, give me the parachute, the same frame over and over and over again at, you know, whatever speed it would like. And the speed that it would like is all of the frames. So it just starts infinitely processing the same frame over and over and over and over and over again until it maxes out your graphics card. Is it the mod's fault? Is it the dev's fault? If the devs had made the game look good, the mods wouldn't have. Who's to say? Who's really to say? CPU package actually jumped up to 180 degrees right there when I was staring straight down at Kerbin. It's running a little hot.
Ronan A1.
Little magnets with the cheer. I'm A number 1. I'm king of New York. And there's a party. Thank you for the 155. Was it 244 last time and now 155? Is the next one going to be 66 cents? What are we doing here? And then when we get to 66 cents, the next one would have to be 1,077. How are we? What's the pattern? There's a pattern. I'm not blind to your pattern. F5 us. Barfree? Wait a second. What's it look like on the inside of that? Because it looks... Yeah. It looks really neat from outside, and you look inside, and it's like... it looks alright, I guess. Oh, Jesus! Welcome home, Barfree. Any more signs for you to collect? No? Well, then get in here, buddy. That is 5 missions. It's 5 missions in a single mission. I mean, this live stream took 6 hours, but the first 2 hours of it didn't involve this mission at all. Then there was an hour where we were just throwing the same craft at the air, and I was shouting about fins and aerodynamics and physics, and SAS doesn't work, and that kind of a thing. But we brought back 74.7 science. I can actually afford one more tier of science, even though that's not why we went out there. We went out there for money. And whoo, daddy, did we get some money? I'm a millionaire! By doing 5 missions at once, 3 of those conduct observational survey missions at the moon, altogether, I went from just over 200K to being a millionaire in Kerbal Space Program normal mode. And Barfrey Kerbin is a level 1 engineer, ready to go. $1 million. Actually, can I afford another tier? Yes, we are still unlocking 160s, so there are things here that I could go at, including the top. We've got heavier rocketry, which includes the mainsail, twin bore, thoroughbred, cheetah, the skiff, and the Kodiak. Okay, I don't recognize any of those, but specialized construction, get some nose cones and some attachment things. Ooh, and another flag that has aerodynamics to it, and if you put it on your ship, it may be the thing that tips your ship over, because the developers. But you got grip pads, too. Ooh, grip pads. You don't slip off the back of your mech bot as you stomp across KSC in search of science. If that is a thing, I wonder how effective they are if you put them on a ship and then, like, fly with it. Like, how much grip do they give you? How much can a Kerbal resist? Like, let's just say I'm picking somebody up in space, you got stranded there, and I don't have any room for him, but I brought a grip pad. Could I Velcro a Kerbal to a grip pad and then haul him back to Kerb and drop him off at a space station or something, and then they take care of him from there? You know, how good do these grip pads do? Do it, this is so good. Do it, kill him, do it. Bigger structural tubes. Oh, and we get the proper Clampatron docking port in that one, as well as a large separator. Landing, we'd get some bigger landing gear. We'd get some rotors for making helicopters, apparently. We'd get a great big old heat shield. Specialized construction, fly-by-wire. I don't understand what fly-by-wire is. Does anyone want to explain it to me? What is fly-by-wire? Ever wanted to impress your peers by showing off your elite flying skills, but lack the skills to become a trained pilot? Allows the most minimally trained crew to fly like an ace. Module cannot operate autonomously. Module contains no internal gyroscopes or control systems. So what the fuck does it do? I don't get it. Anytime warp, they stop working. Oh, that's what this is. Plain SAS. Instead of using shitty SAS on your planes, is it a better version of SAS or is it just another SAS module that's got its own? What's the deal there? Zero reaction wheel SAS? Is that the concept? No reaction wheel, but we've got SAS to control the rudders. Fly-by-wire gives SAS to scientists. That would make sense to me. If it's fly-by-wire, then it's like, it's not reaction wheel SAS, it's, you know, trim and control authority SAS that just flies with its... No, I don't get it. What's the difference? It just gives SAS to scientists? They didn't put that in the description? I don't understand. It's got stability assist, prograde, retrograde, radial, normal, attitude hold, maneuver hold, target tracking. It's an advanced SAS unit without any reaction wheels on it. Is that it? It doesn't have any reaction wheels on it. And then we got the big reaction wheel from that tier, monoprop tank, and the Verners. The Verners are fun. Lots of things you can do with Verners. And then the Cupola, How many? 3 Kerbals to the command pod, lander can for 2, bigger service bay, Mooner excursion module. You know, that's, if I wanted something pre-built, then why am I playing this game? The science lab that I've never found a use for in the game, except for when they tell you to drag it somewhere. But other than that, it's just, I don't, like, can anyone be bothered? Is my question. But we get ladders too. We invent ladders next to a science bay and a scanning arm. Ooh, the first scanning arm. Those are all the things that we could buy out of the next tier and that we will be buying the next mission that we know that we're doing. In mission control, we're down to just 2 missions left that involve us landing on the moon. Very VIP to her destination. She wants to orbit around Minmus. That's the thing we can do. Very VIP wants to fly by the moon, land on the moon. We have so many tourists want to land on the moon right now. Observational surveys of the moon, already did them. Temperature surveys of the moon, not interested. 3 tourists safely, we've already got one of those, and still need to complete it. Observational surveys of the moon, yeah, no. Explore Minmus. Dock 2 vessels around Minmus. Plant a flag. Rendezvous 2 vessels around Minmus. So docking them, they would both need to have ports. Ferry 4 tourists safely to their destination. You all want to go in different places and shit. That's another thing that shouldn't happen. Like, you shouldn't give out missions that have 4 tourists want to go somewhere. One of them wants to go to Minmus. One of them wants to go to the moon. One of them would like to go to Duna. Like, what are you doing? What is this? Is this a game you're developing? Is it? Would you mind making sense of it? Why would you do that? Why would you give 4 tourists want to go? No. They all want to go to different places. What the fuck? You've always got like 3 or 4 tourism missions up. Like, just separate them up. Make them make sense, at the least. You know? The idea that they all want to go to the moon. A random number generator is not an alternative to game design. That's all I'm saying. New orbital station around the moon. Has to support 5 Kerbals, 2,000 units of liquid fuel, and stability. I don't even have one around Kerbin. You want me to put one around the moon? I'm actually kind of interested in that. Surface outpost on Minmus. 5 Kerbals, 2,000 units of liquid fuel. Jesus. On the surface, I mean, it's easier. If I could do that, that would be the gearing up for building an orbital station, would be put it on Minmus first. Probably not. You could put it in high orbit of the moon, and it's no big deal. Okay. None of these are so awesome that I want to take them right now, and none of them really go along with the things that we need to land on the moon for. I mean, I could try and land more people on the moon, but I don't want to take another 4 in the one ship that we're trying to land on the moon. This VIP wants to land on the moon. How many people do I have left who want to land on the moon? I have 2. So if we had 4 tourists and 1 pilot, because it's a landing on the moon. I mean, we could do it with a probe, but I'd rather have a pilot. And we could rename Barfree after someone in chat. We could do that. We could do that. I think 4 tourists to the surface of the moon is a little big of an ask. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, thanks everybody for coming out. If I pause on this screen, does the GPU go crazy? No. Thanks everybody for coming out. That was the live stream, 6 hours, and we did 2 launches officially, 2 mission launches. We did more launches than that, but it was 2, and we completed 5.5 contracts. And the other half will complete on the next Kerbal live stream when we land on the moon with 2 tourists. That's going to be the goal, and I am really enamored with the idea of building a tourist vessel that is an SSTO. We already got one that gets to orbit of the moon. if we could build one that carried a smaller vessel to orbit of the moon, and then sent that vessel down to the surface, and then that vessel came back up, linked up with the craft, and we flew everything home as one chunk, and it was a, reusable, reproducible thing. That'd be a lot. I think we need a vessel with at least 5 Panther engines, because I don't think we got any new jet engines, or that we could get any new jet engines. So that is a lot, but it might be a thing that we do next time. Thanks everybody for coming out. Thank you, Little Magnets and Rex, for the gift subs. Dramacian, Frackle, Little Magnets for the bits, and everybody else who cheered and hung around, and your direct subscriptions, that's just the easy ones to look at. The rest of you will be noted in the credits, because I never leave anyone behind, because I am the Ronin Ball. That's how you do an outro. I have not forgotten Cluster Truck. I do want to get back to Cluster Truck. When we do get back to Cluster Truck, my plan is to go straight at any percent. We did a Twitch percent run that got me 3rd place, which was not hard to do, but it got me a very close to 2nd place, 3rd place by IGT, and I was surprised at how much of it was still there and how much having to improvise here and there helped my run. So I'm interested to see what I can do in any percent. If we can drop our any percent score by, I think, 30 seconds IGT, we come up to like 5th place from 8th. It'd be a big jump. Make sure that you've followed. If you're watching and you haven't, for the next stream that comes along, speedrunning Cluster Truck or Kerblin, probably be the thing. Until then, you are the light of the end of the tunnel. Aerosmith lyrics. You are the what? Oh, point out.